Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Thursday morning, March 20th. I'm Gina Francine. As we come on the air, we are following some breaking news as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. I want to transition to give you a live look out in Khan Yunis, Gaza, on this Thursday morning. A lot to discuss as we are following breaking news from the Associated Press. They report Israeli strikes killed at least 58 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip overnight and into Thursday. This coming from 3 hospitals in the area. The strikes hit multiple homes in the middle of the night, killing men, women, and children as they slept. Well, hours later, the Israeli military restored a blockade on northern Gaza, including Gaza City, that it had maintained for most of the war. I want to share this latest information from the Associated Press. This just came in moments ago before we came on the air. They say breaking, the Israeli military says it will no longer allow Palestinians to enter northern Gaza from the south, restoring a blockade on the north it maintained for much of the war before January ceasefire. And I actually want to give you a live look out in that area to provide a further perspective. This is southern Israel looking into Gaza. We are learning that as it relates to this, the Israeli military, Israeli Defense Forces, commonly known as the IDF, they warned residents against using the main highway to enter or leave the north and said only passage to the south would be allowed on the coastal road. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians returned to what remains of their homes in the north after a ceasefire took hold in January. Israel resumed heavy strikes across Gaza Tuesday, shattering the truce that had facilitated the release of more than 24 hostages. Israel blamed the renewed fighting on Hamas because the militant group rejected a new proposal that departed from their signed agreement. As it relates to the Trump administration, that administration, which did take credit for helping to broker the ceasefire, has voiced full support for Israel. More than 400 Palestinians were killed on Tuesday alone, mostly women and children, according to Gaza's health ministry. There have been no reports of Hamas firing rockets or carrying out other attacks. As it relates to the other breaking news as we're following, Israeli strikes across Gaza hit several homes overnight and into this Thursday, killing at least 58 Palestinians. I want to change the shot for you again, giving you a live look out in Gaza. The Israeli military said it intercepted a missile launched by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels early this Thursday before it reached Israeli airspace as air raid sirens and exploding interceptors were heard in Jerusalem. No injuries were reported. It was the second such attack since the U.S. began a new campaign of airstrikes against the rebels earlier this week. Now, one of the strikes on Gaza early this Thursday hit a home in a village just outside of Khan Yunis. You're getting a live look on your screen out in Khan Yunis, which is close to the border with Israel. AP says it was inside an area the Israeli military ordered evacuations for earlier this week, encompassing most of eastern Gaza. The strike killed at least 16 people, mostly women and children, according to the nearby European hospital, which received the dead. Those included a father and his 7 children, as well as the parents and brother of a month-old baby. There's no immediate comment from the Israeli military on these latest strikes. The military says it only targets militants and blames civilian deaths on Hamas because it is deeply embedded in residential areas. So a lot to discuss as we are following this breaking news. And again, Jerusalem was mentioned from the Associated Press. I now want to transition there and give you a live look out in Jerusalem. Again, we did learn that Israeli military saying they intercepted a missile launched on this Thursday by Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi rebels, which did reach Israeli airspace, and we're told that raid sirens and exploding interceptors were heard right there in Jerusalem. The good news, no injuries reported. So a lot to break down and dissect as it relates to this breaking news, and we will continue to follow the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you're just now tuning in, I want to transition to show you this again, as the Israeli military says it will no longer allow Palestinians to enter northern Gaza from the south, restoring a blockade on the north it maintained for much of the war before January ceasefire. Giving you a live look at southern Israel looking into Gaza. on this Thursday morning, and you can see very windy conditions there in the area as the camera moves rapidly back and forth. 6:05 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We are getting some live feeds that I want to share with you. It sets the stage for an anticipated event. It takes us out to the EU as we are awaiting the EU summit debate with a focus on Ukraine. Reuters reporting on this Thursday that today's European Union summit will discuss ways of strengthening Europe's ability to defend itself alone, but try to avoid creating the impression that Europe is distancing itself from the U.S. We are moments away from the summit actually beginning with the roundtable, so we want to bring into the conversation Rick De La Torre, Senior Vice President of Continental Strategy and retired CIA Senior Operations Officer. Rick, good morning to you. A pleasure having you join us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning.
So we've seen several European summit roundtables, but this one specifically on this Thursday has a focal point on Ukraine. Set the stage for us. We are just moments away from that roundtable getting underway. Why is this so important? Why is it happening now?
Well, separate from other meetings regarding this issue that generally take place throughout NATO, this is now the European Union. So this has a much greater focus on exactly what's happening in their neighborhood. What we've seen from the EU participants is basically they've been lagging behind U.S. contributions and U.S. efforts, especially under the Biden administration, where we've given hundreds of, over 100 over $100 billion in aid directly to Ukraine. The EU has lagged behind and not really met its commitments to something that's obviously happening in their back door. I think the recent shifts in U.S. policy towards Ukraine under the new Trump administration has now kind of sent that message home to them, where they're going to have to focus on stepping up and doing more, and really put their money where their mouth is. The U.S. has led the way in lots of ways, but now that we face $35 trillion in debt and a never-ending war, This administration is taking active steps to try to bring the parties together into some sort of peace accord. So, the EU has to now consider what they're considering a $50 billion aid package to Ukraine and do that in such a way that makes sense.
Yeah, Rick, you mentioned the Trump administration, and I'm glad you did because this summit comes on the heels of U.S. President Donald Trump speaking with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy via phone call. And then we also know that days before, Trump also spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Right here on the screen, and I hope you can see it, I pulled up the latest tweet on X from Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. It says, quote, "Russian strikes on Ukraine do not stop despite their propaganda claims. Every day and every night, nearly 100 or more drones are launched along with ongoing missile attacks. With each such launch, the Russians expose to the world their true altitude towards peace." And I think this further adds to what Zelenskyy was claiming with President Donald Trump saying, hey, I know they're saying they want a ceasefire out in Moscow, but the reality is they continue to attack our people. Could you provide that perspective, please?
Yeah, in the peace accords and bringing warring parties together, it's messy. It's always going to be messy, right? I think the first round is discussions that you need to have with the leaders, and as long as they are committed to try to bring about some effective change, moving in the right direction, that's always going to be positive. It's unfortunate. I don't think. I don't think this administration thinks that somehow, Russia is an ally or a friend or can be, fully trusted in any way, shape, or form. I mean, they're not naive, but if you're going to play the role of peacemaker, then you need to step back and try to be as impartial as you can. You've got to take it for what it is. There are some arrows left in the U.S. quiver when it comes to additional leverage and pressure points that they could apply against Russia if it doesn't if it doesn't hold up its end of the bargain. There's been some conversations about additional sanctions on Russian leadership and Russian goods and it's and how to stop it, but also the Europeans have to take this into consideration too. Europe has spent more money buying Russian oil over the last few years than they have actually giving aid to Ukraine. So it's going to be messy. You're going to see these kinds of situations continue to develop, strikes and counter strikes and additional efforts where they're going to try to get advantages one over the other. But as long as they're moving towards that end state of sitting down at a table and having honest conversations and some sort of agreement to a ceasefire, that's that's going to be the way it works.
And Rick, we finally have a look inside, a live look at the round table as they have opened the doors and European officials, world leaders entering to get a seat at the table. What do you think will come from this discussion? Because some of the viewers saying, okay, Rick, we're tired of the talking. When will the action take place?
Yeah, I'd focus my attention particularly on Viktor Orban of Hungary as an EU member, and one that's probably the most controversial member currently within the EU. He's kind of thrown up a few roadblocks regarding this $50 billion package. I think Viktor Orban has a very similar situation in Hungary, and he views the conflict through a very similar prism that I would say we do here in the United States currently, and that is, how does this affect me? How does this affect my people? How does it affect my country? And where is this $50 billion going to come from, and what are we going to get out of it? I think during these EU talks in the background, it's going to be things like, will Ukraine be considered for NATO membership, and that's just not really in the playing cards. This president has said that, and I think that's pretty clear to everyone. If the EU continues to contribute money, what's that going to lead to? What does that look like at the end? So those are the kinds of discussions that are going to be happening today, and and I think there's still going to be some members of the EU that as I like to think, they want to fly first class, but they'll only pay for coach airfare, and they'll try to get the larger EU governments to make much broader commitments, but they'll work that stuff out.
Yeah, and as we discussed the EU, if we're being frank and candid, Rick, it's very tense because with these talks, the EU on a fine line trying to make sure they don't offend the U.S., for lack of better words, with their decisions, but also trying to stand firm against Putin. We know that President Donald Trump and Russian President Putin, they do have an okay relationship. They had seamlessly good talks. If we look at it in comparison to the Ukrainian president's trip to the U.S. and how tense it got in the room with the president, also VP J.D. Vance.
Correct. I think Zelensky is I think what we saw during the Oval Office meeting was a little bit of amateurish statesmanship on his part. What we saw during that Oval Office disaster really was him being completely unprepared, him taking some poor advice from some Democrats here in the United States who may have shaped the reality for him rather differently than what it really was. He walked into that Oval Office thinking that somehow he could push back and negotiate and walk away with another blank check from this administration, and that just simply wasn't going to happen. And I think that was a good lesson for him to learn within just a matter of days. He was back at the table, and I think from that then Russian leader Putin also realized that Trump is serious about this, that the war's been going on long enough, that there's really no end to it with the way it's currently marching, and also the United States isn't going to be just giving over blank checks anymore. So with all that at play, that then shifts the way the EU leaders now have to look at this conflict. If the U.S. isn't going to pay for it, well then now the EU has to pay for it, and is that going to sell well in countries like Italy and Germany, and France? Are they willing, with their politics, with their populations, are they willing to dedicate their tax dollars to this conflict?
That's a great point. So we know this event still awaiting for it to get underway, but in the coming days, we know that President Trump's national security advisor will be meeting with his Russian counterpart. What are you expecting to happen from those discussions, and do you think it will further aid in the quote-unquote ceasefire negotiations?
Yeah, I think those cabinet level discussions in anticipation of any world leader or roundtable kind of discussions with actual parties like Zelensky and Putin and Trump, those cabinet level discussions set the stage. They set the ground rules. They tend to hammer out 90%, 95% of whatever the final outcome is going to be. I think our national security advisor and his Russian counterparts will have some frank discussions in regards to what the Russians need to do to figure out some sort of off ramp to their conflict, and ultimately some sort of re-entrance onto the world stage, which is something that the Russian government does want to do. They've been closed out of many markets. They've been sanctioned in many ways over the last few years. That's having some serious effects on them. And now it's time for them to think about, well, where are we going to be a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? So this is an opportunity. This is a real opportunity. We've had other administrations try to hit that reset button, as you remember, famously, with the Russian leadership. I think Trump's learned a lot from his first 4 years dealing with Putin. He's coming to the table a little wiser as to what who really Vladimir Putin is, and I think he's going to go ahead and make sure that whatever deal is structured between Ukraine and Russia is going to be one that's going to be lasting. National Security Advisor Waltz is going to be one of those people who's going to play a very important stage in that. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others also. They're the ones who are going to really do the real hard work and piecing together whatever this kind of deal is going to look like between Ukraine and Russia.
Rick De La Torre, a pleasure having you join us here on this Thursday morning. Thank you so much for your candidness and perspective on the topic. We are still awaiting for that roundtable to get underway, but you definitely set the stage for this anticipated EU summit with a focus point on Ukraine. Thank you so much for joining us and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, I'll share with you some of the conversations from world leaders as we await the EU Summit Roundtable to begin. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are still awaiting that anticipated EU summit roundtable with a focal point on Ukraine to begin. But right now, world leaders are speaking with the media about what we can expect once it begins. Let's listen in.
Therefore, we have to speak about our defense and security, not just from the perspective of how much we will spend, but it's as well a good opportunity for Europe to invest in our military industry, to have our economy to grow. Therefore, this is one of the topics. Sure, we have another issues as competitiveness today we will speak about, and majority voting. I don't know, there will be probably a lot of topics, but I believe we need to stress out how important it is that Europe remains on the table with discussions in between Ukraine and the United States.
Defense Commissioner Rubio yesterday said that Russia could attack an EU or NATO country before 2030. What do you think about this? Do you think this is the case?
I believe we have to be strong enough. Therefore, it's very important that those resources which has been presented by Commission, as well as our national budgets, should support stronger Europe, stronger military industry within Europe. Therefore, we should take away our bureaucratic burden for our industries and our economy to grow. Therefore, if Europe is stronger, it's much harder to strive any attacks on Europe.
Do you think that the proposals by the Commission in the White Paper go far enough, or would you have hope for more to actually achieve the 2030 defense capabilities?
We actually, as MB8 countries and Latvia as a eastern border country, we were supporting that we need strong goal for 2030, which we need to achieve, that Europe is sufficient with what we need for ourselves, for our defense. And I believe white paper is just one first step. And the proposal for Ursula von der Leyen as well is the first step. Therefore, we are open for more discussions, how we can find even more finances, how we can get Europe to be more competitive. Capital market as well is one of the topics which could help as well to boost our military industry, because for military industry it doesn't help only with the European budget, but we need to have a private budget as well and private money coming in. So I support European Investment Bank to be one of the partners in procurement processes within Europe, which could help really for us to show how united are Europe, how strong are Europe. Thank you. I believe for us as politicians, we need to keep dialogue open, and what we can see from our recent developments within relations of President Zelenskyy and Mr. Trump is going pretty well, and they have negotiated very well. So for politics, always diplomacy and negotiations should be on the table. The US is our transatlantic partner. We see that.
So many topics on the agenda, but I would like to say that, like 87 years ago, before the Second World War, we are standing in front of strategic choice to let the aggressor to escalate the violence and fear, or to stop it, to paralyze its ability to intimidate us, and to build a credible wall of defense separating Europe and Russian Federation. In the short run, we have to support Ukraine, and this is absolutely obvious that Ukraine needs our military assistance, Ukraine needs ammunition, long-range missiles, and we are ready to provide it. We should increase the pressure on Russia, imposing the 17th package of sanctions, including LNG imports, more banks. And Lithuania proposes to set the orientation date of possible membership of Ukraine in the European Union, 2030, January 1st. It would encourage our friends, Ukrainians, to proceed faster, because I know their ability to implement all the necessary reforms, even under very complicated circumstances during the war. In the middle run, of course, it's important to use this precious time Ukraine is buying for us in order to strengthen our military capabilities, and I welcome European Commission's proposal, rearm Europe. We have to rearm ourselves, because otherwise we will be the next victim of Russian aggression. And 150 billion euros is an important element of this package. I welcome also the national escape clause, which is important especially for the country like Lithuania, which has quite low level of national debt to GDP ratio, so we have fiscal room for maneuver to use these financial resources and to rearm ourselves. And of course other steps, especially increasing our competitiveness in the long run, are important. My country benefited from the single market even more than from the structural and cohesion funds. We can calculate it, and the outcome is clear. Single market has a huge potential, but so far this potential is not used to the full extent. There are still many barriers, limitations, especially in the free movement of services, and we have to open this window and to use the potential to the full extent. of leadership naturally, very naturally. But we have to do, because otherwise if we don't act and we only talk, we have nice time in the discussions club, this is not enough in order to be leaders.
Defense Commissioner Rubio yesterday said that Russia could attack the EU or NATO country before 2030. Do you think that this will happen?
This is exactly the basic assumption we made in Lithuania, because we have very ambitious goal to establish a national division, fully equipped, to build all the necessary infrastructure until 2030. So our calculation is, if the scenario will be like this, we still have about 4 or 5 years. If the sanctions will be lifted, we have even shorter period in order to prepare ourselves for a next stage of aggression. So the situation is serious, but I think we have all the means to deal and to take the decisions and to get prepared for next stage of aggression. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, very good question. What is your guess when the Western Balkan countries will access European Union? I think if Ukraine will be able to complete this procedure until 2030, and Western Balkan countries will do it later, then everything is possible. It depends on the willingness, it depends on the commitment, and I see that commitment of our Ukrainian friends is very high. The same with Western Balkan countries. I know that they are doing a lot too, they are doing a great job, but we will see at the end of the day. Thank you.
Not be enough, and we need as much as common borrowing. Do you agree with that?
I think this is a good start, and as a start it is sufficient enough to increase our defense spending radically, and my country tries to increase defense spending up to 5 to 6% of GDP. National escape clause helps us, assists us. Possible joint borrowing assists us too. Of course, it's related to some conditions, conditionality, joint procurement, etc. I think this is only the start, but later on, and especially in the next multi-annual financial framework, we have to think not about the borrowing instruments, but also the instruments of grants, because we would like to see the mix, like in the case of pandemic. We would like to see the mix of instruments, borrowing and grants mixing.
And just finally, what do you make of the latest conversations around a potential ceasefire in Ukraine, with Donald Trump getting involved as well?
Russia is raising unreasonable demands for Ukraine, and this clearly shows that Russia is unwilling to complete the deal and to achieve actually this ceasefire. Ukraine is doing its best, and I think Ukraine is behaving very fairly, saying that they don't have any conditions regarding the ceasefire and they are ready for the ceasefire immediately. But the deal depends on both sides. If one side is positive, other side is not ready, it will be complicated. But then, at least, the U.S. administration will see who is a bad guy, who is making the deal impossible. And this is surely not Ukraine.
Just to clarify, you don't think there is a ceasefire? Just to clarify.
Sorry, guys. Sorry,
I have to...
In the near future, is that you are working as that?
Crucial how to support Ukraine. And final point, 8th time, Finland is the happiest country in the world.
How realistic is it that Europe will achieve the targets for 2030 to ramp up their own defense capabilities with the proposal in the white paper? Do you think this goes far enough?
We have to be ambitious. We have to build our defense in close cooperation with the US, and the target should be that the European pillar in NATO is as strong as possible, less dependent from the others. But you are right, it is a very ambitious goal, but we have to start right now. Thank you so much.
Fine, thank you. So today I think we are taking stock on quite a number of important issues. To some extent they are interrelated. First on Ukraine, I think it's important to hear firsthand from President Zelenskyy about his talks with President Trump and the talks in general regarding Ukraine. Every step forward to making peace is important and welcomed. But a ceasefire alone is, of course, not a lasting peace. What we need is a lasting peace that makes sure that in the future Russia will not be tempted to again attack neither Ukraine nor any other country. And so security guarantees is important. We need to continue this discussion. Nothing on that will be decided today. It's an ongoing process, but we should make sure that Ukraine and the rest of Europe is safe also in the future. That's why, and that is the second topic, we need a stronger European defense. The white book that was just published by the European Commission goes into the right direction. Obviously, we have to look into the details of all of that. But indeed, what we have said for quite some time, we need a single market of defense is important. We need more interoperability. We need to buy and produce more European, but all that within NATO, together with our American allies, if possible. Then we will talk about competitiveness. I think it's important that we reduce regulation, that we make it simpler for companies to work cross-border, and we need to have the right financing. And in that context, I welcome and support the Savings and Investment Union, because only if we have also private savings that are used to finance the growth of our economy, we will be successful and we will have peace on the one hand and prosperity on the other hand. So it's a whole package of topics, a big one, and I look forward to those discussions. It's always a big step into the right direction. Whether it's enough, I think this is already quite a lot. If we look at the amounts we are talking about, I think that is already quite ambitious. But it's not only about how much money, it's how we spend the money. And therefore, I think what is even more important is that we try to do more things together and not doing 27 things one next to the other. Together we are stronger. That is for me more important than just the money. And on Ukraine, I think all the meetings I attended the last few days in different settings all show that all the countries are willing to continue to support Ukraine in different ways, and therefore I think the exchange with President Zelenskyy after our exchange with him last Saturday will be very important.
Eine Frage auf Deutsch, wenn Sie erlauben, gestern hat verteidigt.
Good morning. Today we have a full day ahead, a lot of topics on the agenda. First, we're going to discuss Ukraine, and I'm really looking forward to listening from President Zelenskyy, also getting the news and his feeling of the call with President Trump yesterday. I very much welcome the announcement by President Trump that the U.S. is trying to find additional air defenses for Ukraine. This is extremely important. And of course, today we are discussing what more can we do. So for Ukraine, but also for our own defense. For Ukraine, I've proposed initiative to really go with the ones that President Zelenskyy needs. Ammunition in amount of 5 billion. So we should at least start to have a really concrete step, not only words, but also in deeds, that we are helping Ukraine right now. Because the stronger they are on the battlefield, the stronger they are behind the negotiation table. And of course, today we're going to also discuss competitiveness, because it goes hand in hand. As well, our economy is doing. The means from economy also help us to do all the things we have to do, meaning investing more in defense, also helping Ukraine. So this is also a very, very important discussion. And of course, there are other topics. Yesterday we came with the defense white paper. We're going to discuss the elements there. Last summit 2 weeks ago, we discussed already the funding options, but now also the things that we can do together. So looking for a very long day ahead.
High Representative, yesterday Defense Commissioner Rubio said that before 2030 Russia could attack a NATO or EU country. What do you say to the critics that say that this is scaremongering?
It depends what we do. I mean, the problem with defense is that if we invest enough in defense, if we build our capabilities, then it will also deter aggressors to attack us. If we don't do that, weakness invites aggressor to attack. So that's why we need to do more in order for this not to happen.
On your Ukraine initiative, so with every discussion with the member states, the numbers seem to change and rather lower than what you initially proposed. Are you worried that the support on the European level is no longer there for Ukraine?
If you listen to the statements of the leaders, then the support is very much there, and that's why it should be also seen in deeds, in numbers, in actual ammunition that Ukraine needs. So I'm really hopeful that we will push this forward.
And why is it that 40 billion seem inachievable for so many of the member states?
Well, as you know, we proposed the GNI key that takes into account the economy of the country, and some countries have done more, and some countries are bigger economies, which means that the amounts are very big. At the same time, we also know that there are really worries with the budget deficits in most of the European countries, and there are the problems. And now, in the rearm initiative, we also have, you know, the rules in place to ease the budget regulations, so it would provide also the member states more opportunities to do more. But still the questions remain, and of course for every country it is the domestic politics, also the understanding of the public what needs to be done, and that is different in every member state. we are doing that all the time because I think it's important to have a tangible result. So if we are not able to decide right now for the whole year that is coming, let's decide on the short term, which is the imminent needs that Ukraine has regarding the ammunition right now. The realistic plan would be the 5 billion for the ammunition, and that's what we are working on really right now. Okay, thank you.
So you're listening in live as European leaders are speaking before heading inside for that roundtable with a focus on Ukraine. This live event happening in Brussels, Belgium. It was slated to start at 6 o'clock this morning Eastern time. They are running behind since you could see world leaders are still arriving. So we will continue to share those responses and the press gaggles ahead of the roundtable, and then hopefully we will be allowed inside of the roundtable to share that with you here on Live Now from Fox. This just in from the EU Council on X for this EU summit, and it says on the EU leaders' agenda, Ukraine, Middle East, competitiveness, European defense, next MFF, migration, and multilateralism. Of course, we will continue to follow the latest right here on Live Now from Fox. 6:43 is the time. Let's go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .46 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Following some breaking news this Thursday morning, a Georgetown University graduate student is at the center of a legal battle this morning after being detained by ICE. Federal authorities saying he's a security threat, but the university is pushing back. Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick joining us live this morning outside of the university in the Northwest area with what we know so far. Melanie, good morning.
Good morning. So here's what we know. Dr. Badar Khan Suri is being detained in Louisiana. His attorney tells us that he was arrested near his home in Arlington, Virginia on Monday. Now, he is here on a student visa. He's a graduate student. Georgetown University says he's a researcher and instructor with the School of Foreign Service and the Awalid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding. His work, according to the university, is focused on peace building in Iraq and Afghanistan. In a statement, a Georgetown University spokesperson said, quote, "We are not aware of him engaging in any illegal activity, and we have not received a reason for his detention. We support our community members' rights to free and open inquiry, deliberation, and debate, even if the underlying ideas may be difficult, controversial, or objectionable. We expect the legal system to adjudicate this case fairly." Now, Assistant Homeland Security Secretary Tricia McLaughlin replied to a story about the arrest on social media and alleged that Khan Suri was, quote, "actively spreading Hamas propaganda and promoting anti-Semitism on social media," adding Suri has close connections to a known or suspected terrorist who is a senior advisor to Hamas, and said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio determined that the doctor was a foreign policy threat. Now, Georgetown University student newspaper The Hoya says that Khan Suri is married to a U.S. citizen who is also a graduate student in the School of Foreign Service. There have been reports that her father is a former member of Hamas, so that is probably what the Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security was referring to when she said that he had ties to a suspected Hamas advisor. So that is all being sorted out. We know that he had had some social media posts in support of Palestine. His wife is Palestinian. We've reached out to his attorney as well. The attorney is trying to file for his release. The attorney says he doesn't have a lot of information at this point because it's still very early. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick, always detailed and stellar reporting. Thank you so much for the latest breakdown on this story, Melanie. Have a great and safe rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. And as we are out in D.C. this morning, want to take you out to show you a beautiful live look out at the U.S. Capitol here at 649 on the East Coast. Also want to give you a live look at the White House. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. On this Thursday morning, we are still awaiting that anticipated event out in Brussels, Belgium, that EU summit roundtable, where the focal point will be on the conflict with Ukraine. If you're just now tuning in, I want to share with you the latest from the EU Council on X. They say on the EU leaders' agenda, Ukraine, Middle East, competitiveness, European defense, next MFF, migration, and multilateralism. Now, this event was slated to start at 6 a.m. this morning here Eastern time, but it hasn't because many of the world leaders are still arriving. As they arrive, they are speaking to the press. Some of their comments are in English. Let's head back inside and listen in.
To the war in Gaza, deploring the shocking bombing that has occurred over the last 48 hours, leading to the deaths of so many innocent people. And these statements yesterday from Israeli leaders, particularly in terms of Minister Katz, seem to me to amount to collective punishment of the Palestinians within Gaza. It is quite shocking. It needs to stop. And Europe needs to say stop to the killing and to the slaughter that's going on in Gaza at the moment. We do also need a release of all hostages, and we need to move very quickly to phase 2 of the ceasefire, which was originally agreed and which should be complied with. There will also be discussions on competitiveness, and Ireland strongly favours expanding and strengthening the single market. Europe needs to work on what it can control to make Europe more competitive, particularly then also working on getting energy prices down, more investment in grid infrastructure across Europe, and that is important for European competitiveness, but also for European consumers and citizens. On defence, the white paper, I think, is a significant document. It will need further, obviously, discussion and reflection. There won't be a major reflection on it today because it was published yesterday, but nonetheless, following on from the proposals from the President of the Commission, the capacities are being created for Member States to allocate additional funding to increase defence expenditure in the Member States and security capability. And we've been supportive of the measures that the President has announced, the President of the Commission has announced. There are a lot of issues around procurement capacities within Europe and the capacity of the European defence industry to respond to this increased expenditure. And then on the broader economic front, obviously Europe will await what happens on April the 2nd in terms of any US decisions around tariffs, and Europe will give a bit of time to have a comprehensive response to that. Our view is that Europe has to be strategic in its response, and particularly where we enjoy surpluses and so on. So we need to put, but again, the wise thing to do is to await the full presentation from the US on April the 2nd and then comprehensively respond.
There's some expectation.
Sorry?
There's some expectation that Ireland may have to provide up to at least €1 billion in support of Ukraine in non-military military aid. Is that your expectation?
Not today, no. I mean, that's not on the agenda today. I think you're probably referring to the proposal from the High Representative Kaya. But I don't think that's for decision today, and there hasn't been agreement on that. I think what's on the table right now is essentially what was agreed by the members in respect of the Commission President's proposals and recommendations. Now, other proposals may come downstream. We've already taken a decision bilaterally to allocate aid to Ukraine for non-lethal assistance because of the freezing of the EPF by Hungary. And so therefore we're moving in bilateral channels now to allocate that aid to Ukraine.
On the Callas proposal.
Sorry?
On the Callas proposal, the 40 billion kind of upper end of the scale. Do you believe that is realistic, or will it more likely be somewhere around 30 billion or something like that?
Again, it's early days on that. There hasn't been agreement on it. So it could be a lower figure, but I don't really want to speculate on something that's not firm. And clearly, I don't see agreement on it today, unless it's a much lower figure. Other member states have particular issues with it.
Just regarding the resumption of hostilities in Gaza, does that add a new impetus for the government to bring forward its alternative to the Occupied Territories Bill? And do you have an updated timeline on that?
Yeah, again, look, the government has agreed to progress it. One way or the other, I don't think it's going to impact on the immediate decisions of the Israeli government in respect of Gaza. I think that needs to be said. But what has to happen now, I think, is that as much pressure as possible from the European Union, US and others, is to say to Israel to stop this bombing. I mean, there was no warning. Many people had come back after the ceasefire to their homes in the expectation that they were going to experience some degree of peace and harmony. And that has been shattered by what appears to be very indiscriminate bombing of just these, I'm going to make the point, indiscriminate bombing of Palestinian homes and families. And that's, like, one way or the other, the Occupied Territory isn't going to change that. But I think the Minister of Foreign Affairs is progressing it. A lot of the amendments have been worked on by the officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. They will need... obviously it won't be before this session will end, but hopefully in the next session.
On tariffs, because you mentioned it there, the French Prime Minister said the EU was wrong to target bourbon.
Sorry?
The French Prime Minister said the EU was wrong to target bourbon in its retaliatory tariffs. Will you be talking to President Macron today about that, making the case for Irish whiskey? And just, are you aware of any pharma firms that are scenario planning to move their IP out of Ireland as a result of these tariffs?
No, I mean, first of all, medicine is a very key issue for European patients, for American patients. Cost of medicines are very high in the United States. Tariffs would even lead to higher prices for medicine in the United States. So I don't see the logic in that. There already has been substantial changes around pharma and so on. And if you look at the Guilty Act of 2017, which the United States brought in, the BEPS process, which we signed up to, I mean, the transfers back to America are far, far greater than, say, 4 or 5 years ago in respect to royalties and IP and so on. Again, I think the sensible thing is to await what package is announced by the US on the 2nd. And what I said earlier about being strategic, obviously in certain areas we enjoy a significant surplus, such as in food like butter or alcohol and so on. But there's a broad range of sectors, and I think we need to be careful not to be dragged down every individual sector, and Europe needs to be unified in response. So therefore I think what's important is we see in the first instance, because no one actually has seen the package that the US may produce on the 2nd. And I think it's wise that Europe is giving itself some time after the 2nd of April to assess the EU package and then to wisely and strategically respond, and obviously endeavouring to protect all European industries insofar as we possibly can. Remember, European Union doesn't want tariffs. The European Union hasn't initiated any tariffs. And the European Union believes, and Ireland does as well, that tariffs are bad for business. They're bad for the consumer, they raise prices. It was very clear from my visit to the US there's a lot of uncertainty in American companies who don't like tariffs either, and a lot of people are very, very worried about the impact on global trade and on the global economy overall. Yeah, we'll be engaging with the EU on it, and as I said, there's a range of issues, obviously, that will emerge and that will surface.
We know are going to increase prices for consumers.
Sorry?
We know that trade tariffs are going to increase prices for consumers, households and businesses at home. Are cost of living packages completely off the table still in terms of the budget?
Yeah, I mean, I think because of the challenging situation from a budget perspective, we have to be careful as well. And I think our focus on the budget will be on sustained provision within the existing estimates. I think there will not be cost of living packages as happened last year. And again, I don't want to preempt what will happen on April the 2nd. I don't want to preempt what our response will be to that either. Suffice to say that Europe will have to respond collectively ultimately. The Commission has exclusive competency on trade, but it has opened up for a public consultation. We've said to companies to make your submissions to that public consultation process. There will also be consultation between ourselves as governments and the Commission, and talking to other governments as well in respect of any tariff scenarios that may play out. Mas féidirlum a rá gur tá clár cuimseach a going inmh ó scór an Corla táim ag feitheamh agus beidh sé samúil an méid a bheith le rá ag Uachtarán Zelenskyy as ach an cainteanna a bhí ag a héin agus Uachtarán Trump sa Stáit Aontaithe agus mar aon lei sin beidh me sé ag caint faoin cause Palestine sa Gaza agus an méid an damáiste agus is dochret inis an méid atá ag tarlúán an méid lení tá ag fáil bháis Dini Vakanta taig fáil bháis stochrete agus tá sé go thuúfásach ar fád agus caihamíd stop a chuir leis caithfidh Israel stop a chuir leis an bhamáin agus gachrad agus an foréigean agus clí leis an foréigean a stoppe. Mar aon lei sin be míad ag caint faoi cuasaí geiligar go háirithe ag éirigh praissanna under Ishlú agus níos mó dhéanamh ó heh an Capital Union mar a deirtar agus a lán nithe eile a bheith fao capall le going agus tariffs agus gacéine faoi sin. Is féidir leis sin a Hortatónia.
Well, we are following carefully what is going on. We have understood that there was a clear violation immediately also on the energy infrastructure, and we hope for the best, we hope for the peace and for the ceasefire, but skeptical given all the news that we have and the aggression of Russia on Ukraine that we have seen and condemned over the last 3 years.
Can you believe Putin?
I'm sorry?
Can you believe Putin? His version is...
Well, from the experience of Ukraine over the past 11 years, it's very difficult to regain trust. What is important is that we use this momentum, which has been created by the new American president, and I really look forward to understand completely the position of President Zelenskyy after these talks, because he's the one that has more information than us. Thank you.
Kako se vama čini europska strategija o tome da se Ukrajina i dalje naoružava? Nije li to u suprotnosti s onim što Putin želi kao jedan od uvjeta za primirje?
Naravno, pa pozicija Rusije je da se Ukrajina ostavi na malom oružju i lakom naoružanju. Dakle, to nije sporno, to on govori već godinama. Dakle, nema
So we continue to listen in as world leaders speak ahead of the EU summit roundtable with a focal point on Ukraine. The gentleman on your screen was speaking in English, but has switched back to native speech. As we are discussing this, I want to share with you the very latest courtesy of the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He shared this recently on X. This as Russia strikes Ukraine after the Putin-Trump talks. We have a quote from Zelenskyy on this Thursday morning. It says, "Russian strikes on Ukraine do not stop despite their propaganda claims. Every day and every night, nearly 100 or more drones are launched along with ongoing missile attacks. With each such launch, the Russians expose to the world their true attitude towards peace. Last night, the Russians launched nearly 200 drones and decoy UAVs. A massive attack on the Corewell region left 10 people wounded, including 4 children, and caused damage to homes, a church, and infrastructure." Zelenskyy goes on to say, "I thank everyone who works on the ground and helps to eliminate the consequences of Russian terror. We thank those who are always on duty at the forefront of saving lives. Everyone whose work is a pillar of strength for all of us, something that allows us to continue fighting and living no matter what." And we do know that the talks with Zelenskyy and President Donald Trump were top of mind for many people. I want to transition to give you a live look at the White House here at 7:05 on the East Coast. It was their first talk together since their Oval Office clash last month. Ukraine's president asking President Trump for more air defense missiles. The president agreed to help find more missiles, particularly in Europe. It's just a few of the topics discussed on the much anticipated call. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman joins us now to explain the very latest of that detailed conversation with President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy.
Today, President Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy had a fantastic phone conversation.
Weeks after the Oval Office blowout watched around the world, President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy once again held talks, this time over the phone.
The two leaders also agreed on a partial ceasefire against energy.
The hour-long call ended with Zelenskyy agreeing to a partial ceasefire on energy infrastructure, an agreement Russian President Vladimir Putin also accepted during his more than 2-hour call with Trump Tuesday.
This agreement reflects us being closer to an end to this.
A broader ceasefire, however, is still up in the air. Putin has said he wants intelligence sharing and all foreign military aid to Ukraine to stop before agreeing to a pause on all fighting, conditions Zelenskyy rejects in favor of an unconditional ceasefire agreement. In a Truth Social post, President Trump described today's call as a way to, quote, align both Russia and Ukraine in terms of their requests and need. The president and the White House made no mention of the pending Ukrainian minerals deal. Instead, officials say Trump suggested to Zelenskyy he should now consider U.S. ownership of the country's power plants.
American ownership of those plants would be the best protection for that infrastructure and support for Ukrainian energy infrastructure.
In his own social media post after the call, President Zelenskyy made no comment on the power plant proposal. Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, Christina, thank you so much. The time now 7:08 here on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour when we come back following some breaking news out in the Middle East. $7:10 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to keep a close eye out in Brussels, Belgium, as the EU Council, they do have a summit today. A main focal point is Ukraine, but they also plan to discuss the Middle East, competitiveness, European defense, migration, multilateralism. I can tell you all the feed did drop out as they went to the roundtable, just letting us know that these are closed-door discussions and the media is not allowed inside. So wanted to share that with you. But you do see on your screen that a topic is the Middle East this morning. I want to transition to give you a live look out southern Israel, looking into Gaza here at 7-11 on the East Coast. And we are following breaking news right now as it relates to the story, learning from the Associated Press this morning that Israeli strikes killed at least 58 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip overnight and into Thursday. This according to 3 hospitals there on the ground. The strikes hit multiple homes in the middle of the night, killing men, women, and children as they slept. Well, hours later, the Israeli military restored a blockade on northern Gaza, including Gaza City, that it maintained for most of the war. It warned residents against using the main highway to enter or leave the north and said only passage to the south would be allowed on the coastal roads. So both of these breaking news headlines just coming in on this Thursday morning. Israeli strikes across Gaza hitting multiple homes, killing at least 58 Palestinians. And then also learning this morning, Israeli Defense Forces, the Israeli military, saying they will no longer allow Palestinians to enter northern Gaza from the south. I want to transition the shot on your screen to give you a live look out in Gaza, outside of one of the hospitals in the area. As we continue to follow the latest, we know Israeli troops have taken to the ground and sky in attacks on Gaza following the collapse of its ceasefire deal with Hamas. It comes as many in the country appear in opposition of Israel's renewed attacks and amid fears over the fate of the remaining hostages. Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yings joins us now from Tel Aviv.
Thousands of protesters gather in Jerusalem to demonstrate against the Israeli government. They're calling for a return to the ceasefire and the protection of the Shin Bet intelligence chief. Prime Minister Netanyahu plans to fire him over disagreements about who is responsible for the failure in intelligence that led to the October 7th attack.
I want the hostages back. I don't want the war to restart. I think our government is not doing what it should in the interests of the people, but it's self-serving.
Less than 50 miles away, the Israeli Air Force continues to pummel the Gaza Strip with airstrikes as the war intensifies. Wednesday afternoon, the Israeli military announced that ground forces have now entered Gaza and are recapturing territory in what is being described as a limited operation. Israel's defense minister Israel Katz says more evacuation orders will soon be issued for Palestinian civilians as the military campaign expands and Israel reclaims part of the strategic Netzarim supply corridor.
If all the Israeli hostages are not released and Hamas is not expelled from Gaza, Israel will act with an intensity that you have not seen.
Palestinian civilians are continuing to bury the dead killed by Israeli bombs, while regional leaders like Jordan's King Abdullah are condemning the return to war.
Israel's attacks and its blockade of aid, water and electricity to Gaza are escalatory measures that risk the lives of a severely vulnerable population. The ceasefire must be restored and the flow of aid must resume immediately.
Israeli officials continue to coordinate with the Trump administration over the war in Gaza, though no diplomatic breakthroughs are expected in the days ahead. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that detailed update. Again, giving you another live look out in Khan Yunis, Gaza, here at 7:14 on the East Coast. And as we get more breaking news alerts into our Live Now from Fox Studio, you'll be the first to know. A quick content update. We are expected to get an Israeli briefing on this Thursday from Israeli government spokesman David Mencer out in Tel Aviv, Israel. That is slated to occur during the 9 o'clock hour at 9:30 this morning Eastern time. When that gets underway, we'll share it with you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more top stories of your Thursday. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we have an update as it relates to the Trump administration, giving you a live look at the White House here at 7:17 on the East Coast. We are learning a showdown continues this morning between the Trump administration and a federal judge over migrant deportation flights. This after the White House ignored a court order to turn around a plane headed to El Salvador. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joined us now with the very latest details from New York.
Dramatic video shows alleged Venezuelan gang members arriving at a prison in El Salvador after the Trump administration deported them by plane. Now, a federal judge is demanding answers after the administration ignored his order to stop or turn the planes around on Saturday. The White House says the flight in question had already left U.S. airspace. At issue is whether the federal government can use the Alien Enemies Act, typically used during wartime, to deport people.
The judge in this case is essentially trying to say that the president doesn't have the executive authority to deport foreign terrorists from our American soil. That is an egregious abuse of the bench.
U.S. District Judge James Boasberg wants a timeline for exactly when the plane left the U.S. and when the deportees were transferred. So far, the Justice Department has been reluctant to cooperate, calling certain details state secrets.
This judge has no right to ask those questions. We are going to deport them, and we're going to continue to deport them.
While the White House says it won't be sending any more of the flights for now, the war of words continues. President Trump has even called for Judge Boasberg to be impeached. The judge has given the Trump administration until Thursday at noon to respond to his questions. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
All right, Connor, thank you so much for that detailed report. And speaking of El Salvador, a live event underway, which takes us out to Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations Human Rights Council, they are discussing U.S.-El Salvador relations, among other topics. Let's listen in.
Continues regarding our work in the country, and we urge that a prompt and full return of all staff to the country take place as soon as possible within a clear legal framework. We remain committed to supporting the promotion and protection of human rights in Venezuela in cooperation with the authorities and all of our partners. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Now, according to our practice, we will proceed with the hearing from the delegations of the countries concerned. I have been informed that the delegation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is not in the room. So therefore, I will now give the floor to the distinguished delegate from the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Sir, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, President. The update presented today by the High Commissioner is an excellent geopolitical piece that fits neatly into the map of interest transactions between Washington and the United Nations human rights bureaucracy. Mr. High Commissioner, I cite, whenever there is a declared war between the USA and any foreign nation or government or any invasion, any native citizens, denizens, or subjects to the hostile nation or government in the USA and not actually naturalized shall be liable to be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. I've just read Section 1 of the so-called Alien Enemies Act, 2 centuries old, which the USA is using to detain and expel Venezuelan migrants without having to guarantee them due process, nor offer them the right to defence or appeal to a higher instance. This so-called Alien Enemies Act does not require any proof that an alien is a threat. Mere suspicion is enough. Previous examples of its application show its inhumanity. In the framework of World War II, Japanese descendants were taken to concentration camps inside the USA, mistreated, humiliated, stripped of their homes, and even separated from their families. The Japanese people must remember this dreadful chapter against their culture and nationality, and now they're doing the same to our citizens. The White House is using Venezuelan migrants to prove that they're firmly fulfilling the electoral promise of mass deportations, flagrantly violating all the human rights of the people concerned. There should be no doubt that this anachronistic law will also be applied to other Latin American migrants in the future. But if the USA is violating international law and human rights, isn't the host country, which has loaned its territory as a concentration camp for economic reasons, also doing that? The President of El Salvador has said, and I quote, the USA will pay a very low rate for them, but a high rate for us. The USA is paying El Salvador money for each Venezuelan received as an alleged criminal without due process and subjected to cruel, degrading treatment, as evidenced by countless videos disclosed by the very same Salvadoran authorities. Mr. High Commissioner, I ask, are you going to remain silent in the face of this reproduction by the governments of the USA and El Salvador of the methods of the slave system of past centuries? Is the migrant trade going to be normalised as a new economic activity in which governments, NGOs and UN agencies, in complicity with the fascist opposition, have strangely participated for several years? Venezuela has been denouncing not just that migration was caused by criminal sanctions, but also that Venezuelan migrants were used as bait in an orgy of millions of dollars in which, I repeat, several United Nations system agencies have participated. Mr. President, yesterday there was a mass march of outraged people in Venezuela. Family members, friends and the general public came out to protest against the USA and El Salvador for this unfortunate measure, which is unjustified and sinister, and against people who today have no name and no face. And there is no file, no trial, no evidence of them committing any crime. Faced with attempts by a US federal judge to stop this outrage, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, went from the unquestionable certainty that they were all terrorists to the possibility that there could be mistakes. 24 hours ago, through an affidavit, Trump administration officials admitted that many of the Venezuelans transferred to El Salvador, please listen carefully, do not have criminal records in the USA. Mr. High Commissioner, your office has a responsibility to condemn this atrocity. The indifference of your office and the human rights system will merely confirm, as has happened with the Palestinian genocide, the ineffectiveness and lack of credibility of the United Nations staff. Following the narrative of this system, are there not reasonable grounds to believe that the US and El Salvador are violating the human rights of Venezuelan citizens? Enough of double standards, manipulations and indifference when the origin of human rights violations comes from Western countries and their subordinates. Mr. High Commissioner, in your decalogue of principles on human rights, you say on page 33 it's time to go beyond voices, and from Venezuela we will say that it is time to go beyond silence. I thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, we will now begin with the general debate under agenda item 4. Let me remind you that requests for a right of reply will be accommodated exclusively at the end of the general debate. I would also like to remind all speakers to comply with the allocated speaking time, which is 2.5 minutes for the members and 1.5 minutes for the observers. As is the practice, the full statements, of course, will be uploaded on the extranet. The list of speakers will close from now in 15 minutes. Now we'll start with the list of members of the Council, and the first on the list is the representative of Jordan to speak on behalf of the Arab Group.
Thank you, Vice President. I have the honour to present this statement on behalf of the Arab Group. The Arab Group reaffirms that maintaining and respecting human dignity is the foundation of respect for human rights, and we express our concerns related to human rights violations and violations of fundamental liberties that are placed against people who have the right to enjoy them. We are concerned by polarization and politicization within this body. We reject all attempts to move the HRC away from its fundamental goal, which is to promote and protect human rights. In this regard, we reaffirm the importance of the HRC, placing particular attention on the importance of objectivity, transparency, and all double standards. We regret the fact that double standards is shown in what is happening in the occupied Palestinian territories, which means that there is no objectivity within the work of the HRC. Issues of human rights throughout the world should be dealt with on an equal basis. We need to support states to promote human rights with their agreement. It is essential that we move away from all unilateral measures based on politicization, which goes against the principles of the Council that we all agreed to at its creation. We call on member states and the OHCHR and mandate holders to deal with human rights issues based on constructive dialogue as well as interaction. It is important that civil, social, political and cultural rights, including the right to development, be taken into account throughout the world and national priorities be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Poland to speak on behalf of a group of countries.
Mr. Vice President, I speak on behalf of 28 European countries. We strongly condemn international crimes and human rights violations stemming from the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. We are deeply alarmed at Russia's treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war. Russia and its leadership must be held accountable. In Russia, we are deeply concerned by the systematic crackdown on civil society, the criminal prosecution of lawyers, the growing number of political prisoners, as well as torture and other degrading treatment. We strongly condemn gross human rights violations in Belarus and call for urgent release of all political prisoners. We urge the Belarusian authorities to stop their involvement in Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. We remain gravely concerned with the situation in Gaza and the further escalating violence in the West Bank. We call for a rapid resumption of the ceasefire agreement, allowing hostage release and permanently ending hostilities, and for full, unimpeded access for humanitarian aid into Gaza. We strongly condemn the terrorist attacks against Israel and the ongoing extremist settler violence. We are concerned about the situation in China, in particular in Tibet and Xinjiang, and the treatment of human rights defenders, lawyers and journalists. China must refrain from transnational repression. We urge China to implement the recommendations of the OHCHR assessment report on Xinjiang. We remain concerned about the shrinking civic space in Hong Kong. Deeply concerned about the armed conflict in Sudan and the atrocities committed, we support the ICC prosecutors' efforts in investigating alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity. We strongly condemn human rights violations and abuses resulting from the conflict in eastern DRC. We welcome establishment of a fact-finding mission to be followed by COI. In Mali and Burkina Faso, we are concerned about serious human rights violations and abuses. A sharp deterioration of fundamental freedoms in West Central Africa, including in Niger, leads to a shrinking civic and political space. We reiterate concerns about the targeting of political parties, democratically elected mayors, human rights defenders and others in Turkey. We call on Turkey to comply with European Court of Human Rights judgments. We urge Nicaragua to adhere to its human rights obligations, to end of the repression against civil society and religious institutions, to release all political prisoners and to cooperate with international organizations and mechanisms. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite the representative of Ghana to speak on behalf of the African group.
Mr. Vice President, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the African group. The African group recalls the inalienable right to self-determination and heroic struggles waged by the people and our countries for political independence, human dignity, and economic emancipation. Our unwavering determination to promote and protect human and people's rights preceded the creation of the relevant multilateral fora, and our countries attach great importance to continue their endeavor to strengthen human rights and fundamental freedom in accordance with the UN Charter. Human rights and fundamental freedom should be respected for all and everywhere without distinction of any kind as to race, color, sex, language, or religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Within the current multifaceted global challenges, the African group reaffirms the importance of upholding multilateralism that fosters dialogue and trust, including in the Human Rights Council. As stipulated in the General Assembly Resolution 60/251, the promotion and protection of human rights should be based on the principles of cooperation and genuine dialogue and aimed at strengthening the capacity of member states to comply with their human rights obligations. Regrettably, politicization in the Council is growing and negatively affecting our common goals. The Council is sometimes used as a vehicle for political objectives. Hence, the African group strongly believes that the Council needs to function in a cooperative, non-confrontational, non-politicized, and objective manner that gives us adequate attention to priorities and initiatives from the African countries. We recall upon all states to promote greater international solidarity and cooperation and focus on supporting states to fulfill their obligations through technical assistance and capacity building and to avoid selectivity and double standards. The principles of universality, objectivity, and impartiality must be upheld, and the respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states must be observed, together with that of the primary responsibility of states in promoting and protecting human rights. I thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the distinguished representative of Venezuela to speak on behalf of a group of countries.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Venezuela has the honour to speak on behalf of the group of friends in defence of the UN Charter, which is committed to the promotion and protection of all human rights in keeping with the principles of impartiality, objectivity, transparency, non-selectivity, non-politicisation and non-confrontation, keeping in mind absolute respect of sovereignty and all obligations within the UN Charter. The group of friends categorically rejects the double standards in human rights and expresses grave concern at the ongoing growing proliferation of mechanisms and procedures, as well as reports which are politically motivated and pretend to carry out impartial assessments of the human rights situations in certain countries. We emphasize that it is immoral and contradictory that certain governments present themselves as paragons and promoters of human rights, when at the same time their policies are deliberate and systematic through the illegal application of unilateral coercive measures, and therefore on a daily basis carry out mass human rights violations of thousands of millions of people throughout the world, including crimes against humanity. Finally, the states members of the group of friends reiterate their conviction that there is no other option beyond dialogue, cooperation, commitment and national involvement in all processes that truly seek to strengthen human rights nationally and internationally. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of Uganda to speak on behalf of NAM.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the non-aligned movement. The NAM reaffirms that human rights issues must be addressed within the global context through a constructive, non-confrontational, non-politicized, non-selective, and a dialogue-based approach in a fair and equal manner. We reiterate that in addressing human rights situations, this Council needs to do so with objectivity, respect for national sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-interference in the internal affairs of state, with impartiality, taking into account the political, historical, social, religious, and cultural peculiarities of different countries. In this regard, we re-echo the movement's dismay and unequivocal condemnation of gross and systematic violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms and situations that constitute serious obstacles to their full enjoyment. Vice President, the movement emphasizes that the UPR affords a platform for constructive dialogue and platform for the Council to review the human rights situation, enhancing cooperation and a non-confrontation approach. In this regard, the movement expresses its deep concern over the proliferation of the practice of selective adoption of country-specific resolutions in this Council, which is a tool that exploits human rights for political purposes and breaches the principles of universality, objectivity, and non-selectivity in addressing human rights issues, which undermine cooperation as an essential principle to effectively promote and protect human rights for all. We encourage the Council, therefore, in the discussion of human rights to give adequate attention to the issues of poverty, underdevelopment, marginalization, climate change, digital divide, instability, as well as foreign occupation and illegal settlements that are on the rise. In conclusion, the movement calls upon all member states of this Council to promote international cooperation and constructive dialogue and prevent the occurrence of practices of double standards, selectivity, and political manipulation. I thank you.
I thank you. Now I invite the representative of Pakistan to speak on behalf of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The OIC Group reaffirms its support to the mandate of the Council in promoting universal respect for all human rights. We underscore that in the pursuit of fulfilling its mandate, the Council must keep in its view the interdependence, indivisibility, and interrelatedness of all human rights. Selectivity in approaches undercuts and contradicts these cherished principles. A hierarchy of human rights ultimately suits neither any state nor any individual. A balanced and impartial approach to all human rights must be adopted. On the other hand, the mushrooming of country-specific mandates without the consent of the country concerned and politically driven or selective initiatives have only proven to be unhelpful. Even a cursory look at the country-specific mandates and their undue focus on the developing countries is telling. We request the Council to eschew division and live up to the principles and objectives enshrined in the IB package. Importantly, at a time when the OHCHR is facing an acute liquidity crisis with consensually adopted mandated activities being postponed, we would underline the need for judicious utilization of the office's resources. In order to enhance constructive engagement, cooperation, and genuine dialogue, the Council's actions should be seen to be impartial and non-selective. Mr. Vice President, we remain deeply distressed by the continued violations of all human rights of the besieged Palestinian people. We also reject the prejudiced approach taken by some in this context to equate the oppressed and the oppressor, and the occupier and the occupied. We underline the need for implementation of ICJ's decisions, provision of humanitarian support, ending the occupation of Palestine, and realization of the state of Palestine on pre-1967 borders. We strongly condemn the violations of the ceasefire by Israeli forces earlier this week, which has resulted in unspeakable tragedies and fatalities of hundreds, many of them women and children. Mr. Vice President, we urge the Council's attention towards systematic and persistent human rights violations in situations of foreign occupation, which remain on the agenda of the United Nations, but have become blind spots for many members and observers of this Council. I thank you, sir.
I thank you. Now I invite the distinguished representative of China to speak.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in Geneva, Switzerland. The United Nations Human Rights Council holding a debate on this Thursday. Several topics being discussed include Middle East conflict, Ukraine and Russia, always U.S.-El Salvador relations. On the right side of your screen, other stories we are following. That top right box, a live look out in Gaza, as we are learning overnight into this Thursday, at least 58 Palestinians were killed from Israeli airstrikes. And then that bottom box, a live look out in London, as we are awaiting the UK Foreign Minister to hold a press briefing on the Gaza war. 7:41 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, checking in with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses for some breaking news as it relates to the Trump administration. 7:43 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are following some breaking news headlines, giving you a live look at the White House. As President Donald Trump is following through on his promise, he's expected to sign an executive order today to shut down the U.S. Department of Education. So how will this affect New York City schools? Right now, we want to check in with Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, joining us live on the Upper East Side to break it all down. Robert, good morning.
Gina, good morning to you. The president is expected to sign this executive order this afternoon during an event at the White House. It could have a massive effect not only on schools here in New York City, but also all across the country. It's important to remember that actually closing the Federal Department of Education takes an act of Congress, which created it in 1979. But short of that, the president does have the power to dictate what the department does or doesn't do. He has already slashed the department's workforce in half. New York City gets roughly $2 billion each year from the department to fund important programs in its schools. So while we haven't seen the text of the order just yet, losing some or all of that money would be devastating. What could be on the chopping block? Well, New York City could lose money for so-called Title I schools, which educate predominantly low-income students, meaning the achievement gap between rich and poor could widen. The city could also lose funding to help students with disabilities. Education Secretary Linda McMahon has said, though, she's not in favor of cutting spending on Title I programs or on those that help disabled students. Meal programs could also be at risk, and that is significant since many students rely on schools to provide them with the bulk of the food they eat each day. The president has spoken about closing the DOE for months now. He has said that the department wastes taxpayer money and is made up of, quote, radicals, zealots, and Marxists. He issued this directive to McMahon, his education secretary.
I told Linda, I hope you do a great job and put yourself out of a job. And what I want to do is let the states run schools.
Who's going to be the victim? Americans' kids, America's school children.
College students could also be affected, especially those who receive Pell Grants and student loans, so the repercussions could be wide-ranging. It's expected that today's executive order will spawn a series of legal battles, and we've already seen that in the early days of the Trump administration. Gina, back to you.
All right, Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, thank you so much for sharing the latest information. Have a great rest of your day. And we do want to take you back out to Washington, D.C., as we are following this developing news. As Robert just mentioned, President Donald Trump to sign an executive order today aimed at shutting down the Department of Education. We'll be keeping a close eye on this story right here on Live Now from Fox. 7:47 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your day when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're keeping a close eye on the EU summit out in Brussels, Belgium. If you're just now tuning in, this is the latest from the EU Council on X, where they lay out their agenda items on this Thursday. They plan to discuss Ukraine, Middle East, competitiveness, European defense, migration, the next MFF, and multilateralism. A lot discussed. We showed off the top of our newscast how many of the EU leaders spoke to the media before heading inside, and then the feed went out, letting us know that we were not allowed to get remarks during the roundtable closed-door comments. However, moments ago, we got a feed from the European Parliament President, Roberta Metsola. She gave a press conference after the Leaders' Summit to discuss Ukraine and EU defense. I want to play that for you now.
Well, let's not think that it's been at us for a long time. Within hours, I referred it to the committee responsible, and we are waiting for the rapporteur to be appointed, I would say today, tomorrow, or early next week. So we can go fast, and we will go fast. And I'm saying this because that is a message that the member states heard and that the Commission heard. Last mandate, you will recall that similar attempts were made in order, under the guise of urgency, to exclude the European Parliament. I think the lesson there was also learned, if I will remind you, for example, of the disbursements of funds to countries like Egypt, where the first tranche was in a situation where the Parliament was not involved. The second tranche, the European Parliament was involved, and in fact we voted on it today. So I look at this with a sense of realism, understanding urgency, but also saying that we'll stand our ground.
Thank you. Henry?
Thank you so much. Henry Foy, Financial Times. Thank you for the floor. A follow-up to my colleague's question. One thing the Commission hasn't proposed is joint debt for defence. You now have the EPP, Renew and Green groups all calling for it. Would you like to see the Parliament as a whole putting pressure on the Commission to include this, and how do you intend to go about that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. You mentioned the political groups. I would also say you see countries that have for decades resisted that move towards procurement and common debt, now I would say completely turning around their position, either because of national debates or a realization that if they don't do that, we will be stuck in a situation where we are squeezed, either because of our over-dependence on other continents or because we cannot unlock capital fast enough to allow our industries to grow and ultimately be competitive. Did we have to wait until this current geopolitical situation to say that? No. However, the situation is where it is, and I think we need to step up. So there is an agreement very broadly inside the European Parliament. We will test it also within EDIP with the rapporteurs, because there is, I would say, a clear majority there on procurement within the Parliament to step up defence investment. Of course, there are different views among member states on how we're going to achieve this. You will also hear different viewpoints coming from different prime ministers and heads of state saying, look, what we think is defence expenditure differs to what you think is defence expenditure, but that is, I think, something that will include or lead to more flexibility. All of this to say that we need to explore the different possibilities. Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary decisions. No idea should be off the table. We are ready to contribute fully in our role as the budgetary authority in order to find new ways of financing our needs coupled with economic growth. If you will, we need to find ways to move on new resources and new own resources.
Thank you, President. I think I had first Maria.
Thank you. Maria Vassiliou, Greek newspaper Tanea, on two different subjects. You had a meeting yesterday with the Cypriot president and also with the Secretary General of the UN. how could you, from your side, help towards further progress on the dialogue that has started between the two sides in Cyprus? And a second question concerning the arrest of the mayor of Istanbul. Are you planning, as president, or is the the European Parliament planning to take any initiatives concerning this issue? Thank you.
So, thank you very much. First of all, on Cyprus and my discussions yesterday with Secretary General Guterres and President Christodoulides, which discussions were very welcomed today in all the meetings I was in with, I would say, hope and optimism after the lack of it for the last, I would say, years since 2017 and Crans-Montana. What we saw now is more than ever a commitment that Europe will never be complete as long as Cyprus remains divided, that any outcomes, progress, confirmed also by Secretary General Guterres, that could take place within the UN framework will find full support by the European Parliament. Also the nomination of a personal envoy to, first of all, iron out the broad strokes, but look at the big picture. So I'm confident, I'm optimistic. I wish the best of efforts to Nikos Christodoulides and his government, and also to the Turkish counterparts, as supported by the UN. For me, I would say that after years of me not being able to say this, that today I can, is something very welcome, and it's also one that I said in my comments to the Prime Ministers and heads of government. On the Mayor of Istanbul, of course we're looking at this very closely. We stand by the position of the European Union as expressed by the High Representative and the Commissioner Kos. I would expect that there will be, yes, initiatives and debates. We'll need to see in the next couple of days, as the agenda set will be taken up in the Strasbourg plenary. We will know this next week.
Thank you. We had Max from Politico.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to go back to the use of Article 122 for Next Gen now with defense. You already clearly stated that that the Parliament's not happy with the use of this article to circumvent Parliament. I wanted to ask you if you had any reassurances from the Commission President, from Council, that this won't happen again, or that they will include you further, especially in the context of the framework agreement which is being renegotiated. I understand it went back to the President's level after being negotiated between MEPs and Šefčovič. So I wanted to ask whether the Commission President has reassured you that they will include you further in the future. On Huawei scandal, I wanted to check whether you have any messages to all these MEPs that are sending letters around already asking for action, for further reforms, to even sideline potentially involved MEPs. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, reassurances. Negotiations on the framework agreement are going well. We look forward to ironing out, I would say, the last couple of points at my and President von der Leyen's level. A lot of work was done by my colleagues and also Commissioner Šefčovič, which I'm extremely grateful for, because I can tell you that this is unprecedented and nobody thought we would manage. So I'd like to keep that as the sort of broad picture, because that is where I think what will, in a sense, dominate the very constructive spirit with which we will work during this mandate. On Article 122, I will rely on the words in the treaty, in Article 122, which says, 1, it is exceptional, 2, there is a specific reference to energy, and 3, solidarity between member states. And those 3 criteria need to be met, and it is one that we take extremely seriously. And if I can also look at what happened last mandate, is that when the Parliament made it clear that it would not accept any more of this, it didn't happen. On your second question, Max. This is, I will give you, as you can imagine, a general answer with regards to the fact that I cannot comment on ongoing, if any, investigations. However, I joined politics to fight corruption, and when we were faced with a particularly difficult set of allegations in last mandate, we embarked on an unprecedented set of reforms which were very difficult to push through, to have majorities over, in order to completely change the accountability and integrity standards that were needed to be held by members of the European Parliament and the administration. We pushed those through, and I will very gladly say that because of that push through, we now have alarm bells and firewalls in place, which means that if certain issues come to light, then the process can take place smoothly. Where are we at? We cooperate, as always, with the authorities. That's our job and our obligation. And I can reassure you that that is exactly what we've done. That is exactly what we will do, without speculation as to who or what or which names might still or not come to light. It is within that framework that I will take my job as an organization and as an institution and as president extremely seriously within the confines of the law and my prerogatives.
Thank you. We will take a last question. Marek?
Thank you. Marek Majewski, German press agency, DPA. It's a follow-up on the alleged corruption scandal in the parliament. You already mentioned what you've done after Qatargate. Do you think you have done enough, or shall we get used to have a corruption scandal once a year or regularly? And if you think that you haven't done enough, what are the next steps you're aiming for to get better regulation in place? Thank you.
There is a difference between rules in place and implementation. So rules are in place and implementation is being done, I can tell you, as swiftly as possible. You will see without a doubt from the news as to some allegations that have been circulating since last week, a couple of requests that were made to the Parliament. Parliament complied immediately and will defend its prerogatives and defend itself as an institution, and that I need to make very clear. And that is also thanks to one of the reforms that we put, which sought to have better exchange of information between the Parliament and the seats where it is located. That is not a given, and that was not always the case, but now I am reassured that it is. What can we do in the future? The first thing I said in 2022 was that one can never exclude that wrongdoings will be committed. I would say this comfortably with absolutely any organization that is made up of humans. What I can also tell you, however, is how you react to when those wrongdoings are alleged and those wrongdoings are proven and convictions ensue. We cooperate fully with all authorities and all agencies on this.
Thank you very much for attending this press conference, and we will end up here. Thank you.
So that wraps the press conference out in Brussels, Belgium. The European Parliament president speaking to the media following that European summit roundtable on Ukraine and EU defense. On the right side of your screen now, we are following the very latest, anticipating an event out in London this morning where the UK foreign minister will discuss the Gaza war. And then that top right box is some breaking news we are following. I want to bring this full for you on this Thursday morning. Following breaking news from the Associated Press, they say the Israeli military says projectiles launched from the Gaza Strip set off air raid sirens in central Israel. Israeli strikes killed at least 85 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip. And we know that that has been updated. When we first came on the air this morning, it was 58, now increasing to at least 85 Palestinians that have been killed from those overnight airstrikes. I want to transition again give you a live look out in Gaza on this Thursday morning as we are getting more information from the Associated Press. Israeli strikes killing at least 85 Palestinians across the Gaza Strip overnight into this Thursday. This coming from local health officials in the area. Hours later, Hamas fired 3 rockets at Israel without causing casualties in the first such attack since Israel ended their ceasefire with a surprise bombardment of Gaza on Tuesday. The Israeli military, meanwhile, restored a blockade on northern Gaza, including Gaza City, that it had maintained for most of the war. It warned residents against using the main highway to enter or leave the north and said only passage to the south would be allowed on the coastal road. It also announced an additional ground operation in northern Gaza near the already largely destroyed town there, where strikes have killed dozens over the past 24 hours. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians returned to what remains of their homes in the north after the ceasefire took hold back in January. Israel resuming heavy strikes across Gaza Tuesday, shattering the truce that had facilitated the release of more than 24 hostages. Israel blamed the renewed fighting on Hamas because the militant group rejected a new proposal that departed from their signed agreement. So a lot to discuss. If you're wondering what the Trump administration has to say, we do know the Trump administration did take credit for helping to broker the ceasefire and has voiced their full support for Israel. More than 400 Palestinians were killed on Tuesday alone, mostly women and children, according to Gaza's health ministry. On this Thursday morning, again, the death toll when we first came on the air was at least 58 Palestinians killed overnight into this Thursday. That death toll now increasing to at least 85. This is a fluid story, so make sure to stay tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest developments. I do want to share with you before we go to break the latest from Israeli police. I'm going to drop this lower so we can see it here. They say on X, quote, rocket alert sirens have been activated in the Tel Aviv and Central districts. Police are conducting searches for potential impact sites to ensure public safety. They go on to say residents should remain in safe zones, avoid impact areas, and report any findings to the 100 hotline. We are expected to get more from Israeli officials during the 9 o'clock hour as the daily Israeli government briefing is expected to start at 9:30 Eastern time. Again, make sure you are staying tuned to Live Now from Fox. 8:06 here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the 8 o'clock hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine as we further discuss the conflict in the Middle East, but also the conflict with Ukraine and Russia. I want to share with you the very latest out in the UK. This is coming from the British Foreign Minister, David Lammy. He says on X this Thursday morning, quote, "We welcome the progress President Trump has made towards a ceasefire in Ukraine and good to discuss this with Marco Rubio as well as efforts to restore calm in the Middle East." He goes on to say Putin must commit to a full and immediate ceasefire without conditions, as Ukraine has done. And right now we are getting word that Lammy, again, he's the British Foreign Minister, he is speaking to UK Parliament right now inside the chambers. We do have a camera inside. Let's listen in.
A number of Hamas figures were reportedly killed, but it's been reported that over 400 Palestinians were killed in missile strikes and artillery barrages. The majority of them were women and children. This appears to have been the deadliest single day for Palestinians since the war began. This is an appalling loss of life, and we mourn the loss of every civilian. Yesterday morning, a UN compound in Gaza was hit. I can confirm to the House that a British national was amongst the wounded. Our priority is supporting them and their family at this time. Gaza has been the most dangerous place in the world to be an aid worker. And I share the outrage of the UN Secretary General Guterres at this incident. The government calls for a transparent investigation and for those responsible to be held to account. The UK is now working closely with partners such as France and Germany to send a clear message. We strongly oppose Israel's resumption of hostilities. We urgently want to see a return to a ceasefire. More bloodshed is in no one's interests. Hamas must release all the hostages and negotiations must resume. Madam Deputy Speaker, diplomacy is the only way to achieve security for both Israelis and Palestinians. The House will know that the ceasefire in Gaza had lasted for almost 2 months, the result of dogged efforts by Egypt, Qatar and the United States. The deal reached in January saw the nightmare of captivity for 30 hostages and the bodies of 8 further victims of Hamas returned to their loved ones. And we all remember the joy of seeing Emily Damari reunited with her mother and family and the desperately needed aid that had begun to flow back into Gaza. Food, medicines, fuel, tents. Children in Gaza had respite from relentless fear. The severely injured could cross the border again for treatment. Palestinians had begun to return to their homes and consider how to rebuild their lives. In the first days of the ceasefire, the UK moved swiftly to invest in the peace. We released £17 million in additional emergency humanitarian funding for the promised surge in aid. We were bringing our total support this year for Palestinians across the region to £129 million. We accelerated work on the pathway to reconstruction, supporting our Arab partners. Very welcome recent initiative. And we worked at every level to support negotiations for a permanent ceasefire and the return of every single hostage, and a backed extension to phase 1 of the current deal. But negotiations have been gridlocked for several weeks. Hamas has been resisting calls for release of further hostages in return for a longer truce. Israeli forces did not begin to withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor as agreed. And on the 2nd of March, the Israeli government announced it was blocking all further aid deliveries until Hamas agreed to its terms. For weeks now, supplies of basic goods and electricity have been blocked, leaving over 500,000 civilians once again cut off from clean drinking water, and sparking a 200% surge in the price of some basic foodstuffs, a boon to those criminals who use violence to control supplies. As I told the House on Monday, this is appalling and unacceptable. Ultimately, of course, these are matters for the courts, not governments, to determine. But it's difficult to see how denying humanitarian assistance to a civilian population can be compatible with international humanitarian law. Though it's important to say I could have been a little clearer in the House on Monday, our position remains that Israel's actions in Gaza are a clear risk of breaching international humanitarian law. The consequences of the ceasefire's breakdown, Madam Deputy Speaker, are catastrophic. For the family and friends of the remaining 59 hostages, including Avinatan Or, the agony goes on. Hamas's kidnapping of these people, their treatment of them in captivity, the cruel theatre of their release, depriving them of food and basic rights, these are acts of despicable cruelty. Hamas must release them all now. And Palestinian civilians who have already endured so much now must fear a rerun and a return to days of death, deprivation and destruction. Civilians have once again been issued with evacuation orders by Israel. Only 4% of the United Nations flash appeal is funded, not even enough to get through to the end of this month. Health centres have had to close, even as the devastated Gazan health service has to treat another surge of those wounded in strikes. Madam Deputy Speaker, Hamas can have no role in Gaza's future, but a collapsed ceasefire will not bring the hostages home to their families. An endless conflict will not bring long-term security to Israel, and a deepening war will only set back the cause of regional normalisation and risk further instability. Shortly after the Houthis resume their unacceptable threats to shipping in the Red Sea. Madam Deputy Speaker, since the renewed outbreak of hostilities, I have spoken to Secretary Rubio, to EU High Representative Kallas, the UN Emergency Coordinator Tom Fletcher, and I will shortly speak to my Israeli counterpart Gideon Saar and the Palestinian Prime Minister Mustafa. We and our partners need to persuade the parties that this conflict cannot be resolved by military means. We want Israel and Hamas to re-engage with negotiations. We continue to condemn Hamas, of course, for their actions on October the 7th, for their refusal to release the hostages and their ongoing threat to Israel, but we are also resolute in calling on Israel to abide by international law and to lift the unacceptable restrictions on aid and demand the protection of civilians. Many months ago, only weeks into office, I concluded that there was a clear risk of Israel breaching international humanitarian law in Gaza. It was this risk that I first set out in the House back in September, which meant that the government suspended relevant export licenses for items for use by the IDF in military operations in Gaza. The actions of last week only reinforce that conclusion. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the days and weeks ahead, we will redouble our efforts to restore a ceasefire, but we will also continue to work with our partners on the security, governance and reconstruction arrangements. Those issues are not going away. There remains no military solution to this conflict. A two-state solution remains the only path to a just and lasting peace. At this dispatch box in January, I called the ceasefire deal a glimmer of light in the darkness. It feels like the darkness has returned. Former British hostage Emily Damari said the resumption of fighting left her heartbroken, crushed and disappointed. I'm sure she speaks for the whole House, but we must preserve hope for the sake of the remaining hostages and their loved ones, for the people of Gaza, for the future of two peoples that have suffered so much for so long. We will keep striving for a return to the path to peace. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for the advance side of his statement. We all mourn the loss of innocent lives in this appalling conflict. The death of the UN aid worker and the injury to a British national is tragic, and our sympathies and thoughts are with their families. Can the Foreign Secretary provide an update on the direct engagement he has had with key interlocutors in the region to ascertain the facts around what happened, and has he been updated by the government of Israel on their investigation? The onward transition at the end of phase 1 of the ceasefire agreement was always going to be challenging. This is a difficult and a really fragile moment for the Middle East. But several basic truths remain unchanged, including the urgency to return to their loved ones, the 59 hostages captured by Hamas terrorists during the atrocities of October the 7th. This is vital for achieving a sustainable end to this horrendous conflict. The incredibly brave families of those held hostage remain firmly in our thoughts, and we should be very clear, the onus is squarely on Hamas. Hamas could agree to release these hostages now and avert any escalation. This is the moment for the UK government to show leadership with the international community to exert maximum pressure on Hamas to release these hostages. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should all fully understand who we are dealing with here. A brutal Iranian-backed terrorist organisation that seeks the destruction of the world's only Jewish state, which uses its own defenceless people as human shields, and which has ruthlessly eradicated fundamental freedoms in Gaza. Anyone who has read the shocking report from Lord Roberts and commissioned by the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Israel on October the 7th would have seen the harrowing details of the real-life consequences of Hamas, complete with a total disdain of their human dignity and the utter disregard for human life, visceral anti-Semitism and murderous intentions. The organised brutality, murder, rape and torture indiscriminately targeting babies, children, women and the elderly. As the Prime Minister himself once said, Hamas bears responsibility. Is that still the Prime Minister's and the government's position? Madam Deputy Speaker, it is abundantly clear that Iranian-backed Hamas can have no role in the future of Gaza, and we have raised this many times in this House. So what exactly is the British government doing at this moment in time to bear down on Hamas, work with partners to put an end to this brutal regime? What assessment has he made of the capabilities of Hamas and the ongoing threat the terrorists pose to peace and stability in the region? Does the government support the US proposal for securing the release of hostages? What is his vision of the next steps? Does he believe the phase 2 of the ceasefire remains within reach, or is he considering alternative solutions? There is too much at stake for Britain to be a bystander. We must be a proactive player with involvement. The Foreign Secretary mentioned his talks with France and Germany, but what discussions is he having with Egypt and other regional partners? We need Israel to continue seeing the UK as a trusted partner. The strength of Britain's relationship with Israel also matters for our wider influence in the Middle East. If we undermine our relationship and influence with Israel, we also lose influence across the Middle East. Careless comments do not help, including the Foreign Secretary's remarks to this House on Monday, for which has been rebuked by the Prime Minister, so will he apologise to the House and to Israel? The Foreign Secretary's focus should be on securing the release of...
All right, we'll continue to listen in to this conversation, but I do want to transition to some breaking news. Bringing one of the boxes full on your screen right now. You're getting a live look out in Jerusalem, Israel. I will say viewer discretion is advised because it is kind of hard to watch. Right now, again, protesters have gathered outside Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's home in Tel Aviv, Israel. Reuters reporting that a coalition of hostage families and protesters against the Israeli Prime Minister have moved against the judiciary and parts of the security establishment. They have decided to come together again after war returned to Gaza this week. The Prime Minister's decision to resume the war and bombard the Palestinian enclave. At this time, we're learning several people in the Gaza area, Palestinians in the Gaza area, died from Israeli overnight airstrikes. When we first came on the air, the death toll was 58. That has since increased to now 85. So a lot going on, and since that, family members are upset. They are saying that because the conflict has now ensued and that the ceasefire is broken, it now means that their loved ones will remain in Hamas captivity. tense times, to say the least. You see the gentleman on your screen going back and forth with Israeli officials and law enforcement there on the ground. When we first saw this feed, when it was on your screen, you know, the entire road was blocked off with protesters. And then they started bringing in the guard, which you see there, those big police vehicles to kind of push the protesters to the side of the road. And we've even seen people getting water hosed. People and barricades there. You can see barricades knocked over completely now, being worked to get put back into position. I will bring up the audio to see if we can hear anything on this feed before we go to a break. So stand by and let's listen in. So again, that's why we said viewer discretion advised. Didn't think the guy would put the middle finger up in the middle of the shot, but as he did, he got water hosed by Israeli officials and then moved back off to the side. You can't really hear the chants because of the machinery and the vehicles that are out there. They're so big, that's all you can really hear with the natural sound in the distance. But a very tense situation, to say the least. People out there with signs and flags as they chant, protesting outside of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's home there in Tel Aviv, Israel. Maybe we will hear some comments from the Israeli government, because we are looking ahead to 9:30 this morning Eastern time, when the Israeli government holds their briefing, giving an update on the conflict there in the Middle East and also on the hostage situation. But we have yet to receive a briefing of what that press conference will entail. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this shot, though. Again, if you're just now tuning in on this Thursday, when we first came to this feed, the protesters that are now on the side of the road, they completely blocked off the middle of the road. They knocked over barricades. They were shouting. They were chanting there at Israeli police. You see police there in position in the middle of the street. The protesters getting in close proximity, so close that as they were shouting, they were literally spitting on the police officials. From there, water hoses were used to kind of disperse the protesters from outside of the Israeli Prime Minister's home. And then they got to the side of the road. Police vehicles were brought in to disperse the protesters as well. Well, now you can see the protesters, they are coming back to the center of the street, not letting any water and not letting the police vehicles deter them from what they feel is necessary. They say since the war has continued, they say since their family members are still in Hamas captivity, they will do whatever it takes to bring them home. We are getting a quick tweet in from Israeli Defense Forces on X. I want to share that with you. It says, quote, "Sirens sounding in central Israel after projectile fire from terrorists in Gaza." So you can see this is a very fluid situation. I want to get back to this shot. For many people, it might remind you of what you've seen here with protests, how people get in close contact with police officials and hold their hands up to basically say, I am here, I'm close to you, but I'm not a threat. That's what's happening right here in real time out in Tel Aviv, Israel. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this shot. We do have to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, staying on top of this breaking news of the day. 8:29 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Gina Francine. Let's go ahead and get right back to this breaking news. It takes us out to Tel Aviv, Israel on this Thursday morning. This protest started out in Jerusalem and then it segued over to Tel Aviv, Israel, which is a few miles away outside of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's home. The crowd started in the street. If you're just now tuning in, I'm going to give you a detailed breakdown. The crowd started in the street. They were kind of causing some commotion for law enforcement. So water hoses were used to disperse the protesters. Also, police vehicles were brought in to kind of drive through the crowd to make them disperse. From that moment, the barricades were knocked over, shouting and chanting, some finger signs, some explicit words that I won't share on the air. And then the water hoses stopped. From there, people getting back into the middle of the road with their flags, with their chants, some of them holding their hands up, pretty much chest to chest with the law enforcement, saying they are not a threat. I'll bring up the audio again to see if we can hear anything on this feed. The last time I did, we can only hear the vehicles, but it might have changed since we went to break. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, viewer discretion is advised. I'm glad we potted up the audio because it adds further to what's going on. You hear sirens and blowhorns, even a drum there in the distance. So people have brought instruments out to this protest. We'll continue to keep a close eye on this. Again, tense moments. You see, it looks like law enforcement, they are dragging a protester out of the lineup there. So again, viewer discretion is advised. I don't know if fighting might break out or what, but we are keeping a close eye on this feed. Again, this comes on the heels after the ceasefire has been broken out in Gaza overnight. At least 85 Palestinian people were killed from Israeli airstrikes. And then these people on your screen, they are Israelis. They are upset with the Israeli government because they say that they have not done enough to bring the hostages in Hamas captivity home. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this feed right here on Live Now from Fox. As we do so, let's head back inside to UK Parliament as they are discussing what we are seeing in real time out in Israel.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and let me just make clear on the charity worker who was injured that, of course, our ambassador and the Foreign Office are in touch with his family, and as she would expect, we have made representations to the Israeli government, and I will be speaking to the Israeli Foreign Minister in the coming hours. She talks about Hamas, and I have said at this dispatch box that the scenes of those young men in balaclavas with Kalashnikovs parading hostages are obscene, and I condemn them. I said in January that we would continue to stand with the hostage families, and we will. There are still dozens of families waiting, hoping, praying that their loved ones can return. But I tell her too that she will have seen overnight that there are many of those families saying this is not the way to bring them home.
Okay, so we are keeping a close eye on the House of Commons. We do know that there's been a debate and engaging conversation discussing the conflict in Gaza and then keeping those boxes top of mind. A protest against the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has started in Jerusalem, then moved to Tel Aviv, and then that top right box, a live look out in Gaza. The death toll continues to rise from overnight airstrikes. At this time, though, more than 85 Palestinians killed in overnight airstrikes from Israel. As we discuss all of this breaking news, more breaking news coming into our live now from Fox Newsroom. It takes us out to Troy, Michigan. This just in from the Troy Police Department. They say, quote, "We can confirm there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital. This appears to be an isolated incident. However, the suspect is not in custody. Please avoid the area." They finalized their quote on X by saying media staging area will be at the Troy Training Center. As we follow the very latest on this story, this breaking news event, we do have content partners out in Detroit, Fox 2. Let's check in with them now and see if they are on this breaking news alert.
Police coming from Sterling Heights, so they're coming from Macomb County, all over Oakland County, just to respond to the situation. It really is all hands on deck. And as I mentioned when I talked to that employee earlier that was out here, you know, she tells me that she never imagined that she would be dealing with an active shooter situation anywhere, let alone at the hospital where she works at. So certainly this is just alarming to so many people this morning. And police, they are just trying to track down the suspects so that everything can get back to normal and get this all under control.
Robin, thank you so much. We'll let you go gather some more information as it becomes available. And once again, that breaking news, a person has been shot at Corewell Health Beaumont in Troy. The suspect still on the loose. Avoid the area if possible.
And a press conference coming here live in just a little bit. We'll be right back.
All right, so our content partners over at Fox 2 Detroit, they are going to a quick commercial break. Thanks to my producer for getting the latest in developing situations, as you can see, but we are updating it in real time. The latest from the Troy Police Department on this Thursday morning, they say, "We can confirm there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital. This appears to be an isolated incident. However, the suspect is not in custody. Please avoid the area." Looking at Fox 2 Detroit's page, we have a breakdown. They say the latest briefing is law enforcement responded to a shooting scene at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital in Oakland County on this Thursday. Police saying that the suspect was at large, but said the shooting appeared to be isolated. We do see they are back from a commercial break. Let's check in with them now.
Health Beaumont, the Troy location, as you can see over my shoulder here, just a number of officers out here now dealing with this active shooter situation that happened just a couple of hours ago out here. We have been able to confirm that there has been one person that was shot that is currently being treated, and that this is an isolated incident. But unfortunately, investigators out here, police out here, they're still trying to track down the suspect, and that is exactly why they are telling people to avoid this area at this time. Now, Beaumont, Corewell Health Beaumont, they did send out an email to all of its employees earlier this morning, kind of warning them about the situation and telling them to take as many safety precautions as possible. They're telling them to follow their run, hide, and fight guidelines in this situation. They're also telling people that if you are not at the facility right now, to stay away. There is no reason to be here because obviously police are working to track down the suspect involved in the shooting at the hospital earlier this morning. Now, we are hearing that there is going to be a press conference in just a little bit, and hopefully at that press conference we'll be able to get some more details as to exactly what happened this morning, who they are looking for, what this is all about. Again, right now it does appear that this is an isolated incident that police are dealing with, and again, the search for the suspect continuing at this hour. We are live here in Troy. I'm Robin Murder. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Robin, we just got new information from a spokesperson with Corewell Health, so I'm going to read this to you right now. It says, quote, "We are working with local law enforcement out of an abundance of caution. The hospital is still on lockdown. One victim is in the emergency department for medical treatment. Patients with services scheduled should not come to the hospital at this time. Patients may call the department where they were scheduled for service directly," and no other information is available at this time. No. So no treatment going on right now at the hospital in terms of scheduled services.
We are also hearing that some of the schools in this area are also on lockdown. So as you mentioned, the hospital is on lockdown as a result of this. Some of the schools nearby, we were told, are also in lockdown while police deal with this situation. It really is all hands on deck. I'm going to step out of the way so we can kind of give you a live look at the scene here and all of those flashing lights down there, all of the emergency crews that have responded to this to try and gain control of the situation and to try and track down the suspect. Again, dozens and dozens of officers out here from multiple departments all over Metro Detroit trying to get a handle on this situation. As you said, we've got one person who has been shot, who is currently getting medical treatment right now, and the search for whoever shot that person underway. Back to you guys.
And Robin, obviously, as you police look for a suspect, they would be searching the hospital and the surrounding area. And it sounds like, as of right now, there's not a good handle on where that suspect is.
Yeah, this is a large, campus. There's, lots of areas. There's parking decks. There's the hospital itself. Many wings of the hospital. So investigators certainly have a lot of ground to cover when trying to clear every area of the hospital in terms of their search for the suspect. So, obviously we're hoping that this is going to be a quick process, that they're going to be able to find this person very, very quickly. But they have got a lot of area to cover. They have got a lot of places to search, so this certainly could take some time out here.
All right. This is Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital. That's where we find Robin this morning. We're going to, and I know you're checking on what you can find here.
Yeah,
up to
we
the
just
minute.
did get some new information that they are evacuating from floor to floor people out of the hospital. So, Robin, are you seeing anyone on foot coming out of the hospital area, or is it just really the police cars right now?
Yeah, all I can see is the police cars out here. We did get to the scene. We did talk to one of the employees out here. She actually was coming to work when she saw all of the emergency crews and was told to stay away, to go back to her car. So that is the only employee that we have been able to talk to this morning. That employee obviously shaken up, very nervous for her coworkers who she knows are inside of that building right now. She told me that, this is something that she never would have expected, for her to be in the middle of an active shooter situation anywhere, let alone at a hospital. A lot of people feeling that right now.
Yeah. All right, this is the M59 into Quinder area. We, Robin, are going to thank you right now, and we'll get back to you in just a little while. We're going to take a quick break and resume our live coverage when Fox News Morning continues.
Thanks, Robin.
When you're hurt in an auto accident, don't let the insurance company.
All right, our content partners at Fox 2 Detroit going to a quick break. Again, this just into our live now from Fox studios. On your screen, the latest from the Troy Police Department out in Troy, Michigan. They say, we can confirm there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital. This appears to be an isolated incident. However, the suspect is not in custody. Please avoid the area. From that breakdown with Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch, she is live there at the scene. They are in Troy, Michigan. She does say right now they are working on evacuating the hospital. She goes on to say, obviously, if surgeries are underway, medical professionals, they are working to still get those done. But if you are arriving to the hospital for just an annual checkup or anything along those lines, those have been suspended as of right now. So you might want to check in so you don't travel to that area. But honestly, you shouldn't be traveling to that area because police are asking you to avoid the area. We've also heard that at this time, at least one person has been shot. They are inside of the hospital getting medical treatment. The suspect not in custody. We don't know if he's actually on the property right now. We don't know if he's at large. The suspect, he or she, excuse me. So we are keeping a close eye on this. Also important to know from Robin's breakdown that she shared with Fox 2 Detroit that we are expected to hear from Troy officials in the coming minutes or even hours. Obviously, they are working diligently to survey the area, get the suspect in custody, and figure out what happened and why this even happened in the first place. So we are keeping a close eye on that. Checking in again with Fox 2 Detroit. Troy police confirming on social media that this shooting did happen. Local police from Oakland and Macomb counties responding to reports of an active shooter there at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital in Troy this Thursday. Troy police confirming there has been a shooting. They say it appears to be an isolated incident before adding that the suspect was still at large. Sterling Heights police previously told Fox 2 they were assisting in the response. So we'll continue to keep a close eye. We do have to take a quick 2-minute commercial break as Fox 2 Detroit, they are still in commercial break as well. More live coverage of this breaking news when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We're keeping a watchful eye out in Troy, Michigan. New camera footage coming in, a live look outside of that hospital. Again, learning from Troy police just moments ago. They do confirm on social media there has been a shooting at the hospital, adding it appears to be an isolated incident, but the suspect is not in custody. Our content partners over at Fox 2 Detroit, we see they are back from a commercial break. Let's check back in.
Welcome back. We continue to follow breaking news from Troy as police have confirmed there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital.
County Executive David Coulter was here to talk a little bit of about his state of the county address last night. But I think when it comes down to this, what we really need to talk about is what is going on here with this active shooter. What have you been made aware of so far?
So, we've activated our emergency operations center. That's the county's role in this because, as you can see, there's a lot of agencies that get involved, and so we help coordinate that and manage that, communicate that. I've also been in contact with the president of Corewell Health, so to offer our assistance. But you have accurately described it so far. We think there's one shooter. He or she is not in custody yet. There's a manhunt now, pretty extensive, to find that individual, and that's where we're at.
I think it's safe to say, Dave, that Oakland County is fairly prepared for things like this, and certainly knows how to deal with situations like it.
We try to be, and we work really good together in terms of our agencies. They work a lot, and our sheriff does a wonderful job in integrating the local police, the county, the sheriff, and all of that. And so, you never want this situation, but I experienced it back in my first year in office at Oxford High School, and I saw firsthand the way the integration and the first responders just do an amazing job, and I'm sure they are in Troy as well.
And then again with the Rochester splash pad. I mean, when you guys have situations like this going on, I know This is a very stressful time for you right now with this. What do you do to prepare for this after you've had 2 situations already?
Yeah, well, you know, I know we're not talking about the state of the county last night, but one of the things I talked about from my perspective is that we need more mental health investment. We need to get better mental health services to our residents, and we've invested a lot of money in that. That's only one piece of it, obviously. There's guns, there's all sorts of societal issues, but on the other hand, our law enforcement is constantly preparing for these sort of things, and they are prepared, and they were on this immediately, everybody coordinating, so I can't applaud them enough. But from my perspective, we've got to do a better job as a society of getting guns out of the hands of people that shouldn't have them, and making sure that people get the mental health resources that they need.
Just quickly before we wrap up here and think about and get back to this breaking story, thinking about things we are going to take a break here. No. Okay, that said, thinking about back to last night and just some of the comments that you made and things that you talked about, when you run into a situation like this, do you feel like there is more that you need? You talked about certainly some of the positives in Oakland County last night. Yeah. What more could you use for a situation like this?
You know, one of the themes of the speech was these are really polarizing times. It feels like we're yelling at each other all the time. We're not listening to each other. And one of the things I tried to stress was it would go a lot further if we would just respect each other a little bit more, if we would work together a little bit more like our law enforcement does. But if we did that as communities and as individuals, right, look out for each other. And if you see something, say something. So I don't know who this shooter is, and I don't want to speculate, but if you think someone's going through a mental health crisis or something, to speak up, to look out for each other. It sounds cliche maybe, but I think if we did a lot more of that, we'd have a lot less incidents like this.
I know we are still right in the middle of this, and the shooter is still on the loose. But for all of the people in the hospital who got that text message, you know, run, hide, and fight, when you have to use those words to alert people, what do you do to help them after this situation to diffuse everything and what kind of support will be made available for them?
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that, because after any incident like this, we will have trained counselors and mental health professionals available for anyone who needs to talk to somebody, who needs to get through that experience, because this is a traumatizing experience, not just for the specific individuals involved, but anybody in that hospital, in the community, and for all of us. So we will make those numbers available for folks as they can reach out.
All right, we want to get back to our breaking coverage, so we are going to take a break here. But Dave, thank you so much, and I know we'll have the opportunity to talk to you again just about some of the positive things going on. But this is certainly on the minds of many people in the Troy area and really in Southeast Michigan.
Of course. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for being here with us.
Appreciate it. Thanks,
we'll be right back.
FanDuel Casino is the only place where you can play Huff and More Puff. So get ready.
All right, so we continue to follow this breaking news as they go to break. I wanted to transition just to give you a live look outside of this hospital, Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital there in Troy, Michigan. On this Thursday, we continue to follow the latest developments. On the left side of your screen is kind of some bullet points just to break down the timeline of events if you're just now tuning in, so you can stay up to date. Thanks to my producer for providing it. We know one person has been shot at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital there in Troy, Michigan. Police saying the suspect is still at large at this hour. They do think it is an isolated incident, and we are awaiting an update from Troy officials. They are expected to have a press conference in the coming minutes or even hours. They did not give a specific time for that. 8:52, as they are in break, let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. More live breaking news coverage when we return. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A fluid and breaking news situation. It continues out in Troy, Michigan, giving you a live look as we continue to follow the very latest there at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital. We are seeing that our content partners over at Fox 2 Detroit, they are back from commercial break. Let's check in with them now.
Welcome back. We continue to follow breaking news out of Troy.
Police have confirmed there has been a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital. Fox 2's Josh Landon now on the scene in the media staging area with the latest. Josh.
Police and Fire Training Center. This is on John Narr and Long Lake Road, about 3.5 miles away from the hospital where Robin Murdoch is right now. As we all know, it's a very massive hospital, hundreds of patients, hundreds of employees. We're trying to find out a lot of information in terms of if this is an isolated incident, whether or not the shooter is in custody, if there are any victims, all of the above. A very emotional time, but we're trying to find out more information. They just gave us the signal momentarily to go inside and hear more about this press conference to find out more information about what's going on. We're about to head inside and we'll check back in with you shortly.
All right, Josh, thank you for that update. We know we're waiting on this press conference to begin here shortly.
Absolutely. But right now, we do have a statement from Corewell Health. Quote, "We are working with local law enforcement. Out of an abundance of caution, the hospital is on lockdown. One victim is in the emergency department for medical treatment. Patients with services scheduled should not come to the hospital at this time. Patients may call the department where they were scheduled for service directly. No other information available at this time, but we do know one person has been shot. They're receiving care. The shooter's still on the loose, and they are expanding that search area, Jay."
The police presence is just massive right now, and as it should be, as the suspect is not in custody. There have been eyewitnesses saying that they are searching floor to floor, that they're really, and Robin mentioned earlier, kind of expanding the search area as well until they find the suspect.
Right, and the best thing we can tell you to do right now, we know so many of you are concerned, tweeting and calling the newsroom, and you want to know if your family members are okay. Avoid that area if you can. Police did say they think this is an isolated incident. We will continue to follow this. You can see right now some live pictures of the officers there with their long guns drawn, searching the area, as they will continue to do so until they hunt this person down.
This is that M59 in DeQuinder area right now, if you're just not familiar. I mean, most people, I think, know where Corewell Beaumont Hospital in Troy is, but if you're not sure where exactly that is, it's M59 in DeQuinder, and we'll continue to keep following this breaking news throughout the morning. We're going to take a break and be right back.
All right, as our partners at Fox 2 Detroit go ahead and take another quick commercial break, I do want to bring up a podium that we do have set up over in Troy, Michigan, as we continue to follow this breaking news of an active shooter in the area of a hospital. We continue to rely on our partners there at Fox 2 for all of the latest, and it does seem that they are back from commercial break. Let's head over to some more of their live coverage.
Something suspicious, you might want to give 911 a call right away.
Yeah, people that watch Fox 2 and that have jumped on social media to get messages to us that are anywhere in the hospital or near the hospital just kind of talked about the fear right now of not having the answers and not quite sure what's happening, but know that in some places they're being evacuated. They're searching floor to floor of the hospital. So we know to sit tight here, and police are there and a big presence at that.
And we have a large presence there too. We have a full team, live coverage following all of the angles of the story. So we will bring you that information as soon as it comes into the newsroom. But we're going to take a break and be back with the 9.
All right, it's stepping away for another brief commercial break. But again, we do want to rely heavily on our partners down there at Fox 2 in Detroit, as they do have a camera live on the scene. They have reporters on the ground continuing to bring us all of this latest information. And I did want to just circle back to this live look we have from inside of a room at the moment, as we are waiting for an official update from police over on the scene in Troy, Michigan. And then we do have this live look just outside of the hospital here, where that shooting took took place earlier today. So again, according to our partners at Fox 2, we do know that local police are responding to a shooting scene at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital in Troy. Troy police confirmed on social media that there had been a shooting at the hospital, adding it appears to be an, quote, isolated incident, but the suspect is still not in custody. And I can bring up that social media post that the Troy Police Department put up earlier today on X, where, again, it just reiterates that it does appear to be an isolated incident, suspect not in custody. Of course, people are asked to avoid the area at this time. As we do wait for that official press conference to get started from police, let's take you back out to that scene just outside of the hospital. You can see that reporters, though, are working to get more information, working for another live hit with our team at Fox 2. We'll bring it to you as soon as they're back in their program. But also a live look inside of that room. We see the podium set up. Now, this is what we know so far, is that local police from Oakland and Macomb counties responded to reports of an active shooter at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital in Troy this morning. Troy police confirmed there had been a shooting at the hospital. They said it appeared to be an isolated incident before adding the suspect was still at large. Sterling Heights police previously told Fox 2 that they were assisting in the response. Now, federal law enforcement was also assisting with agents from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms from Detroit helping out as well. A Corewell spokesperson confirmed one victim was in the emergency department for medical treatment. They said the hospital was on lockdown. Now, there's still some things that we don't know at this time. Of course, police have not confirmed how many victims there were. We don't know any information about the suspect either. It's unclear where the shooting took place at the hospital, whether it was inside the building or at a parking structure. Let's head back to our partners at Fox 2 Detroit for their continuing coverage.
Troy police have confirmed there is an active shooter situation on the campus of Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital. This is an isolated incident as told by Troy police. Suspect not in custody as of right now. Let's go straight out there live to the scene right now. Robin Murdoch is live with the latest. Good morning to you, Robin.
Good morning, Ryan. Yeah, we are just a little bit away from the hospital. Obviously, DeQuinder is blocked off right now, and you can see just dozens and dozens of officers out here. Their patrol cars lining DeQuinder as they deal with the situation at hand. We do know that one person was shot. We do have one victim that is currently undergoing medical treatment for their injuries. And from what we understand, police, they are currently searching for that suspect. They do believe that suspect is on foot. They are searching for him now, or for them. Now, we are awaiting a press conference. Troy police, they are expected to hold a press conference shortly in which we should get some more information on exactly what is going on, what has been going on all morning. A very hectic situation out here, a very worrisome situation out here. Now, we did talk to a woman who works at the hospital. She arrived here to go to work as usual, as she does any day. This time, though, on this day, she was told to move, get away from the hospital, to not go to work because of the active shooter situation. She tells me that she is extremely concerned about her coworkers because she knows many of them are inside right now. She tells me that she never imagined that she would be dealing with an active shooter situation, period, let alone for it to happen at her workplace at this hospital here in Troy. Again, a very active scene out here. Investigators have now been out here for several hours trying to deal with the situation. Corewell Health Beaumont, they did release a statement saying that they are working with investigators on this, with law enforcement on this, and they are telling anybody who has scheduled appointments today, scheduled services today, to not come to the hospital. You want to avoid the hospital right now, to call instead. And that is the main theme out here right now. Again, police, they are working very, very hard. We've got a number of police agencies out here from Oakland County, from Macomb County, all over Metro Metro Detroit really responding to this area to try and get the suspect into custody. They certainly have a lot of ground to cover. It's a very large hospital, lots of halls, lots of rooms, lots of places. So investigators, they are strategically going onto the floors. They are, trying to get the people that they can out while they continue to search for the suspect and hopefully resolve the situation as quickly as possible. We are live here in Troy. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it right back to you guys.
Hey, Robin, do we know where the shooting happened? Inside the hospital, outside the hospital?
We're still waiting for clarification on that, Ryan. Obviously, we have been hearing a lot of things through phone calls into our station, through messages on social media, things like that. A lot of people have said that perhaps this happened in a parking deck. Again, we are waiting for confirmation. Troy police are expected to hold a press conference momentarily, and at that time they should disclose how this all began, where it began, and how many people have been hurt at this point. Again, we are just hearing that one victim has been shot as a result of this isolated incident. Back to you, Ryan.
All right, Robin, we're going to get back to you as soon as possible. And there is, as you mentioned, a press conference that will be happening soon. I do want to go now to the phone because we have a gentleman who was in the hospital at the time, Brian Pageant, on the first floor, cardiac rehab at the time. Brian, are you with us?
I am.
Just describe for us the morning as it happened and what you saw.
Yeah, it was just a normal morning in cardiac rehab, and all of a sudden one of the nurses came over and was like, hey, everyone has to stop working out. I guess we didn't hear an overhead alert about the active shooter, and she said there's an active shooter in the hospital, so kind of frantically all went to the back room, locked the door, hid under a desk. We weren't getting much information, but we could see out the window that there was a lot of cop cars heading to the back of the hospital because cardiac rehab has all the windows looking out on the back parking lot. And as we were kind of hiding under the desk, I saw someone with a gun, and I noticed that they had a police vest, and then there was a couple other police officers. Heard a lot of rumbling, so I was like, I think that's the cops. Let's tell them that we're hiding. And they came in, got us out of there, directed us to another area, and eventually took us outside. It seemed very hectic. People were coming from all different directions from the hospital. There seemed to be a large police presence at the parking structure and just a line of cop cars in the back of the parking lot. And they ended up now walking us across South Boulevard to another Beaumont building.
A lot of emotions involved, and unfortunately a sign of the times. You've likely been trained for a scenario like this. Does the training actually kick in the heat of the moment when you hear there is an active shooter where you are?
Actually, no. I mean, I didn't even know what to do. I mean, I immediately texted my wife to let her know what was going on. I texted my parents, and we didn't really know. I mean, I don't know if it was the smartest idea to even open the door, but there was probably like 5 or 6 cops. If the door didn't have a window, I don't think we would have opened it because the police didn't announce their presence or anything or say if they were part of the Oakland County Sheriff or whatever, but we felt good because we could see out, and there was, a lot of cops kind of searching the cardiac rehab floor.
Brian, about how long ago did all this happen? Like, when did that start? It's 9 o'clock right now. So how long were you in there? And then how long have you been out of that room and out of the hospital?
It was, cardiac rehab started at 6:30. Cardiac rehab was just about done when we went in hiding. So I would say about 7:15. But in the cardiac rehab, we didn't hear any overhead alert that I think the rest of the hospital did. So I don't know if it was a few minutes before that, but it was certainly a little bit after 7 a.m.
And we are going to go to a press conference as soon as they get to the podium. That will happen just minutes from now. And again, we want to let you know that we will take you there live at the Troy Police Headquarters as soon as that begins. Brian, where are you right now? Are you home? Are you being held somewhere? Where are you right now?
We are across the street from Beaumont, and I think one of their professional office buildings. They directed everyone from the back of the hospital to walk past South Boulevard into that building, and we're not really getting much information about when we can go back to our coats or cars or keys or anything like that.
I'm sure that's the easiest part, though, just knowing that you'll be able to get to your coat and your car a little later. Can you talk to me just about the emotional side of this for you, the feeling that you had when you were actually able to be walked outside, you get that fresh air for the first time, you look up and you know that at least for the moment you're going to be okay?
Yeah, it felt great to know that it was the police that came and searched the area. I don't know what the opposite would have been if it was the shooter. So it was very relieving to know that the cops were going to be able to get us out, and I felt immediately safer. And the workers at Beaumont were amazing, and people were bringing out blankets and medical robes and everything to kind of help people. And even across the street now, the workers are giving people coffee and making sure people are safe and, you know, kind of helping them with their emotions.
Brian, when you exited the hospital, was it frantic? Was it relatively calm? What was the scene like when you were leaving out? Was it orderly?
It was not orderly. People were kind of all around. There was some cops running or walking fast towards the parking structure. There was a lot of cops still coming onto the scene. We were kind of figuring out, should we be standing along the building? And then one of the nurses was like, hey, let's go to the back of the parking lot behind the vehicles. I kind of was behind one of the cop cars and able to listen to the police scanner a little bit because we didn't know any information at all.
Corewell Health Beaumont Troy, that's a big campus. Did you notice when you guys were leaving where you were that other sides or other areas of the building had a similar evacuation?
We were actually just talking about that because I assumed that the other areas went to other professional buildings, but it seemed like everyone in the back of the hospital towards the parking structure and where the cardiac rehab entrance is, they walked us all the way down towards South Boulevard. But it certainly was not everyone from the hospital because it was probably only like 100 people.
Well, Brian, we are absolutely glad that you are safe and the others that around you were safe and that you are out there, and hopefully this situation comes to a resolution very soon. We want to thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right, Brian Pageant, who was on the first floor in the cardiac rehab at the time of the announcement of the active shooter, exited the hospital. And it is and was, as he said, a little bit of a chaotic scene exiting the hospital. I did speak with somebody this morning as well who is in a surgery. Surgeries are happening in this hospital at the same time of this active shooter. He said that surgery is happening as normal, but it is extremely quiet in there, and they are doing what they can do for the patient, and they'll be done and move on. But it is a much different setting than usual inside that hospital.
You would presume the ones that they've started, they of course have to continue.
Absolutely.
But they also made the call for anyone else who may have a surgery scheduled to stay home to get that rescheduled, and they asked everyone to avoid.
We're listening here to our partners over at Fox 2 in Detroit, but we are seeing that Troy police are giving an update on the hospital shooting. Let's watch.
I'm going to give you the latest and most up-to-date information that we have in regard to the shooting that occurred at Corewell Troy this morning. At 7:08 this morning, our dispatch center received a call from the Corewell Troy security of a shooting that had just occurred in the parking garage. Security was able to give us information that it appears a handgun was fired 5 times at the victim. The victim was hit 2 times in the arm, and his vehicle was also struck. This appears to be a targeted incident between 2 employees of the hospital. The hospital was placed into a lockdown, as well as local schools and daycares were notified to put into a soft lockdown. Currently, multiple agencies, many agencies, are searching and clearing the hospital and the surrounding areas, although it is not believed that the suspect is still inside the hospital. The search is included with canines, drones, and helicopters throughout the area. The victim is a 25-year-old male from Troy who is alive and in stable condition. The suspect is not yet in custody, but not believed to be at the hospital. We will not be releasing any victim or suspect information at this time due to the ongoing investigation. And hopefully later this morning we'll be able to provide a further update with some additional information. I'll take a couple of questions if anyone has one. Yes?
Do you have a better idea who you're looking for? Can you just talk about the response of this and what how you have to clear a hospital, a lot of rooms, it's a big building, a lot of people inside?
Correct. Yeah. This is obviously something that takes all these agencies to respond, and we're very thankful that all these agencies dropped everything they had going on and responded immediately to assist us in searching the hospital. We have multiple coordinated search teams calling out and clearing floor by floor at a time, every room at a time. It's a very large operation. Obviously, this is a massive hospital that we have here in our city. Again, it takes everyone that did respond. We have agencies from all over the surrounding area, to include some federal agencies that also responded.
Although you're not sharing the suspect description, do you have a clear idea of who you're looking for? And as far as lockdowns in schools, daycare centers, et cetera, where does all that stand to?
Yes, so the hospital is still in lockdown, but we're coming to a close here on being able to be confident that the hospital is clear. As well as at that point, I think we will be releasing soft lockdowns on the local schools and daycare, but we will notify them when that does take place. We want to make sure that that is the best information we have before we release those lockdowns at both the hospital and the local schools and daycare. As far as the suspect, the victim was able to identify the suspect, so that's how we're able to narrow that down.
Did you say both the victim? Go ahead.
Was this like an ambush? Did he surprise him in the parking lot? Did they fight in the parking lot and then shots rang out? What led up to it?
Not exactly sure what led up to that. That's still being investigated and looked into, and I hope to be able to provide that information to you a little bit later.
I know you said you weren't providing a lot of suspect and victim information. Who was the 25-year-old man that you...
The 25-year-old male from Troy is the victim in this incident.
And he is going to be okay?
He is in stable condition.
The shooter is a male as well, did you say?
Pardon me?
The suspect is a male as well, did you say?
The suspect is also a male. I'm not going to release any further information than that, but the suspect is not in custody, like I mentioned.
A lot going around on social media about the fact that both of these individuals were in scrubs. Can you confirm that?
I don't have that information.
Do you know in what capacity they were employees? Were they doctors, nurses, custodial staff, security?
I also don't have that information. I'm not sure what exactly their employment capacity was at the hospital.
What about for how long have they been employed at the hospital?
That I don't know either. I'm sorry.
Was the handgun left at the scene, or did they take it with?
That I'm not also sure on either at this point.
How can you assure those that are in the hospital? I mean, there's thousands of employees. This is a frightening thing. I know you had said that.
Yeah, so we can assure those in the hospital because we have, like I said, multiple agencies inside that hospital. Still continuing to search the hospital, and at this point in our investigation, we're pretty confident the suspect is no longer inside that hospital.
What makes you so confident, if you can answer that?
I'm not going to share that information at this point.
Can you share the emotional feeling at this particular moment? We're talking about a massive hospital, hundreds of patients, hundreds of employees. What's the emotional state there now, as best to your knowledge? Sure.
This is very emotional, I'm sure, for all those employees that were at the hospital and immediately involved in this, who received the lockdown notice immediately. Like I said, I just want to send a message to them that we're there, we're on scene, we're doing our best to keep you safe, and I'm confident that they are safe inside that hospital.
I know you said that you're confident they're not in the hospital anymore. Do you believe the suspect is still in Troy, and what should residents do?
Residents in the immediate area should just kind of avoid the area and obviously keep their eyes peeled for anything suspicious they may see. Obviously call our dispatch center if you observe an individual that you're not familiar with or, could possibly fit I don't have a such description at this point, but something out of the ordinary in that immediate area, absolutely. And still encourage the public to avoid the hospital and the immediate area. I know all the major intersections within, a mile to 2 miles of that hospital are lockdown right now.
If you don't have a suspect description, how do you know who you're looking for?
Well, we know who we're looking for. That's why. But I don't want to share that information with the public until I have further information on it. So.
Did the conflict, is it something that happened at work that led to this, or is it something outside of work being brought in? Like, did they know each other prior?
Sure. It seems that they did know each other. I'm not sure how extensively, at work or outside of work, but that's something that we are looking into here. So, all right. I think that's all the information we have to share at this point. So, like I said, I don't have an exact time of when further information will be shared later in the day, but I would keep an eye on our Twitter, and I'll share that information on there when it's available.
Also, sir, we've done many stories about folks posting on social media when they see something, when they hear something. They tend to post it themselves. How important is it for folks to call you guys right now?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I would say call us before you intervene yourself. And for those who are posting information that they think they know something on social media, I would probably stay away from that because you're potentially providing bad information to the public, and we don't want to send people into any kind of panic. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Can you tell us, are there video cameras in that garage?
All right, getting their brief update from Lieutenant Ben Hancock of the Troy Police Department regarding that shooting that happened at a hospital early this morning. The suspect still at large. However, limited information provided by police. It is still a developing story. Let's head back to our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit. They're checking in with reporters on the ground.
Questions that were answered in that press conference that just wrapped up moments ago. Investigators during that press conference, they told us that the victim and the suspect in this situation, they're both employees at the hospital, and they apparently knew each other. So this is a targeted situation. That is why they have been saying from the beginning that this is isolated. I'm going to step out of the way so we can show you some of the activity behind us right now. As you can see, still a number of police cars. Now, during that press conference, the investigators talked about how there was a handgun that was fired, and that it was fired off 5 times at the victim. The victim, though, was only shot twice. He was hit twice in the arm and is currently receiving care for those injuries. We are told that he's a 25-year-old male from Troy, and he's currently in stable condition. Now, police are not saying much about the suspect at this point. They will say that they have been searching the hospital. They've been clearing the floors methodically, letting some of the employees out, and they say that they do not believe that the suspect is inside of that building anymore. They do believe the suspect has left the building, and that is one of the reasons why they will be lifting the lockdown shortly. And they were very appreciative, investigators during that press conference, just so appreciative of the many investigators that were out here this morning, that responded, that they dropped everything just to get out here to try and deal with this situation and try and track down the suspect. A suspect, again, that police are still currently searching for. So we are going to stay out here. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the situation. Again, we do have some new details from investigators during that press conference in which they said the 25-year-old man from Troy, he is in stable condition after being shot twice in the arm, and that the suspect, they are currently searching for him. The two of them apparently knew each other. They both worked at the hospital, and that is why they are describing this as an isolated incident. They are still telling people to avoid this area if you can. Now, obviously, a lot of emergency crews down here. Police need some room to be able to do what they need to try and get the suspect into custody. Again, we'll stay out here. We'll continue to monitor the situation, give you new details as we do get them. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, Robin, just a procedural question. The police say they know exactly who they're shooting for, but don't want to share it with the public just yet. Is that a strategic effort there by the police? Is that why they do something like that?
Sometimes police do this because they want to have a little bit of a head start on somebody, right, Ryan? So often oftentimes they will not identify them so that perhaps they can track down family, friends, things like that that may be associated with this person. Maybe they may go to places where they may often frequent. So that is one of the reasons why sometimes police kind of hold back some of that information just so that they can have a leg up on exactly what is happening. And that likely is why police are not identifying exactly who this suspect is at this time, only saying that the victim in this case was able to identify exactly who shot him 2 times. Back to you, Ryan.
Robin, you've been on a lot of emergency situations. You've seen a lot of setups like that with police cars. When you stepped out of the way, that looked like a very robust police presence. Does it feel that way to you? And is that potentially because it's taking place at a hospital?
Yeah, you know, this is definitely one of the larger police scenes that I have been out to recently. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of police cars. I will step out of the way so you can take a good look at them. I mean, there are dozens and dozens of officers that have been out here throughout the morning. They've been out here since just after 7 o'clock this morning. We're talking about officers from Troy, from all over Oakland County, from Shelby Township, from Macomb County, from Sterling Heights. I mean, during that press conference, they mentioned how it really was all hands on deck. The second that officers said they needed help, everybody from the surrounding areas really dropped everything they were doing to get out here and to try to get this situation under control. Obviously, a lot of people work at this hospital, a lot of people receiving care at this hospital, so it just heightens the elevation of everything that investigators are dealing with.
Robin, there's a lot of parents watching this in the Troy School District right now. Those kids are in school. I think it's worth mentioning as well that the lieutenant there did say he believes that we're going to release the soft lockdown at the schools because he does not believe at all that the schools are in any sort of danger. Is that the case?
You know, that's got to be so reassuring to parents out there, and it does kind of go along with what is happening here at the hospital. One of the big takeaways from that press conference was the fact that they do believe that they will likely be lifting the lockdown here at the hospital because they have been meticulously clearing all of the floors, sweeping all of the floors, and they do believe that the suspect is no longer on the premises, and that is why they're going to be lifting that lockdown. Back to you.
Certainly a relief for parents in that area, and we've also spoken with folks who are now starting to be evacuated and able to go home to their families as well. Robin, I know you'll stay out there. We also have team coverage, several other members of our Fox 2 family on the way to the scene as well, so we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Robin, thank you. And we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
So as you saw there, our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit taking a quick commercial break as we continue this coverage. We do still have a live look inside of the room where we just got an update from Troy police. Not a lot of information at this time, of course, because it is still an ongoing investigation. We're also going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We continue with more of this breaking news coverage when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at Live Now from Fox. My name is Corewell Health, and we are continuing to follow breaking news out of Detroit, Michigan, a shooting at a hospital there. And we continue to have a live picture at the scene. But first, let's head over to our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit as they have continuing coverage.
Area with the very latest. Josh, what have you learned?
Hey, Mario, good morning to you. As we can all imagine, a very emotional morning for the city of Detroit, all of Metro Detroit. We're learning it was all hands on deck. It's currently all hands on deck. Multiple police agencies across the metropolitan area. We're talking K-9, helicopter, drone, all hands on deck in terms of this active shooter situation going back to the hospital earlier this morning around 7:08. Right now, we are currently at the Troy Police and Fire Training Center on John R. and Long Lake, a little more than 3 miles away from the actual hospital scene where all this unfolded. Again, it all happened around 7:08 this morning. Lieutenant Hancock with the Troy Police Department informing us shortly a few moments ago. The press conference lasted for about 6 or 7 minutes. He's telling us this was between two people, the suspect and the victim. The victim shot twice in the arm, in stable condition. The suspect himself, he is still at large. Although police aren't giving a description on who they are looking for, they are telling us that suspect was identified by the victim. Let's listen to Lieutenant Hancock for a moment, just as he describes exactly what happened with that shooting. Take a listen.
Security was able to give us information that it appears a handgun was fired 5 times at the victim. The victim was hit 2 times in the arm, and his vehicle was also struck. This appears to be a targeted incident between 2 employees of the hospital. So it is not believed that the suspect is still inside the hospital. The search is included with canines, drones, and helicopters throughout the area.
And again, as we all have been following this morning, the shooting happening in a parking structure at Corewell Beaumont Hospital in Troy, about 3 miles from where we're standing right now here at the Troy Police and Fire Training Center. One victim shot twice in the arm, in stable condition. Police are looking for that suspect who remains at large. Also, something important to mention, I asked the lieutenant shortly before the press conference wrapped up, in terms of social media, we're all seeing different videos and captures, and this is a time where people are emotional and they tend to post on social media. This is a time, if you come across any information, call your local police department right away. When you do that, it can add extra layers of the investigation, which can get in the way of the real investigation. So if you come across any information, contact Troy Police Department or your local police agencies, because it's all hands on deck. The suspect remains at large. It's not believed he's in the hospital, but nevertheless, police have a good idea of who they are looking for. So if you have any information, call police directly. Back over to you guys.
Josh, that's an interesting element there, because earlier in the morning there were nurses and patients who were tweeting saying, we have this information, we were barricaded inside of this room, we're on this floor, some even sending out messages to loved ones. And that is how police did get a little information about what was happening early. But now that police seem to have a handle on that situation, they are now saying they prefer that the social media stop so that no misinformation is spread.
And Mario, that's also a very good point. In a time like this, in these days and times, it becomes a very fluid situation. So yes, in that moment, you reach out directly to your loved one. But nevertheless, in this moment now, police are saying contact them right away, because this investigation is active. They have identified who they're looking for, although they don't want to share with us who they're looking for, because it may get in the way of them capturing that person. But yes, in the instance, in the initial moment, you do what you can to get to your loved one, to find out exactly what's going on. It's fluid. It's emotional. The victim, stable condition, hit twice in the arm. The suspect remains at large. A very emotional time here in the city of Detroit, Troy. That hospital, very massive, hundreds of employees, hundreds of patients, 2 employees where this is involved. It's a lot to unfold, but nevertheless, if you come across any information, call police right away directly.
Josh, now it turns to finding the suspect who's still at large, and Lieutenant Ben Hancock said during his press conference that he wasn't going to give out too much information about the suspect. But you were at police headquarters. Are you picking up on any increased activity? Is there anything that you're finding out being there on the scene?
In terms of here at the Police and Fire Training Center, Derek, no, it's very it's steady. Let's not say calm. We're not going to say calm, but it is steady. It is firm. It's active. You can tell police work is being conducted as we speak. That press conference, again, lasted for about 6 or 7 minutes. And yes, Lieutenant Hancock, he was very firm on not releasing any suspect information, no description, no name, none of the above, really. Just they have a good idea of who they're looking for. And he did specify, he specified this much at least, that the victim identified the suspect. He didn't go into any video cameras, any security footage, nothing of that magnitude, but the victim did identify who was the person who shot him, a 25-year-old victim.
Hey, Josh, 7 a.m. is a pretty regular time for a shift change at a hospital. Do we know if the two employees were ending a shift or just beginning a shift?
Ryan, that part we don't know if they were beginning their work shift or if they were ending their work shift. I also asked Lieutenant Hancock how long have these two employees been employed at the hospital. He wouldn't specify. Nothing more than 2 employees at the hospital, and this appears to be a targeted situation to where the victim and the suspect has something occur clearly where the suspect shot the victim, but no indication on if they were on their way to work or leaving work.
Josh Landon, live for us at the police staging area at the Troy Police Headquarters. Thank you so much, Josh. Sit tight. We'll get right back to you. In the meantime, let's go back out to Robin Murdoch now, who is live just outside of Troy Beaumont and just kind of setting the stage for us right now. What are you seeing right now, Robin?
Well, Ryan, I can tell you it does appear that there are fewer police vehicles out front of the hospital. A few of them have left out here, so it does seem smaller than was out here when I first got to the scene. The other big thing that we noticed just a couple of minutes ago was there was actually a school bus out here. It does appear that that school bus is taking some of the hospital employees off of the campus here. So we just saw that a couple minutes ago. Obviously, very hectic situation out here throughout the morning. Began right around 7 o'clock this morning, just after 7 o'clock this morning, where we now know that there was a shooting in the parking deck here at the Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital in Troy. We know that it was a result of an altercation between 2 employees, an isolated incident. We know that the victim in the situation, 25-year-old man from Troy, he does remain in the hospital in stable condition after being shot twice in the arm. And from what we understand, police, they are still trying to track down the suspect. Now, earlier they did tell us that they believe that they would be lifting the lockdown at the hospital shortly because they do not believe that the suspect is on property anymore, that he's on the premises. They do believe that that suspect has left. One of the reasons they believe that, they didn't go into a lot of detail, but one of the reasons they say that is because they have been carefully sweeping the hospital, clearing all of the floors, making sure that the suspect is nowhere to be found. So again, that is one of the reasons why they are expected to lift the lockdown here shortly. One of the reasons why some of the schools in the area, they are also expected to be lifting their lockdowns as well. Just a very frightening day for a lot of people, something that nobody really expected. We talked to employees earlier this morning who said that they arrived to work. It was supposed to be a normal day, and immediately they could tell that something was off. They saw a number of emergency vehicles out here. They were being told to get away because of the active shooter situation. And we know shortly after that, Corewell Health Beaumont, they did release an email letting the employees here know that, yes, there was an active shooter situation, that they should run, hide, and fight. They should avoid the area if they are not here. So that is the latest here from the scene here in Troy. Obviously, we are trying to stay in close contact with investigators to see if there are any new developments concerning getting this suspect in custody. And the second that we hear anything, we'll be sure to pass it along to you.
I know you will. And Robin, I understand you are staged outside of the area, and so in a fluid situation like this, everything might not come to you immediately. But I would imagine once those roads open up, people who perhaps did have appointments and were told to stay home are going to start driving back to the hospital or calling and wanting to know if, because the situation does appear to be contained in at least some capacity, if those scheduled surgeries will resume. So if you're able to get answers to that, people I'm sure would appreciate that. What kind of access do you have where you are? As you did mention, you're able to get some of the emails before we're receiving them here at the station, and obviously you are seeing investigators walk the area as well.
Yes, yep, we've been able to kind of keep an eye on the investigators in this area, Marielle. And like I said, one of the big things we saw just a couple moments ago is there was a school bus out here, and it does appear that they were loading up some of the hospital employees onto that school bus to get them out of this area. So certainly still a very fluid situation out here, still a very active situation out here, and hopefully one that will be resolved shortly, because investigators, they are working very hard to get the shooting suspect into custody.
Hey, Robin, just a quick reiteration here. Lieutenant Ben Hancock said a moment ago that he did expect a soft lockdown, or excuse me, the lockdown at the hospital to be released at some point fairly soon here. You are seeing a little bit of a decrease in police presence right now. Is that true?
Yeah, I do. I have noticed that there are fewer police vehicles lined up in this area. And we are seeing, you should be seeing right now with my photographer, Doug Tracy, we're seeing a number of investigators kind of walking away from the hospital right now, it appears. So, yeah, that is something that we are going to keep a very, very close eye on when the lockdown is officially lifted. But during that press conference a short time ago, they indicated that would be something that would likely be happening because they do not believe the suspect is here.
All right, Robin, thank you very much for helping us there, set the scene for us with what you're seeing. We have another reporter on the ground we've been talking to. Let's get it back out to Josh Landon for an update. Hey, Josh.
Hey guys, good morning. Yes, we just wrapped up our press conference a few minutes ago. We're waiting to hear more information sometime this afternoon. The main thing is the suspect remains at large. Police are not saying whether or not he's in custody, whether or not who they are looking for. They're not really confirming or really sharing information, I should say, on who exactly they are looking for, but they are saying that the suspect was identified by the victim, 2 employees at the hospital. It's not clear if they were on their way to work or ending their work shift, but again, this occurred around 7:08 this morning in a parking structure at Corewell Beaumont Hospital in Troy. We're here at the Police, Fire, and Training Center on John R. and Long Lake, a little more than 3 miles away from the actual hospital scene where all this occurred. But again, the press conference here just wrapped up moments ago, and hoping to find more information later on this afternoon. There's been a little bit of scanner traffic regarding the suspect. We don't have anything confirmed as of yet. At last check, police are still looking for that suspect. And as you're looking at video from earlier this morning and throughout the morning, very emotional scene, very active scene, all hands on deck. Troy Police Department, multiple police agencies responding, drone, helicopter, K9, regarding this investigation. Therefore, if you have any information, contact the Troy Police Department right away or multiple agencies. Guys, I'll send it back over to you.
Hey, Josh, did Troy Police mention at all when the next update would be, or is that fluid?
Ryan, that's fluid as well. They only mentioned it this afternoon unless they get something major developing before that time. They didn't specify an exact time. Later on today, they would give us an update. They just alluded to this afternoon with more information. So we just wrapped up with them about 10-15 minutes ago, but you never know. This is fluid. This is emotional. Things can change at a moment's notice. So we might get an update, but we are waiting to find out Okay, now we're just hearing that the suspect is in custody. We were getting some scanner traffic. Police did confirm it just this moment as we're talking to you right now. There was some scanner traffic right before you guys came out to us live, but we're hearing right now that it has been confirmed the suspect is in custody regarding this shooting at the hospital, Corewell Beaumont Hospital in Troy, about 3 miles from where we're standing. We're understanding that suspect is in custody. More information about that suspect is now the next stage of the investigation for us to find out and to share with you guys. But as we're seeing, this is fluid, this is emotional, it's a sad morning in the city of Troy for this to occur at a hospital, hundreds of employees, hundreds of patients. Again, that victim in stable condition, shot twice in the arm, but we are learning at this very moment that suspect has been brought into police custody.
Josh, thank you very much. The Troy Police Department at the press conference, Lieutenant Hancock said, follow our Twitter page, and 46 seconds ago, the Troy Police Department tweeted, all clear at Corewell Troy, suspect is in custody. A formal press release will be available soon. Corewell Troy is in the process of returning back to normal operations. Again, the suspect is in custody.
And Josh, you know, when Lieutenant Hancock was speaking, it sounded like, I mean, it did sound like they knew exactly where they were going. Yes. And that's why that the hospital was going to be given the all clear soon. Schools that were on soft lockdown, they weren't in any danger. It sounded like he knew exactly where he was going.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. When I asked Lieutenant Hancock, guys, where do you have a better idea of who you are looking for, or do you know who you are looking for, although you're not sharing any suspect description? He made it very clear the victim identified the suspect. Therefore, that lets you know police knew who they were looking for. But you can understand, when the investigation is still fluid, that you don't want to give too much too soon, because it could give the suspect too much information on live TV. But nevertheless, he did allude to they knew exactly who they were looking for, and clearly they do know, because that suspect is in custody.
All right, Josh, thanks so much. But that is incredibly great news.
Yes.
That the suspect is in custody. The all clear given at Troy Beaumont. Corewell Troy in the process of returning back to normal operations.
Thank you, Josh. So we'll switch gears.
You got
now and head over to Robin Murdoch, who is standing by. Robin, if they are in fact giving the all clear, is starting to see that now, and we even see evidence of that behind you, Robin, as the police presence is moving out.
Yep, just a couple of moments ago, actually, Marielle, as you know, DeQuinder was blocked off here. There was a patrol car from Sterling Heights that was blocking off DeQuinder. It left just a couple minutes ago, and now we do have traffic moving down DeQuinder. So it does appear that this area is opening up again as a result of that suspect being in custody. I got the alert just like everybody else. It was the push alert that came across my cell phone that said that, yes, Troy Police, they did get the suspect connected to the shooting here at Corewell Health of Beaumont, Troy, into custody. That happened right around 9:43. We are expecting to hopefully get some sort of an update from investigators to be able to give some insight as to how all this happened. And we obviously want to know where this happened, where they were able to find the suspect. Very interested in learning who this suspect is. Obviously, police may not release a name right away, but we may be able to learn a little bit about his age, perhaps some of the background, and perhaps they will give an indication as to what sparked the incident between the situation and that resulted in that shooting this morning, in which this 25-year-old victim was shot twice in the arm. But yes, we are outside Beaumont Hospital, Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital here in Troy on DeQuinder. You can see traffic moving along freely right next to me after being shut down since roughly about 7 o'clock this morning, and that is because the suspect connected to the shooting in the parking deck here is now in custody. He is off of the streets, and investigators are handling that situation.
just, you know, incredibly efficient police work as well.
Absolutely.
You know, to have suspects named, thankfully the victim in this case, a 25-year-old man from Troy, was able to identify the victim right away, and within just a couple of hours, Troy police and surrounding units apprehend this suspect, and the all clear is given. That is just absolutely tremendous police work as well.
Yeah, you're talking about, this is roughly, what, 3 hours, Ryan? It started right around 7:08 this morning at 9:43. That is when that push alert went out notifying everybody that the suspect was in custody. And one of the reasons why they were able to do this so quickly is because of that victim who was shot twice in the arm. That victim was able to tell investigators exactly who pulled the trigger, exactly who fired 5 shots at him inside of the parking garage here at Corewell Health Troy, and that made all the difference in tracking down the suspect and getting that suspect into custody. A lot of people relieved right now. Back to you.
All right, Robin Murdoch, tremendous work out there. We will come back to you momentarily, but we are going to take a break here and reset. Thanks so much, Robin and Josh out there, but sit tight. We'll get back out to you. We'll take a break and be right back here. The 9 continues.
Thank you to our partners there at Fox 2 in Detroit. As they mentioned, they are going to take a quick commercial break. We will do the same here at Live Now from Fox. Before I do so, though, a post here on X from Ryan Ermani, one of the anchors that you saw there at Fox 2, from Troy Police, giving the all clear at Troy Beaumont Hospital. Suspect is in custody. We'll continue with this breaking news story next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow a breaking news story out of Troy, Michigan. Here is a post on X from the Troy Police Department regarding that shooting at a hospital earlier today. They say this: all clear at Corewell, Troy. Suspect is in custody. A formal press release will be available soon. Corewell, Troy is in the process of returning back to normal operations. Let's head back out to our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit. They continue with their coverage.
District Superintendent Dr. Richard Macheski, who's on the phone with us now. Doctor, are you with us?
I am, yes.
Thanks so much for your time. I know this is an incredibly difficult morning. Just walk us through, from your perspective, what Troy schools were faced with this morning and how that process laid out.
Yeah, absolutely. These are challenging times, of course, no matter where you're at. But in this particular case, it's all about timing. And specifically, we were informed that there was an incident at Troy Corewell around 7:30-ish, which is right at drop-off time for our seniors, our high school students. And then shortly thereafter, we have drop-off for our middle school. So we decided to go into to a minimum security mode, which means that students are in the building, but there's no activity that takes place outside the building. So doors are all locked and so forth. So we got our high schoolers in. We were able to get our middle schoolers in. And then the question was really our elementary students. So per the directive with the Troy PD, we decided to continue on with elementary drop-off with additional staff providing opportunity to get students into our buildings and so forth.
It's a little bit of a threading the needle situation, I can imagine, as well, because you want to keep the kids safe. You want to keep the students safe, especially, but not causing them a huge concern as well, on the mental side of things. Having elementary kids, school-age kids myself, I can imagine that process to keep things as normal as possible for them was a big factor as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the safety of our students and staff and our community is of utmost importance to the Troy School District. And so with that in mind, we just decided to business as usual, get students in the building as quickly as possible, get into our instructional day, and communicate with staff what was happening.
And this, of course, is not the kind of on-the-job training you want when it's a real-life situation, but you have to use these opportunities to learn and to improve your own systems. Is there anything that you identified that perhaps in the future could be done differently, or anything that you could say, this absolutely works for us, if heaven forbid we are in another situation like this?
Yeah, that's a great question, and we do an after-action review after every incident occurs. We'll do the same in this case, but I will tell you, in the Troy School District, we have an exceptional relationship with the Troy Police Department. We have a security director who's in constant contact with our school resource officers, and we have honed lines of communication across our district. So I feel real confident that when we get information, we're able to share it quickly, appropriately. We're able to communicate with our buildings, get them into the appropriate security mode. So I think all in all, and you never want to see these situations occur, I think we were able to respond quickly, utilizing good information, keeping folks up to date, and so forth. But of course, we'll do an after-action report and see if there's any other way in which we can improve our responses in situations like this.
Dr. Macheski, as superintendent, you're responsible for all schools in the district, but Waltz Elementary School is just 2.1 miles down DeQuinder from the hospital. Was there anything special you had to do with that particular school?
No, we managed all of our schools the same way. We had additional staff that were directed to go to buildings, in particular those buildings a little bit closer to Troy Corewell. So I know I, for instance, was over at Waltz for a period of the morning, just in an effort to provide additional support if it were necessary. But I can tell you, our building administrators, our district administration are just exceptional at responding to situations like this, making sure that we are always maintaining the security of our student, staff, and our community as our number one priority.
Dr. Macheski, what is that communication piece like with the parents during a time like this? Because, all morning long, there's an active shooter that is not in custody yet, and I'm sure that raises a huge concern for parents who have their kids at school. What is that communication like for you to relay any messages to your parents?
Yeah, that's a really important question, and that is something that we constantly talk about with our communications director. We, of course, want to communicate as early and as often as possible but it's really also important to make sure that we're communicating accurate information, which is why it's important for us to make sure that we're in constant communication with Troy PD, and we're then communicating accurately. But communications this morning, as soon as we had knowledge of what was occurring, we sent that out. We asked building principals to send out information at the elementary level, just reassuring the community that students were going to be safe. But I completely understand and respect the fact that our parents were at heightened risk, as were staff.
After school activities, sports, things like that, are they continuing as normal now going forward?
Yes, absolutely. We just received about 15 or so minutes ago the all clear from Troy PD. So we have lifted our minimum security mode. So the rest of the day will be business as usual.
Dr. Richard Macheski, thank you so much for your time this morning. We know it's an extremely busy time for you. Great job at your schools as well. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you as well for your time.
Absolutely. And again, just to recap for you, a shooting happened in the parking garage at Corewell Health Beaumont Troy Hospital this morning. Call came in at about 7:08 this morning. Hospital was on lockdown. One victim shot twice in the arm, was able to identify the suspect, and now that suspect is in custody. There is an all clear at the hospital. Schools got the all clear as well, so business is resuming. Corewell Health Troy Beaumont campus is in the process of resuming all regular activities. So that is great news this morning.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Good job to those police out there, and we're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank you there to our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit. I do believe that they are going to continue their coverage on this breaking news story. Now, while they're in a commercial break, I do want to reiterate some of the information that we do have at this time and bring back some of the footage from earlier today. As you can see here, it was a very heavy police presence over there at the hospital in Troy, Michigan. And you saw there just all of the law enforcement agents that turned out to this scene. Now, Fox 2 in Detroit, we have been relying on them heavily for their coverage. We do actually right now have a live look as that scene continues. So let me bring this up here for a moment while we wait for our partners to get back into their coverage. But as they were mentioning, a suspect is in custody after a manhunt following a shooting at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital in Troy. They were taken into custody in Macomb County, officials confirming that this Thursday morning. Troy police previously said that one person had been shot in a targeted incident in the parking deck next to the facility. Now, local police from Oakland and Macomb counties responded to reports of that active shooter at Corewell Health Beaumont Hospital at 7:08 this morning. That's when Troy police received a call from the hospital security about that shooting that happened at the parking garage. Local police learned a handgun had been fired 5 times and a victim had been struck twice in the arm. His car was also hit. Lieutenant Ben Hancock said in a press conference that we did air for you live when that was happening that the shooting was, quote, a targeted incident between 2 employees at the hospital. The victim was a 25-year-old man from Troy. He is currently in stable condition. Troy police confirmed the suspect was arrested just about 2 hours later. We brought it to you as breaking news there. Now, several police agencies, including federal law enforcement, also assisted with agents from the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms in Detroit at the scene as well. A Corewell spokesperson said the Troy Hospital was on lockdown. Now that lockdown has since been lifted. You can see here that the reporter on the ground is getting ready to possibly do another live hit with our partners at Fox 2. So let's get back out to some more of this footage that we had from earlier today as we wait for Fox 2 to resume in their continuing coverage. Now, still some questions remain. For example, police have not said what led up to the shooting. They say that they are still investigating that motive. Now, police were able to identify the shooter based on what the victim told them, but stopped short of releasing any more details regarding that suspect, who again is in custody. Police had nearby schools and daycare centers go into a soft lockdown, and police were also close to clearing out the hospital at the time of the first update from local law enforcement. Now, this again on your screen is some footage from earlier today as we saw multiple law enforcement agents there in the area. Let's head back to our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit for their continuing coverage.
At Corewell Health Beaumont Troy hospitals, Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly standing by for us now. Ingrid, what can you tell us?
Hello, good morning. I am here at Flynn Park, which has been a staging area, and leaving the area right now is Sheriff Michael Bouchard, who's kind enough just to kind of sum up the situation for us. Sheriff, what can you tell us?
Well, this was our CPR command post for all the operations in the area. The suspect has been taken into custody, so we're releasing most of the assets from the area. We're doing some final things with our partners. Troy's going to take everything from this point forward. They'll be talking to the media at some point in the day about the totality of what happened.
What can you tell us about how you were able to put this suspect into custody?
We're probably not going to get in too great a detail at this point about that. The most important thing was that he was located quickly. Obviously, a lot of things need to happen at the hospital. We had to get that clear so that they could get back to doing emergency surgery and taking care of their patients and give some reassurance to the community. Troy and everybody did a great job partnering up and making sure that happened.
Exactly. And this scene is massive. I mean, I'm looking at the response. What did it take in terms of, I saw Shelby Township, Troy, obviously Oakland County deputies, just to bring some calmness to this?
Yeah, there were tons and tons of agencies, federal, state, local, county, air assets. You know, we created an air boss, all sorts of things just to make sure everything was coordinated. And, you know, Oakland County and all of our partners work great, and Troy's a great police department, and, you know, they obviously are in the lead on that, and we're going to work through this process anytime we have a situation like this.
Yeah, Sheriff, thank you so much for your time. Great work. Thank you so much. And again, back out here live, that was Sheriff Michael Bouchard, but you can see just how massive this scene is. If you take a look behind me, you can see the Oakland County Sheriff Mobile Command Center. When I actually pulled up into this scene, there were law enforcement officials with long guns. I mean, the massiveness and the severity of this situation, they are like Army type vehicles here responding to the scene. But again, as you heard from the sheriff, the good news is that it's under control. The person is in custody, but again, there's so many questions, kind of what led to this, what was in the mindset of this person, and they're all trying to figure this out. Again, they're trying to restore order to this area. You see Bloomfield Hills responding. It looks like workers are now trying to come in here now as they try to maintain some type of order. We've got a hospital staff now arriving and trying to actually get started with their day. Of course, we're going to be following this story. We're out here. We're going to bring you the very latest. Back to you guys in the studio.
And Ingrid, as Sheriff Bouchard said, you know, just very quick police work, and everything needed to happen right to be able to apprehend the suspect without incident.
That is correct. And, you know, it's unfortunate, but Oakland County, they've had some experience with these type of situations. I mean, you know, from a school shooting to what happened in the splash park and now this. But unfortunately, it's those type of incidents that sort of lead to this experience with handling these type of situations. In Oakland County, they did the job. I mean, they got everything under control. And now, as you can see, this command post area is clearing out, and they're trying to restore order.
All right, great job out there, Ingrid Kelly, for us live at the staging area. We're going to go back outside of Troy Beaumont Hospital where Robin Murdoch is standing by. Robin?
Hey, good morning, Ryan. We've changed locations a little bit. We're still right in front of Corewell Health Beaumont's Troy Hospital location, but we're just down, we were down the road a little bit before, obviously because DeQuinder was blocked off. Now that the roadway is open and the suspect is in custody, we've moved locations. We're able to get a little bit closer to the hospital. And I will step out of the way because you can see cars are now coming on and off of the property. And there's only a couple of emergency crews left out here now. As you know, just, you know, a half hour hour ago, there were dozens and dozens of emergency vehicles that were out here. It is tremendously fewer out here right now because the situation has been resolved, and obviously want to get everybody here at Corewell Health back to work. They've got important surgeries that need to happen, emergency surgeries. They have patients that need to be cared for, and that, of course, is why they wanted to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. And again, it does appear that that has happened within roughly about 3 hours. The first call came in right around 7:08 this morning. By 9:43 this morning, they had that suspect in custody, and the victim in this case, crucial in this situation. That victim was able to tell investigators exactly who shot him twice in the arm. That information led investigators to the suspect, and as you know, he was taken into custody without incident. Back to you guys.
Robin, any advice to people that have those surgeries or appointments? Maybe you had it during the period of time where they said don't come to the hospital, but now things are all clear and the business going back to normal. Are they delayed? Are they canceled? Are you hearing anything about how people should find out information if they have an appointment?
Yeah, that is a great question, Derek. The best thing you can do, obviously, when all of this was going on, hospital workers were telling people to stay away from the hospital, stay far away from here to avoid the area. Now, the best thing you can do is just call ahead, double check to make sure your appointment is still standing if it's been rescheduled. Obviously, that's a 3-hour gap there in which a lot of things that should have happened at the hospital were not able to happen because the search for the suspect was underway. So the best thing you can do probably is to give a call to the hospital and just check the status of your appointment or surgery, whatever you needed to take care of here today.
Well, that's great advice. You've done great work out there, Robin, as always. Thank you so much. And now we will head over to Josh Landon. Josh was live during the press conference, and there when officers gave the information and also gave the all clear that suspect had been apprehended. Now, Josh, it seems that officers have switched from investigative mode, where perhaps they were a little more giving with information and needed the media's help, to now the all clear and perhaps wrapping up this investigation.
Hey, Mario, yes, and that's exactly right. And of course, we prefer the latter, where we're hearing that there is becoming we're seeing some kind of conclusion, some kind of resolution to this very sad and emotional morning at Corewell Beaumont Hospital. We're at the Police and Fire Training Center on John R. and Long Lake Road, about 3 miles away from the hospital scene where Robin Murdoch and Ingrid Kelly have been all morning long. But nevertheless, yeah, we were here on live when we heard at the very moment that the suspect is in custody, and that is the one piece of good news here. We're hearing more of an all clear over at the hospital, as you guys have been talking about within the past few moments. And I mean, tragically enough, I mean, these are the times we live in where you're hearing about one active shooter situation, one after the other. And if there is any silver lining, law enforcement here locally is more equipped, more familiar, sad, but nevertheless familiar with these types of situations, and which led to that quick police work. This happened around 7:08 this morning in that parking structure at the hospital, and now we're talking about the suspect is in custody. Now, one piece of new information I can share, there's going to be an updated press conference sometime today. At first, they were saying 11:30 this morning, but now they're saying 1 p.m. at the Troy Police Department. 1 p.m. updated press conference at the Troy Police Department. But again, keeping people safe in these types of situations. Take a listen.
Sure. This is very emotional, I'm sure, for all those employees that were at the hospital and immediately involved in this, who, you know, received the lockdown notice immediately. Like I said, I just want to send a message to them that we're there, we're on scene, we're doing our best to keep you safe, and I'm confident that they are safe inside that hospital.
And once again, that is Lieutenant Ben Hancock with the Troy Police Department, just letting the community know they are here to help. They are here to give people peace of mind that this situation is finding some sort of resolution. The suspect is in custody. We're talking about a massive hospital, hundreds of patients, hundreds of employees. We're still trying to find out what is the day going to look like, as I believe Derek asked Robin that question of what the day is going to look like as far as appointments and things of that nature, who you should call, what you should find out, etc. But again, emotional, fluid, but nevertheless, the suspect is in custody. Quick police work. We're hearing a press conference at the Troy Police Department around 1 p.m. later on today. Guys, back over to you.
Yeah, Josh, Troy Police posting on X just 1 minute ago, press conference regarding today's incident at 1 p.m. today. And again, still so many questions, though, as well, Josh. I mean, we still don't know anything about what led up to the shooting, if this was at the end of a shift, at the beginning of a shift, how long the employees were employed at the hospital, in what department they were employed. So still plenty of questions to be answered.
Absolutely. There are a lot of unknowns, Ryan, at this time. We were here asking those very questions about X, Y, and Z, everything you just said, and those are some of the questions we hope to learn more about, more answers later on today at that 1 p.m. press conference. That could change because, again, an officer came in and said it was scheduled for 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m., excuse me. Now it's been pushed back to 1 p.m. Fluid, emotional. Police are trying to find out more information as this investigation continues. But yes, a lot of unknowns regarding the two employees. How long have they been employed at the hospital? What led up to this situation, which caused the suspect to fire 5 gunshots with that handgun, shooting the suspect, not the suspect, excuse me, the victim twice in the arm. It's good to hear that victim is in stable condition and will recover physically. But again, a lot of unknowns as to what led up to this tragic moment.
Josh, another question perhaps you'll be able to ask officers later on at this press conference. I do have people on social media who are reaching out to me saying that this particular parking garage has been an issue where people have felt unsafe, and now there are some calls for more cameras in that area, as well as metal detectors when you enter the hospital in certain areas.
Hey, that's news to me, Mario. We didn't have any word of that. None of us here at the press conference didn't have any word of that about this particular parking structure being an issue in the past, but it's definitely a question to ask. I'm sure people who work at the hospital, again, a massive hospital, they have alluded to that point, so it's a question to ask later on today.
Yes.
Again, I can't get away from the words fluid and emotional because it seems like every moment we're talking about this, something is changing. But it's good to know the suspect is in custody.
All right, Josh, great stuff out there. Thanks so much. Sit tight. We'll get back to you momentarily. But we're going to take a break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Our partners there at Fox 2 in Detroit, thank you to them for their continuing coverage on that breaking news story, as we know that a suspect is in custody following a shooting at a hospital in Troy, Michigan. This post on X, courtesy again of Fox 2. We are also going to step away for a brief commercial break. We'll continue with more of this breaking news story next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where for the better part of the morning, we have been following a breaking news story out of Troy, Michigan, where a shooting happened at a hospital. Now, the suspect is in custody. We know that the one victim who was shot twice in the arm is in stable condition. They are recovering. This is a post there on X from our partners at Fox 2 in Detroit discussing the Corewell Health shooting, saying that the suspect, again, in custody after the shooting at a parking garage. The victim is hospitalized, recovering at this time. Now, not too many new developments at this moment, but we did hear that we are expecting another press conference and an update from police out of Troy, Michigan, happening at 1 p.m. today Eastern time, so in just a few hours, where hopefully we can learn a little bit more, including what led up to this entire situation, and some more information on the suspect, which police were reluctant to release. So we're going to be moving away from this news story, but again, as soon as that update comes in from police in Troy, we will bring it to you and keep you updated for all of these developments. At the same time, let's head to this other live image that we're just getting into our newsroom here. Take a look at this. This is out of Los Angeles in California. So a fire at a vacant building apparently there. You can see that firefighters are on the roof of this building. Limited information, of course, at this time, but really striking images. We know that Los Angeles is one of those areas that has been heavily impacted this year alone at the start of the year back in January due to devastating and deadly wildfires that broke through across Los Angeles County. But here is a live look at a fire that apparently is happening at a vacant two-story office building. And we see here that the responding officers, they said that they first saw smoke on the first and second floors, and then they also discovered smoke in an attached restaurant that is located on the first story of this building, and they are requesting additional resources. It does seem that they are getting this fire under control, as you see firefighters all over the roof of this building trying to put out the remainder of those flames. So we'll keep monitoring this live image. Just wanted to bring it to you on our programming. At the same time, we are also watching out for several other live events scheduled to happen later on today. Taking a look here at a podium that has been set up in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, where we are expecting for Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem to hold a press conference and give the public an update on efforts to combat drug trafficking. This is set to get started at about 10:30 in the morning Eastern time, so less than 10 minutes from now. We will head to it as soon as it gets underway. But while we wait for that, let's go over to New York City, where we are seeing New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He is holding a news conference there with several advocates down at a subway station here. Take a look at this. And this is in regards to the fact that the Trump administration has threatened to cut MTA funding amid the congestion pricing deadline. Let's watch.
So I'll turn things over back to the mayor to take on-topic questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I think both Williams, your story is a powerful story, shows the coordination and why you need that mental health worker there, because sometimes the presence of a uniform officer can escalate, and it just shows that perfect combination of path. And I think the numbers should not be lost on what Commissioner Park stated. 97% of New Yorkers who need housing are housed, but that 3% was historically ignored. And that 3% was not only an endangerment, many oftentimes to themselves, but to others. And going after that 3% is challenging. You have to build trust. It's repeated communications. It's finding the right combination to talk someone off the streets and find the care that they deserve. That is why PATH and SCOUT are the programs that were needed to get in the subway station and get on the streets to address the chronic homelessness problem that this city was facing when we came into office. So why don't we answer a few questions? Juliet, how are you?
I'm all right. How are
Good.
you? Where are you as far as involuntary commitment? You know, what else? What's your next step for that, and what else do you need to do?
It's in the hands of Albany now. You know, we have strongly believed that when you encounter someone that is in danger to themselves and to others, if you're out in the streets at 13-degree weather, you don't have any shoes on, your clothing are soiled, you're talking to yourselves. They're real indicators that someone needs help and they may not know they need help. And so giving us the authority and codify in law that we're able to remove them and give them the care they deserve is something we're fighting for, and we're hoping Albany understands that and give us the empower to do it.
What's the reception that you're getting when you go up there and talk to them about it?
Our team, Deputy Mayor Tiffany Raspberry and Diane Savino, former state senator, they are there, as we always do during this time of the year. Everyone knows this stance. They're there constantly educating our lawmakers. And people identified, when I say people, those lawmakers identified that this is an issue. How do we now come together to get a bill that the governor introduced? She's part of this conversation. And how do we get that bill through? This is part of the Albany dance, and we're going to dance until the music stops playing.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How are you? Yes.
Good to be here. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the scout teams, whether or not they work with the PATH teams, are the scout teams doing enough in your view? What exactly is the status of the scout, that's the governor's program for involuntary?
Now you're saying which one? Are they both doing enough?
Is scout doing enough? We're talking about PATH here, but is scout doing enough?
Yeah, great question.
Working, hand in hand with PATH, or are they two really separate?
Great question. The complexities that are associated with removing people that have been homeless for many years, you need an all hands on deck. And what we were willing to do, we were willing to partner with the Scout team as well as the PATH team. And we're going to continue to look at other ways, as Chief Scalata stated, until we find the right combination. We have been successful with PATH. We've seen some success with Scout. Both are playing a role because, and not until you walk these stations and see how hard it is making those encounters, people can just tell you they don't want service. And so it's imperative to have all of these different initiatives operating together, and where it's not in competition, it's in alignment. And we thank the governor for the Scout team, and we think that PATH, the Scout, and even some of the volunteerism that we see that people are in the subway that's not officially attached to any governmental entity, they are playing a role. It's an all hands on deck. All New Yorkers must be engaged in getting our unhoused housed in a safe environment.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
What's up, Kelly?
I'm good. I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul now is pushing state lawmakers to put a mask ban on the subway. Would you be supportive of that for this year? I mean, we're talking about safety. And then I wanted to ask the commissioner, you mentioned options for getting homeless people off the streets and into housing. A recent report showed that the city is reaching them, but they're not going into housing. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So I think you're referring to the Local Law 34 data. The City Council bill required very specific data metrics that don't actually align particularly well with operations and how they work. So when we engage people during an encampment cleanup, and DHS is always out there, we notice before a cleanup happens. We are there in advance. We are there when the cleanup happens as well. The goal is to get people to come inside and into shelter, into a safe haven bed. And we know we have very successful results in getting people to come into those. We've over the last several years, we've had tens of thousands of instances where people have come inside. What we aren't doing in the moment of an encampment cleanup is making permanent housing connections. Not because we don't believe permanent housing is important, we absolutely do, but because in that particular moment, it's very difficult to make a decision for a client or for an outreach worker about what is the best permanent solution for you in that moment. Instead,
we're listening here to officials down in New York City holding a press conference in the subways as the Trump administration continues to the threat of cuts, more federal funding throughout New York City. A couple of live looks there on your screen as well. We are continuing to monitor this fire that is burning at a building in Los Angeles. It does seem, however, that firefighters have really taken control of the situation there. And then starting very soon, we are expecting Secretary Kristi Noem, the Secretary of Homeland Security, to make some remarks here in Florida regarding some of the efforts being made to combat drug trafficking. We'll continue with more of these top stories after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Carl Lahada. Thank you all for sticking with us throughout this morning as we continue to monitor several of these breaking news headlines and bring you live events from around the world. A reminder that very soon we are expecting Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem to make some remarks. And in fact, we may be seeing her step into this camera shot in just a second. So I'm just going to linger on this. There she is, the secretary expected to discuss some of the efforts being made to combat drug trafficking. Let's take a look.
Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this morning's press briefing. Today's leaders will present information on the maritime narcotics interdiction deployment and contraband offload by the crew of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Stone and the interagency partnerships and collaboration that make these results possible. With us today is Secretary Kristi Noem. I spell K-R-I-S-T-I-N-O-E-M, Department of Homeland Security. Admiral Kevin Lunday. I spell Kevinlunday, Acting Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. Rear Admiral Joshua Lasky. I spell Joshualasky, Deputy Director of Joint Interagency Task Force South. And Captain Jonathan Carter. I spell Jonathancarter, Commanding Officer of U.S. Coast Guard cutter Stone. We will begin with brief statements from each of these leaders, and then we open the floor to your questions. Following the speaker's remarks, we will have an opportunity for about 10 minutes, during which you and the media may ask one question and one follow-up. to allow for an opportunity for each of the outlets to have a chance to ask a question. At the conclusion of the press briefing, our public affairs staff will also be available to assist with any follow-on inquiries or further needs that you may have. For those unable to join us today, we will publish a press release with imagery and information about the Stone's interdiction operations later today. I request that any of the questions that are asked are focused on the Coast Guard's operations in this interdiction. I know that we have several senior leaders up here, and there may be other questions that you have, and we are happy to refer those to the appropriate authority at a different time, but we're focused on Stone's offload today. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce Secretary Noem.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. In the first 100 days of President Trump's administration, he's already delivered on his campaign promises of making America safe again and helping the American people to be more secure as well. And today we're here to recognize and to witness another milestone in his mission to protect our borders, to protect our communities, and to stop the flow of illicit drugs and trafficking into the United States of America. Today is a historic day. Here at Port Everglades, over 22.5 tons or 45,000 pounds of cocaine and 50 pounds of marijuana are valued at over $500 million are going to be offloaded and taken out of circulation. This is an unprecedented seizure of illicit drugs that is the result of 14 different interdictions of drug smuggling vessels off the coasts of Mexico, Central and South America by the crews of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Stone and Coast Guard cutter Mohawk. They've done incredible work here with their crews to remove these drugs out of the system so they can be destroyed. These efforts were coordinated with the Helicopter Tactical Squadron air crews that you see with us today as well, Tactical Team Pacific law enforcement detachments that were involved, and partner agencies that are operating in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. The brave men and women of the Coast Guard do work every single day, 24/7, and they do it with excellence. Their dedication, their resilience, and their patriotism is something that we all can admire and does not go unnoticed. Their core mission is simple, but it's incredibly crucial. It's to secure our territorial waters and to safeguard our nation from those who seek to do us harm. Their mission directly aligns with President Trump's vision to make America safe and strong again. And thanks to the Coast Guard's relentless maritime security and their interdiction efforts, $517 million worth of illegal drugs will never reach American communities here by what you see today as a result of these weeks of work. That means that fewer families are going to be torn apart by addiction, that fewer lives are going to be lost to overdoses, that communities will be safer, and fewer resources will be at the hands of dangerous, violent cartels that seek to do all of us harm. This action is a testimony to President Trump's commitment to delivering for the American people, and he has unwavering dedication to our military strength, to our border security. Our law enforcement are producing incredible results, and his leadership is making America safe again. I want to thank all of the leadership teams I have behind me, but also those that are here today that have taken part in these interdiction efforts. They've done incredible work, and the Coast Guard has partnered with many other agencies that you see represented here today to do this work, and it's that kind of cooperation which helps our country be successful in going after these dangerous criminals. In just the last month, decisive action was taken to secure the extradition of 29 different Mexican drug cartel bosses to face justice in the United States. Today's massive drug seizure is further proof of that work. We are cleaning up our communities from drugs like fentanyl and cocaine and marijuana, the dangerous substances that fuel addiction, crime, and destroy lives. We're protecting American people, and we're also making sure that their cartels are not profiting from the trafficking of these drugs and preventing violence in our communities. Under President Trump's leadership, we are dedicated to also making sure we're addressing the needs of the Coast Guard, making sure that they have the resources that they need, the equipment, the support, and the training, and the infrastructure to come into the next century protecting and defending our country. They are the premier law enforcement maritime agency in the world, and our support and what we provide for them to do that with is incredibly important. That means that we are going to maintain our vast maritime domain and that we're going to ensure that we continue to lead the way. Thank you to all of those in the Coast Guard, the other agencies partnering with us today, for your work in preventing drug smuggling and all that you've done to bring these drugs offline so that they can be taken out of our communities and to stop hostile activities before they get to our shores. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Good morning. Around us right now is over $500 million worth of cocaine that, had we not stopped it, would have been headed for our communities. In the last 2 months, since the 20th of January, the U.S. Coast Guard, working with others, has seized over 80,000 pounds of drugs. Now, while this cutter and crew are headed home after a long patrol to their families, the rest of the Coast Guard remains deployed, conducting operations and on mission. America's Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends our U.S. border and maritime approaches. We're part of the Department of Homeland Security team that protects our nation, and at the same time, at all times, we're a military service and part of the joint force that defends it. We start at the southern border of the United States, where the President has declared a national emergency, and extend our operations to the entire U.S. border and approaches, including far at sea, to interdict those threats before they reach our shores. On the water and in the air, the Coast Guard serves alongside our teammates from the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, Department of Defense, and our international partners to fight the foreign terrorist organizations, including these cartels, that try to bring fentanyl and cocaine into the U.S. Under the President's orders and our Secretary's direction, we are ensuring 100% operational control of the border. Our message to these cartels is this: we own the sea, not you. We will find you out there, and we will take you down before you reach our border. That's what the Cutter Stone has done and their crew, and we are proud of their accomplishments and proud to serve with them. Thank you, and Semper Paratus.
We're listening here to an update regarding some of the efforts being made across the country to combat drug trafficking. We do want to step away for a brief commercial break, but we'll continue with more from that press conference next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we are heading back out to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, as we are getting an update from officials regarding how they are trying to put a halt to illicit drug trafficking across the country.
Seizing approximately 45,000 pounds of cocaine valued at $510 million. That's the most amount of cocaine seized by any cutter during a single deployment. They combined with other cutters and international partners to set a new record for narcotics seized in a single month, removing approximately 121,000 pounds of contraband in the month of January. This offload also represents the efforts from Coast Guard cutter Mohawk, who seized approximately 2,200 pounds of cocaine and 330 pounds of marijuana. But it's what you won't see today that makes me incredibly proud to be the commanding officer of this ship and this crew. What we can't show you today are crews saying goodbye to their families on Thanksgiving. I know some crew members had Thanksgiving on Thursday, and Santa Claus came on Friday, and they reported to the cutter on Saturday. That's how long we've been away from our families. We can't show you what it's like to mentally and physically have to manage separation, and they've been separated from their loved ones for 4 months. We can't show you the dangers of flying a nighttime sortie with zero illumination on drug traffickers that are trying to flee prosecution. We can't show you what it's like to conduct high-speed boat operations at night or have to sit on a disabled drug trafficking vessel in uncomfortable sea states for 6 and 8 hour periods. In one exceptional case, the crew interdicted 4 narco trafficking vessels in a span of 15 minutes, seizing nearly 11,000 pounds of cocaine. That cocaine will never be mixed with deadly fentanyl or threaten American lives here at home. These are the men and women of our United States Coast Guard, and I'm proud to say they're sailors on board Coast Guard Cutter Stone. They understand that service entails sacrifice, and in the U.S. Coast Guard, that means serving in, on, or over the water to save those in peril and to safeguard our homeland. So I want to get to your questions, but I will leave you with this. There are sailors walking about, and I do want to get to your questions, but if you see them, if you get to talk to them, please thank them for their service, because the sacrifices that they make day in and day out are truly incredible. Thank you for being here. Madam Secretary, Commandant, thank you for being here. Admirals, thank you very much, and welcome aboard Coast Guard Cutter Stone. We'll now take your questions.
Thanks, John. Thank you all. As promised, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Please, if you have a specific recipient of the question, let me know. Please.
We're going to keep this press conference on topic, focusing on the Coast Guard and all of their works to what they've done to bring this drugs offline and to focus on their interdiction efforts today. You know, I do know that there are some lawmakers that are concerned about that, and so we're certainly working with them to address their concerns. We've seen some evidence to it, but we also know that other areas of our border have been threatened as well. We've seen the cartels get much more desperate lately. As the border has become more secure and they're not able to follow their traditional routes of trafficking drugs and humans and conducting their violent activities into the country, they've become more desperate, and we've seen more interactions, and obviously you've heard on the news and in reports and in factual information too that even violent activities against our law enforcement officers and those in the military have been escalated, sometimes up to 200% to 300% in some areas, because of what these and those who perpetuate crimes, how they're feeling today with their focus on securing our nation.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, the focus is on the Stone's interdiction, so please keep your questions to that. And also, please announce your outlet as you ask your question. Please.
Great, thank you for the question. So the Stone is one of the Coast Guard cutters and aircraft that are continually deployed not only along the U.S. border, but in the maritime approaches on the high seas approaching it to interdict threats. I can't be specific about how many cutters are on patrol where, because that's certainly something the cartels would want to know. But we are part of a broad U.S. government effort that joins with the rest of Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and others to present those forces necessary to present 100% operational control of the border. And that happens certainly on the southern border, not just the southwest land border, but the maritime border there and this southeast border that approaches Florida. We are just as on guard here as anywhere else along that southern border. Thank you.
Well, and again, we're going to focus today on Coast Guard Cutter Stone and their work with Mohawk and the rest of the teams on what they've been able to accomplish today at bringing security to our country.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, if you do have those follow-ups, please connect with our public affairs specialists after. We will connect you with the appropriate office to answer your inquiries that are unrelated to Stone's interdictions. Next question. Yes. Respectfully, again, I ask that the questions are kept to the Coast Guard Cutter Stone and the Coast Guard Cutter Mohawk's interdictions. There is definitely an opportunity at a later time, not the focus of this press conference, to have other questions. And we're happy to take those and refer them to the appropriate authority. Any other questions about the interdiction or our nearly $500 million drug offload today? I don't have immediate stats for you, sir. We can connect with NBC6 afterwards, and we're happy to give some background on that. Certainly, we would like to highlight these interdiction cases and the success of our operations downrange.
Thank you for the question. The U.S. southern border is a system, and it's interconnected, which is why a team approach across that system is so critical. So as we see greater control on illegal crossings and attempted smuggling across the U.S. southwest land border, we can expect that those cartels will try and get their drugs or move people a different way. And that's why continued presence, operational presence, and enforcement to ensure we have 100% control of the entire border at all times is so critical. I would just say that the cartels that we are focused on combating and addressing, many of which have been designated by the president as foreign terrorist organizations, they are dynamic and they adjust to our tactics. And so it's a continual effort as they shift to counter them at every turn.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Sure, yeah. Thank you for that question. It takes a lot to stop people trying to flee prosecution. And some of the tactics that we use are we do employ warning shots and disabling fire from our helicopters when they fail to yield to just being, in the proximity of the Coast Guard. And so many of the cases do require disabling fire. We execute the safe employment of force, and then we dispose of those go-fast vessels at sea as hazards to navigation. And so, yes, sometimes it is a souvenir to take those back and display those just as we're proudly displaying the actual contraband themselves. So, if the Coast Guard has a flaw, we make this mission look easy. It's not easy. And the Commandant was talking about tactics changing. We have to keep up with those changing tactics. In the case where I spoke about 4 go-fast interdicted simultaneously, they were transiting in a diamond formation, all 4 having contraband out and on deck. That is us changing the behavior of these drug trafficking organizations. It's due to persistent presence, and it's due to our successful tactics.
Thank you. We do have time for at least one or two more if someone has a...
So we're listening here to an update regarding several officials there, a part of the Coast Guard, also with Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, discussing their efforts to combat drug trafficking. We do want to step away and must for our final commercial break of this hour. We'll continue with this and other top stories next. Welcome back, and thanks for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox on this Thursday, March 20th. My name is Corewell. My time at the desk has come to an end, but in a moment, my colleague Stephanie Quinu will be here in the anchor chair guiding you through the day's top stories and showcasing live events from around the world. I'm going to leave you with this happening over in Florida, a conversation discussing some of the Trump administration's immigration policies, featuring Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and also the border czar, Tom Homan.
Victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy in the neighborhood either, right? So what ISIS strictly want, we want access to the jail, where they chose to lock somebody up because he's a public safety threat. That's the person we want to talk to. We don't want to talk to the victim witness at all. Matter of fact, if we did talk to the victim, it might end up with a visa if they're a victim of a crime. But we want to talk to the bad guy. And I can't believe there's any elected official, whether it's a governor, a mayor, or a city council person, like what's happening down in Fort Myers area, that doesn't want public safety threats removed from their community. Their number one responsibility is protection of the community. So why would any elected official not want public safety threats removed from their community? But that's what ICE is doing. As far as sanctuary states, sanctuary cities, you're not going to stop us. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing. We'll double the manforce there. But here's the issue. Sanctuary cities are going to get exactly what they don't want. More agents in the community and more collateral arrests. Now, the media's all over right now. Well, a big part of these criminal arrests are actually non-criminals. Yes, they are. Where do these collateral arrests happen? Sanctuary cities. Why? Because you forced us in the community to find a bad guy. So when we find the bad guy, he's probably with others. Others that are in the country illegally, but maybe not a criminal alien. They're coming too. We're going to force immigration law. Unlike the last administration under Mayorkas and Biden, they told ICE agents, immigration officers, you cannot arrest an illegal alien for simply being here illegally. Here's the executive branch rewriting statute. They told ICE officers you can't enforce the law. Unless they convicted of a serious crime, you can't arrest them. Well, that garbage is over with. If you're in the country illegally, you got a problem. Now, we're going to prioritize public safety threats first, and that's what we're doing. But it's not okay to be in this country illegally. It's against the law. It's not okay to cross the border illegally. It's a crime. And we'll deal with it in prioritized fashion, which is exactly what we're doing. But here, the sanctuary's here. Here's the problem. We just want access to get bad guy in jail. One agent can apprehend a bad guy in the safety and security of a jail, where everybody's safe. The officer's safe, the community's safe, and the alien's safe. But when you force us in the community, it puts officers at great risk. Now they have to arrest a criminal alien on his turf who has access to who knows what weapons. It puts the community at risk of further crime. Releasing a public safety threat back in the public is just dumb. Give us the guy in the jail. And I would say any elected politician, you go to the immigrant community, because look, the immigrant community, even those who are here illegally, despite them being here illegally, the vast majority are family people. They want to raise a family, and they're God-fearing people, and they don't want pedophiles in their neighborhood either. They don't want someone arrested for DUI 10 times in their neighborhood either. Go to an immigrant community and ask them one question. Would you rather have ICE in the jail or your community? What do you think they're going to say? The jail. Because they don't want public safety threats running around their community either. And we're the most TDA and MS-13, who do they victimize? The immigrant community. So I'm sick of the sanctuary city politicians saying we're protecting the immigrant community. No, you're not. When you release that public safety threat, you're putting the immigrant community at greater risk of crime. You're putting the victim and witness that you're saying you're protecting at greater risk of retribution. Let ICE agents in a taxpayer-funded jail to take the bad guy not only out of the community, but out of the country and make this country safer. Every criminal alien that we remove from this country makes this country safer. Every single one of them. We're going to do it one at a time, and we're going to make this country safer at the end of this 4 years. Guaranteed.
I think I want to just underscore something Tom said. Yes, obviously, if you have Venezuelan gang members, that's going to be a priority for law enforcement, and it should be. But that doesn't mean that people who are here illegally or are not part of this gang or have not been convicted of a crime, that somehow that means you're fine. Like, oh, yeah, nothing wrong. But you do hear this rhetoric where you have...
All right, so we are listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaking at a roundtable with border czar Tom Homan right there. But now I do want to change to President Trump speaking virtually at a summit right now. Let's listen in.
He got a fraction of their value. We're ending the last administration's regulatory war on crypto and Bitcoin, and that includes stopping the lawless Operation Choke Point 2.0. Operation Choke Point went beyond regulation, and I mean far beyond. It was a form of lawfare through government weaponization. Frankly, it was a disgrace. But as of January 20th, 2025, all of that is over. I've also called on Congress to pass landmark legislation creating simple, common-sense rules for stablecoins and market structure. With the right legal framework, institutions large and small will be liberated to invest, innovate, and take part in one of the most exciting technological revolutions in modern history. It's so big, it's, I think, as big as you can get. Pioneers like you will be able to improve our banking and payment system and promote greater privacy, safety, security, and wealth for American consumers and businesses alike. You will unleash an explosion of economic growth, and with the dollar-backed stablecoins, you'll help expand the dominance of the U.S. dollar, and many, many years to come, it'll be at the top, and that's where we want to keep it. We only want to keep it at the top, always. I can already see that the energy and passion of the crypto community is the kind of spirit that built our country, and it is exciting to watch as you invent the future of finance. And right here, it's going to be right here in the USA, the good old USA. Together, we will make America the undisputed Bitcoin superpower and the crypto capital of the world. Thank you. Good luck. God bless America.
All right, so those were some very brief remarks that President Trump delivered virtually at the Digital Asset Summit, talking about cryptocurrency right there. We, of course, wanted to bring that to you as it was happening there live. All right, let's head back to the roundtable discussion with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and border czar Tom Homan as they are discussing the Trump administration's immigration policies. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And they were actually changing diapers, making sandwiches, making baby formula, taking people to the hospitals, dealing with this humanitarian crisis. When you take 70% of agents off the line, in some sectors in the last couple of years, they pulled every single uniform off patrol because they have overcrowding. And the only thing the Biden administration was concerned about, we can't have overcrowding because the cameras catch that. We can't claim the border secure. We got overcrowding these facilities. So their number one priority was process quickly, release quickly, because there's no overcrowding, there's nothing to see. But when you overwhelm the border to where 70 to 100% of agents are pulled off the line, what happened? Enough fentanyl came across the border to kill 250,000 people. Sex trafficking was up 600%. The death of aliens crossing the border were at a record high. 4,000 people died crossing the border. Basically because the Border Patrol wasn't there to pull them out of the river or save them in the desert. Record number of Americans died, a record number of illegal aliens died, sex trafficking up 600%. No one suspected terrorists, over 400 people on the terrorist watch list in 4 years on the southern border. President Trump had 14 in 4 years. So for those that want to say it's just simple illegal immigration, innocent, no, it's not. Because when you overwhelm the system, all these other bad things happen. So securing the border, which we're doing right now at record levels, you're going to see fentanyl deaths decrease, sex trafficking would decrease, deaths of illegal aliens would decrease, the cartels are going to go bankrupt. This is the right thing to do. Secure borders saves lives, and no one can prove anything different. The data speaks for itself. A secure border saves American lives, it saves aliens' lives. That's a fact.
Last question before we take to the audience questions. What you're talking about, though, you, Governor, said that the Congress is feckless. You said you don't have confidence because this is my thought is I remember when the Biden administration took over and I said to my wife, I can't believe it was like 9 months they'd been in charge and how in 9 months you could take this great country and it was just changing rapidly in a negative way. Open borders, lawlessness, no following of the rule of law. It was just like, how could it happen in 9 months? The same is true, regardless of how successful you guys are, you're gone and there's another change in administration. Can it change again in 9 months without there being permanent legislation passed by Congress, and yet they're feckless? I mean,
well, let's not forget, under Trump 1, Trump 45, he had the House and Senate. They didn't help him. And I'm not just talking about Democrats. There's not Republicans on Hill. They need to lead too.
Yeah.
So bottom line is now we have both again. And as Governor DeSantis said, we're not getting what we need. So they didn't learn a lesson from the first administration. I was hoping and praying to learn the lesson. Let's hope they come through. But you're exactly right. He had the House and Senate, Trump 45. He's got the House and Senate 47. What have they done? Nothing. So hopefully they wake up, or some Republican senators in Congress need to leave too. We need to vote them out because they're not doing the right thing.
Well, so much of the modern Congress is just performative. It's just political theater. It's not substantive. They're not engaged in the business of accomplishment. It's all about putting on a show to be able to get returned to office and stay there for as long as possible. It's one of the reasons why I think we need term limits for members of Congress, which I think would be really good. But it just needs to be, because it's just like, you turn on cable news and you got these guys jabbing. It's like, what have you done, okay? I know you like to jab. I know you like to talk. What have you actually done? You've been in now so President Trump's only been in for 60 days, a little bit more than that. Congress was in almost, 2 weeks, 3 weeks before that. So since January 3rd, what have they done? How many weeks have they had off for fundraising and junkets and all this other stuff? And why aren't they really attuned to what needs to be done to deliver support for the president's agenda, but just as importantly, solidifying these changes so that it is actually in law. And don't say it can't be done. Biden, they only had 50 senators when he came in. They had a very narrow majority in the House. Did that stop them from doing all this stuff? They did a lot of bad legislation, but they did it. They got it done. You look in the 90s, Republicans of Congress, I mean, when Clinton was president, they passed very tough immigration laws back then. It's popular. And so I don't even see an effort really to push this forward. And the thing is when you have a new president come in, you have a certain period of time where you have a lot of momentum, right? Just political physics, naturally, the momentum for the first 100 days is going to be greater than the momentum 2 years later. That's just the way politics works. And what I just see is I don't see them really in Congress working to seize the moment. And to understand that this is different, that we actually have a chance to really make serious changes. I see the president doing things that are really, really transformative, but I don't see the same energy from Congress. And so the answer is almost anything the president is currently doing could be undone. Now, these guys build the border wall. That's hard to undo because you have to tear. That's one of the reasons why I support it. It's easy to stop building it. When Biden came in, he stopped all the construction. He left the fence there. He tried to sell the fence, right before he left office, and that was stopped, thankfully. But stuff that's done by executive can be done. And, just the flip side is like Biden passed things through the Senate with the so-called reconciliation with 50 votes, Inflation Reduction Act, all these things, trillions of dollars of waste. The Congress now, we have 53 Republicans. We could repeal all of Biden's spending policies in the upcoming reconciliation, and yet they're not even proposing to do all that. So, look, it's just, it is what it is. And so, we just got to hope that these guys on the administrative side are able to get as much done as possible. And maybe that creates enough momentum where no one in the future would want to reel it in. And I do think the Democrats privately admit that Biden's open border was one of the key factors in them losing the White House because it was just so outrageous and indefensible that a lot of voters who may have voted Democrat in the past, were really disenchanted by that. But you got to get this stuff into law. And it's not always easy. Washington's tough. But I don't even see an attempt to do it, and I think that should frustrate all of us.
I agree. I say to my wife that if the only two things that happen in the Trump administration, notwithstanding all the great work you guys are doing, are term limits and a balanced budget amendment, the country's saved for another 200 years. And it's really what we have.
Well, Florida has done this. Yeah. So we at the legislature under Article 5 has done term limits, and we need enough states to do it. We've also done a balanced budget amendment. We now have, I think, 28 or 29 states nationwide. If you get 34, that triggers to where this amendment would be debated and potentially sent to the states for ratification. I'm actually going to be traveling around to some other states where they're going to think about voting on it and urge the legislatures to do it. Because, the reality is if we'd had a balanced budget amendment in place 25 years ago, the country wouldn't be $36 trillion in debt. That's just a fact. If you look at Florida, we have a balanced budget requirement. And what have we done? Since I've been governor, we've paid off the state over 180 years, the debt that Florida racked up. We've paid off 41% of it just in the last 6 years. So we have the lowest debt per capita of any state in the country, that has state debt. And so it can be done. And I understand it's more difficult in Washington because of everything, but left to their own devices, this is another kind of thing. Even if they get a balanced budget this year, which they're not going to do, but even if they did, future Congresses can unravel that. They say they'll do these spending deals where they'll promise to cut spending 10 years from now. So even if that was something that made fiscal sense, there's no way to enforce that. New Congresses get in. So I agree with what Richard's saying. You got to have structural reform to change the behavior of that institution because it's a failed institution at this point, and they're not just going to voluntarily turn it around.
We're listening into a live roundtable discussion in Sarasota, Florida, where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, borders are Homan and former acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf are fielding questions about the Trump administration's immigration policies. We're going to step away for our first 2-minute break of the hour, continuing this live coverage after that. Stay with us. Let's continue our live coverage out of Sarasota, Florida, where a roundtable discussion is happening talking about the Trump administration's immigration policies.
Economic security is national security, so making sure that we have the right workforce, that we have the right economy here, and President Trump's focused on that, is absolutely critically important. Making sure that we get the bad people out of the country is a part of that, but making sure also that we're bringing people into the country on merit-based, right? Get rid of these diversity visa lotteries. Get rid of all this, just handing out green cards left and right. Let's bring people in that are going to contribute, that aren't going to be on welfare as they come into the country, and focus on that. And unfortunately, that is a role that Congress has to play. They're not good at it, unfortunately. And we'll see if the Trump team can actually push that conversation along, because it needs to happen.
Well, and so, we, when we did our E-Verify, we get reports, hey, there's all these laborers, it looks like they're going. Our guys would go, they run these H-2A visas. And so there's no limit to this, right? People can bring in H-2A workers, and, there's criticism to that program too with how it's done. But when they're bringing in illegal migrants, they're doing that because they can pay them less than they have to pay an H-2A worker. That's why they're doing it. And so it's a business that is socializing the costs of its operation to taxpayers, because you bring in someone illegally. Who pays for their health care if something goes wrong? You do. Who pays for their kids' school if they bring their, you pay for the kids' school. Who pays for the effects of traffic accidents, everything? They don't have insurance, so not them. You're gonna have to bear that cost. And so it's a way to just have dirt cheap labor and then export all the associated costs with that to the general public rather than hire people legally. And you can hire these H-2A workers, but you can hire people illegally for cheaper. And that's all it boils down to, is just a desire for cheap labor. So the question is just satiating that, is that the best policy for the United States of America at the expense of everything else that flows from that? I don't think so. And I think we've chosen to go a different way in Florida. And I also look, you know, they said when we did E-Verify, we got big resorts, we got all this. They said, oh, you know, you're not going to be able, you know, to hire people or whatever. And one, that hasn't been the case in Florida. Yes, we had people that left because of those rules, but you've also been able to hire other people. And what's wrong with expecting, like, our young people to be working part-time now? I mean, like, that's how it used to be when I was growing up. Why do we say we need to import foreigners, even import them illegally, when, you know, teenagers used to work at these resorts? College students should be, all this stuff. It's like you go 30, 40,000 in debt to just take loans, but you're not expected to work at all. So I think the priorities have been jumbled, and I think there's absolutely people that would be able to do. And then even these legal programs, I mean, I'm sorry, these H-1B visas, that's used to pay cheaper than Americans. That's why they bring them in. They say, oh, it's the best and the brightest. Well, you know, 75% of H-1B visas come from one country, India. Why? Because that's where all the companies are that are like in the process of brokering these visas. So it's evolved into a total scam. You've had situations in Florida where the American workers are training their H-1B replacements. So they get fired, H-1B gets less money to come in, and then they do. And the H-1B is indebted to the company. So if Microsoft brings an H-1B, that person can't just jump to Google or somewhere else. You have to stay with it. So that's another giveaway. And that you know, they're operating at least ostensibly within the confines of the law. But there's a notion out there that somehow people think, and a lot of elites assert that somehow Americans just don't cut it. And I don't agree with that. And we can't agree with that if we are, in fact, the greatest country in the world. So rule of law will work. Following the Constitution will work, and I think our economy will be really, really strong as a result of that.
So I agree with everything that's been said. Of course, I'm not an import program and the export program, so I'll deal with the exports. But let me give you one real-life example of what happens every day across this country. And this is a true story. I put a new roof on my house, had a storm damage. I had to call 6 different companies before I got a company to guarantee me legal workforce. Well, father and son showed up, and he was hoping I just need a roof repair and not do a whole roof because the father and son didn't have the ability to do that. So talking to him, I said, no, I need a whole roof replacement. So I talked to him, I said, well, how long have you been a roof business? Here's what he shared with me. He employed 20 U.S. citizens to get on the roof, pay them $20, $25 an hour. But he couldn't win a contract. He went bankrupt because he couldn't win a contract. These other companies had illegal aliens were paying $7 an hour to get on the roof. So he couldn't compete. So what happened? He laid off 20 U.S. citizen employees. That happens across this country every day. No one hires an illegal alien, I truly believe, out of the goodness of their heart. They hire them because they work them harder, pay them less, and undercut their competition. So this is about American business. This is about making sure U.S. citizens stay employed. This is about keeping wages at a certain level and not decreasing wages. It's the right thing to do. And there is a way, as Chad said, to bring people in legally. Congress needs to address that. If we need a workforce to do that type of work, there's a process to go through. It needs to be improved. I agree with it. But illegal immigration is not the answer. Again, it's not a victimless crime. If you've seen what I've seen in my career, you'd understand. You might not like me, but you'd understand me. I've talked to girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times. And when you get on your knees, you talk to a 9-year-old little girl who had everything innocent and pure stolen from her, ripped from her, who has lost faith in all humanity. That happens on the border all the time. I stood in back of a tractor trailer, 19 dead people at my feet, including a 5-year-old little boy. They all baked to death. You wear my shoes to see the tragedies I've seen at the border. Secure borders, I'll say it again, secure borders saves lives. Illegal immigration is not the answer. Congress needs to do some fixes, but I agree with Governor DeSantis. The rule of law is what this country is about. And if we keep pushing the rule of law, this country is even going to be greater than it is now. We got to stand by the rule of law. We got great founders of this country. We need to stand by the principle of what this country is all about. People can come to this country. We're the most welcoming country in the entire world. We bring more refugees and visitors to this country through the legal process than any other country in the world. Matter of fact, almost more than all countries combined. We're the most giving country in the world. And we won't change that. But we got to have a rule of law because people are dying. Bottom line. That's why I fight as hard as I fight.
Real quick, closing thoughts by all three of you. What do the next 3.5 years look like in solving the immigration crisis in America? 1, 2, 3 things that need to happen, should happen, or hopefully will happen.
Well, there's a term that I've been using over these last 50 days, and that word is velocity. The amount of action that the Trump administration has done in these 50 or 60 days has been unprecedented. I hope that continues for the next 3.5 years. I hope we don't slow down. I think there's so much change that can be done, not only at the border, not only about removing individuals, but also on that legal side, and really need to fix that because it is being abused, as the governor said, and so there's a lot that needs to continue to be done on border security and on immigration. So if the pace continues, we'll see if folks can keep up with it. I think there's a lot of folks that are tired, not Tom, but others, 60 days or so in, but that pace needs to continue. I think that's what the American people voted for last November. They didn't vote for 60 days of it, they voted for 4 years of it. And so I'm hopeful that that velocity that we see continues across all the fronts that we've been talking about here.
First of all, I got a hard job. You probably don't know this, but I'm 30. Look, I'm honored to be on the stage with Secretary Wolf and Governor DeSantis, who's one badass governor. I love him. They both need a haircut.
We have hair.
Again, it all goes back to the job, Chad. Look, here's what I want. I said it earlier. I've seen a lot of tragedies in my lifetime who changed me. It made the man I am today. Again, I started in 1984 as a Border Patrol agent. I was a special agent. I've done numerous investigations. I've seen so much tragedy, so much deaths, so much terrible things in my life that I fight hard today because I know every day that we secure that border, we're saving lives. Women aren't being raped. Children aren't drowning in the river. And as we remove these public safety threats like TDA, who raped and murdered young women, set a woman on fire in a subway, that's why I fight so hard. So what does the next just 2 months shy of 4 years mean for me? I will start smiling on TV when we remove every illegal alien public safety threat, every gang member, every national security threat from this country. They have no right to be here, and they need to go. If they don't want to go on their own, then we're going to hunt them down, and we're going to deport them. And I do that with no apology. That's what we're going to do. And if I accomplish that, I can retire for the 3rd time. I got the greatest wife in the world. Best thing ever happened to me. I'm sure you're in the same spot as I am. Who's been through hell. I got death threats. You see a lot of security detail around me because I got more death threats than you can imagine. You know what? But I'm not going to shut up. I'm not going away. Bring it. Because I'm going to do my job, and President Trump's going to do his job. What I ask you to do when I leave today, here's what I want you to do. You see an ICE agent, you see a Border Patrol agent, you see a Florida State Trooper, you see a cop, walk up to them and just thank them. Because these men and women are putting it on the line every day. While you're sleeping in your bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, there's a Border Patrol agent standing post on a dirt trail someplace who's going to take something on. A sensor goes off. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to take it on. I know because I did that job. So God bless the men and women of the Border Patrol. God bless the men and women of ICE. And God bless the men and women who carry a badge and strap a gun to their hip every day to keep us all safe. That's what you need to do.
Well, I think over the next 3.5, 4 years, we've already established Florida will be leading the states in this fight. We are on board. And we understand this is a team effort. When you have a federal system where there's states and the federal government, you got to collaborate, you got to work together. In fact, we've got a proposal to augment the things Tom's talking about. I know he's reviewed it. I think they're this close to proven and letting us go out and do even more than we've already done over the first 2 months of the Trump administration. So we're looking forward to that. I'd love to be able to announce something soon. So that's just where we're going to be on all this stuff. We're going to ensure the law's enforced in Florida across the board. We're going to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect the people of the state from, yes, public safety threats, but also just making sure that our state is orderly, that we have a legal workforce, and that we're following the rule of law. So we had 4 years of frustration under the Biden administration where you could have a criminal alien and they were very lackadaisical in even taking those people off the street when you presented to them. It was just the inmates running the asylum. They were flying people in who were here, who were coming illegally. I mean, it was a total catastrophe. And so there's been remarkable progress made at the border. I knew there would be good progress, but 96% in less than 2 months is pretty spectacular. But now we need to see the best effort in American history on the interior enforcement. And I know that's what Tom is pushing for. I know there's other folks in the agency. I know that's what President Trump wants to see. And if states like Florida step up, I think we'll be able to achieve it. If states don't do more than what they're doing outside of Florida, that's going to be much more difficult. So we're going to lead the way, but some of this is leading by example. And the number of things that have happened in this country over the last 6 years in other states that started with Florida leading, showing results, and then citizens in those other states asking their representatives, hey, why aren't you doing what Florida's done? You can write a book about all those things. And so that's what we're going to keep doing.
All right, so these are closing remarks right here at the roundtable discussion discussing the Trump administration's immigration policies. Those are the final thoughts right there from the panel of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, border czar Tom Homan, and former acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf. So that concludes this roundtable discussion. As you can see right there, everyone standing up. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We do have a number of other live events currently happening and getting ready to happen in a matter of moments. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Stephanie Quinue. Our next live event that is set to get underway shortly is out of New Jersey. I want to share this live look with you right here. You can see the podium is set up with the bridge in the background. We're expecting to hear from New Jersey lawmakers and union leaders demanding an end to the New York City congestion tax. Now, the Trump administration has called for New York City to end this congestion tax tomorrow. That is the deadline that the Trump administration has set. Otherwise, Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy says the federal government will pull funding from New York City's transit system. Secretary Duffy also saying that New York City has to provide a plan to address crime. So while New York transit officials say that publicly available statistics showing major crime on the subway system is trending down this year, Secretary Duffy noted, quote, a number of high-profile safety-related incidents have led to this demand. So we did want to share this with you as we are expecting New Jersey lawmakers and union leaders to end New York congestion tax there. And what's interesting to note is that some of these lawmakers are in fact Democrats siding with President Trump. So we do see someone's at the podium right now. It does appear perhaps that is set to get underway. So we're going to monitor this situation as soon as we see folks actually take to the podium. Well, let's just listen in now to see what this gentleman is talking about. Okay, so I think he was just doing a mic check, but we did want to let you know that this live event is set to get underway in just a matter of moments, and of course we'll bring that to you. We also have another live event happening now, this time out of New York City. This is a protest for the potential sale of the United States Postal Service, and I wanted to raise that audio so we can listen in.
She is now also the first, this is Women's History Month, ladies, the first woman president. Let me all get a round of applause, and no disrespect to the men. Like I said, this is Women's History Month, but I really want to hear it here. Yvette Killer Johnson.
Thank you, Candace. Good morning. Good morning. Can you guys hear me? Okay, because I'm loud and proud, so can you hear me? All right. Good morning, brothers and sisters. As you know, my name is Yvette Johnson. I represent the mail handlers, the local 300 mail handlers across the tri-state area. And yes, I am the first woman, yes, okay? But I'll take that, all right? Listen, brothers and sisters, this is a historical moment for us. 55 years ago, the carrier union, okay, I'm throwing it to my brother over there, started what they did. They did the unimaginable. They had a strike. Now, we know today we can't freaking strike. I'm trying to be nice because somebody might be watching this, all right? But they went from begging to bargaining. We're not going back to begging. We're not going back to begging. Today, we recognize that we all have collective bargaining agreements that will not allow us to strike. But listen, they cannot stop us from protesting. So today, we stand up and we protest the cuts to the post office, the cuts to the Social Security, and also trying to privatize the mail. The U.S. mail will never be for sale. Today, brothers and sisters, the message to the President of the United States should be very clear. Go to hell, because the U.S. mail will never, ever be for sale. Go to hell. Go to hell. The U.S. mail will never be for sale. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
Well, that was very nice. I don't know what's happening with CBS. No, NBC. Sorry. What? Okay, I'm done. Listen, guys. I don't know what's going on here. Yes. Okay, can you give me just one? Oh, okay. So now, let me just say this. You got to put it in the center. All right. Now, unfortunately, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you know I said that in Spanish because I'm half Puerto Rican, okay? A longtime friend to postal workers and this union was unable to attend today because she is traveling out of town with Bernie Sanders. Representing her today is her political director, please forgive me if I don't pronounce it right, Fiorella Bini.
Hey all, thank you so much for having us here. Hello, can you hear me now? Okay. Well, thank you all for having us here today. Our message is very clear. The Congresswoman is with each and every one of you all. We support the American Postal Workers Union throughout the country, and especially with our local here in New York. And we want to make it very, very clear, the Postal Services is not for sale. She is out here today and the next few days throughout the country with Senator Bernie Sanders, talking to working class families and people throughout the country. And we are against every single type of budget cuts, and we will be fighting with you all throughout every single day, and we stand in solidarity with all of the union workers who are here today. Thank you very much.
Hold on, Diane. Okay, in the meantime, whose post office? I can't hear you. Whose post office? Let me just make this clear once again. I am so happy that we have all three unions and the National Association of Postal Supervisors here with us together to fight for the stopping of the privatization of the post office, the delivery standards, because we need to get that back up to par. We also know that we don't want Social Security to be cut. Get your hands off of that. We don't want anyone to hit and challenge on Medicare. And you know what gets me even more angry? Do not, and I will not, allow you to impose and come in to, what is the word, brother? My privacy. You are not going to get into my private information. That is mine and mine alone. And it's yours and yours alone. So the fight will continue. And I'm going to have a pleasure again of reaching out to my brother, our president, Jonathan Smith. But don't get this wrong. He's not going to talk that long, because I'm going to ask respectfully that any postal customer out there, or even a postal worker, come out here and talk about why they can't do this. So I invite anyone to come over, even customers, guys, you are walking back and forth, even though we are all customers of Postal Service, because I get mail. Anybody want to come up and speak? Come on, there we go. I don't know his name, so I'm going to give him the pleasure of introducing himself.
Hi there, my name's Herb Michael. I'm a retired UFT teacher, part of a labor solidarity project of our teachers union. And as a retired teacher, I want to extend our support. Our chapter supports the struggle to keep the post office from being privatized. And of course, hands off Social Security, like the sister said, hands off Medicare.
So I did want to share that with you, as a protest out of New York City is happening right now over the possible sale of the United States Postal Service. We were hearing from advocates and employees alike. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break here at Live Now from Fox. Much more to come, including a live event happening out of New Jersey where Democratic lawmakers are standing with the Trump administration calling for an end of the New York City congestion tax. That's coming up. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We're now going to head live to New Jersey, where lawmakers there are supporting the Trump administration, calling for an end to the New York City congestion tax.
By this unfair MTA congestion program. While New York officials claim that this is about reducing traffic, in reality, it's simply a congestion tax, a revenue grab that penalizes those traveling into the city rather than addressing congestion. For years, our industry associations have actively engaged in discussions about congestion pricing, writing letters, testifying at MTA hearings, and advocating for the value of motor coach travel. Congressman Gottheimer has been a very dedicated supporter, consistently pushing back against this flawed plan, and we sincerely thank him for that. If this plan was truly about reducing congestion, then all high occupancy vehicles, both public and private, would be exempt. Under the MTA's unfair plan, public buses are exempt, but private are not. Yet, one motor coach or bus, regardless of ownership, can remove up to 50 cars off the road, making it a clear congestion solution. Motor coaches also have one of the lowest carbon footprints, getting 280 miles per gallon per passengers. If this tax was really about cleaner air and reducing congestion, as Governor Hochul claims, then why is the most environmentally friendly mode of transportation being penalized? Beyond our businesses, this tax hurts our most vulnerable passengers, students, seniors, nonprofit organizations, and many others who rely on chartered motor coaches as an affordable way to get to New York City. Schools, senior centers, veterans organizations, and community outreach programs depend on motor coaches because they are cost-effective, accessible, and the safest form of transportation. But now, higher costs are being passed down, making trips more expensive and even out of reach for some of these that rely on them most. It places an additional burden, further limiting opportunities for those with fixed incomes and nonprofit budgets. Governor Hochul and the MTA claim this program will bring economic benefits and cleaner air, but in reality, it adds financial burdens to families, businesses, and visitors, people who have no say in how the MTA is run, but are now expected to fund its budget shortfalls. The federal government has ordered the tolls to stop effective tomorrow, recognizing the flaws in this plan. Yet the MTA and Governor Hochul are refusing to comply, stating they plan to continue to tax our commuters and our visitors despite the mandate. We applaud Congressman Gottheimer's leadership in standing up against this unjust action, and it's time to put an end to this unfair toll once and for all. Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you. Good job, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Ignoring the mandate tomorrow to no longer toll per congestion pricing is lawlessness. It's something that simply cannot be tolerated. And again, thank you so much, Michelle, for your words. Next is Pat Reynolds, who is the president of Local 14, Transport Workers Union of America, AFL-CIO. Pat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Congressman Gottheimer, for your continued efforts to shut this tax burden, unfair tax and unfair burden against the MTA's congestion price plan and the negative impact it will have on New York and New Jersey commuters. A plan that shows no regard for workers that are struggling to make ends meet now and must pay to get to work. They must pay to get to work. These workers include TWU Local 1400 members and workers who must work in these zones or must travel through these zones to get to work. This especially affects workers who work shift work. There is certainly a need for off-hour, weekend, and holiday commute options and a deeper look into exemptions for these workers. These tolls put an unfair burden on these workers who are already struggling to make ends meet. We implore the MTA and Governor Hochul to shut this down now, as it is unfair and unfair burden on these workers. Thank you again, Congressman Gottheimer, for your leadership in fighting against this unnecessary toll.
Thank you, Pat. You know, government works when the right folks are in the right positions. And from the very moment that congestion pricing was an idea, New Jersey, northern New Jersey, our congressional district had a leader who was at the forefront of doing everything that he possibly could to make sure that this tax on the middle class doesn't happen. Our Congressman, Josh Gottheimer, has been at the forefront of coordinating legal battles, coordinating government officials, convening these press conferences, and doing everything that he could humanly possibly do to protect the middle class from this truly unfair tax. So first of all, thank you to Congressman Josh Gottheimer, and now Congressman Josh Gottheimer.
Well, Mayor, I'm going to say the same about you, man, and I wish I could. You know, I don't think anyone's ever accusing you of hanging in the background on anything. And the fact is, you know, this community here in Fort Lee is very lucky to be represented by this mayor and an unbelievable council who has not stopped for 1 second fighting to protect its families, middle-class, hardworking families, and the children who are here and have to breathe in the backup of trucks and all the cancer-causing pollution that they plume. And you know, you went right to work on this, never stopped, as you always do. You just go to work, and we're very lucky to have also with us, along with our great mayor, a phenomenal Senator, Gordon Johnson, who's been at literally walking this every step, every inch with me and others. And Joan Voss, our great commissioner, done an unbelievable job representing also our county commissioners and our county executive, who've been so tuned in to fighting against those who are trying to screw over hard-working middle-class families. So I want to thank her. The building trades have been a huge part of this. I'll tell you that Pat and I have spent a lot of time together. The TW focused on how this really hurts his workers. Hurts regular people who are trying to make ends meet, just like it's hurting the PBA is here, and Andrew's here from Port Authority PBA, and law enforcement, how this affects. They got to pay this, right? Your workers do, right? It's everyone from cops to firefighters to teachers to electricians to nurses to those who build our cities, who build our communities, and do an unbelievable job and protect our communities. So I just want to say that I'm just so grateful for their work along the way. And the motor coach piece is not something you should discount, because I don't understand why we wouldn't do everything possible to help any form of mass transit. So New York talks with one side of their mouth on one thing, and the other side of the mouth on another thing. But the bottom line is they do everything they can so far to actually look out for their pocketbooks, but not actually fixing mass transit problems in the area. So I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. David and Jimmy, thank you so much. Also from TW, who are here from Local 1400. I will tell you that last month, in a huge win for hardworking middle-class Jersey families, their wallets, and our environment, the government ordered New York once and for all to end their outrageous congestion tax. Time's up on New York and their congestion tax. That was very clear as a directive. Yet, just hours before this March 21st deadline to shut off the commuter-crushing tax, the MTA in New York haven't shown an ounce of interest so far in complying with the directive. Instead, they're grasping for straws, right? Ignoring the directive and the harsh reality that the congestion tax is punishing hardworking middle-class families who are just doing everything they can to get by in a time of higher prices, right? Like everywhere you go, prices are higher and families are just trying to make ends meet. And the fact that New York just turned around and said we're going to whack these hardworking families instead of helping them makes no sense. And then even when they're told to stop, they also are not interested in helping. They'd rather have their $9 a day, $2,300 a year congestion tax that's causing more pollution here in northern New Jersey, bellowing from truck traffic at the GW Bridge. I guess we shouldn't be surprised given their legendary failures on all fronts at the MTA. Right, these guys would screw up a two-car parade, right? It's just March Madness from the MTA and more of it. Let me be clear. We are not going to sit around and let New York stick it to hardworking Jersey families. That's why we've been fighting this literally every step of the way for years now.
We are listening in to a Democratic representative, Josh Gottheimer from New Jersey, as he is siding with the Trump administration, calling for an immediate end to the New York City congestion tax. We do need to step away for a 2-minute break, our final one of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our live coverage out of New Jersey after that. Stay with us. We're going to head back live to New Jersey, where lawmakers, including Democratic lawmakers, are siding with the Trump administration to call for an immediate end of the New York City congestion tax. But I did want to share this live look with you as we are monitoring this. This is out of Los Angeles, where we are expecting to hear from family members of the Menendez brothers as they continue to call for the brothers' release from prison. That's set to get underway in just a matter of moments. So we did want to let you know we are monitoring this live event. All right, we do want to head back to New Jersey and continue to listen in as lawmakers support the Trump administration calling for an end to the congestion tax hike.
MTA for all and any charges to Jersey families after tomorrow's deadline passes. The New Jersey Department of Transportation should invoice New York every week that they refuse to comply with the shut-off deadline. and reimburse all Jersey drivers for what they've paid in the congestion tax. New York must return every single penny they're stealing from hardworking Jersey families after they start ignoring the directive. I'm also encouraging Jersey families to keep track of every single charge they receive from New York on the congestion tax, starting immediately. Third, I'm sending a letter to Easy Pass, which is a consortium between New Jersey, New York, and other states, calling on them to stop charging Jersey families who go south of 60th Street beginning tomorrow, March 21st. Easy Pass can't just ignore the federal directive and help New York charge hardworking commuters this crushing congestion tax. Easy Pass knows that New York has a deadline on their congestion tax, so Easy Pass should stop collecting it. In short, we will not be giving a pass to Easy Pass. They're expected to do their jobs as well. I'm also calling on Easy Pass to fix their broken system that prevents Jersey commuters from challenging New York's fraudulent congestion tax charges. Based on the calls we've been receiving from New Jersey drivers, it appears that you could only challenge incorrect charges from New York's cameras if you got your Easy Pass from New York, not if you got it from New Jersey. So if you got your Easy Pass here in Jersey, the transponders that you put on your car or your truck, and drive to New York, they charge you an incorrect amount, you're totally screwed, because New York will not let you contest the charge. So Easy Pass should start living up to their name and make things easier for our hardworking families. Finally, as co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Anti-Congestion Tax Caucus, let me be clear, we will never stop fighting to ensure that no one gets whacked with this ridiculous, regressive tax on hardworking middle-class families. Earlier this Congress, I proudly introduced the bipartisan Anti-Congestion Tax Act to prevent the Department of Transportation from awarding any new grants to MTA projects in New York until drivers from New Jersey and New York crossing into Manhattan receive exemptions from the congestion tax. I've also co-led two bipartisan bills with my colleague from New York, Nicole Maliotakis, the Motorist Tax Abuse Act, specifically prohibiting congestion tax in New York City, and the Make Transportation Authorities Accountable and Transparent Act, which requires the Office of the Inspector General at the Department of Transportation to conduct a full audit of the MTA to see how it has blown billions of dollars in federal assistance over the last 5 years. The state and other parties in New Jersey, including here in Fort Lee, have also had court cases, right? And I know the mayor here and others have been involved, focused on the environmental impact of all this increased truck traffic at the GW Bridge and the cancer-causing pollution impacting our children and families here. Again, the MTA admitted in their own reports, and I think this is very important to go back and remember the history here. The MTA admitted in their own reports to the federal government that their congestion tax changes, the patterns it would impact on traffic, would force more trucks, and with them more cancer-causing pollution, including carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, and other carcinogens like formaldehyde, here at Fort Lee and into the surrounding boroughs. When it comes to fixing problems, the MTA only creates more problems. It's actually legendary how badly they screw things up on a regular basis. In 2023, the MTA spent tens of millions of dollars on a new intercom system that doesn't work. They lost $700 million on people who don't pay to ride, or fare skippers. I saw it with my own eyes recently when I was in the subway, people just jumping over the turnstile. And according to a recent report, half of all MTA bus riders don't even pay to ride anymore. Yes, in New York, go look, half of them jump on the buses and don't even pay. So who do they want to pay? Us, right? That's the joke of the whole thing. They want the cops and labor and nurses and electricians and firefighters, they want them to pay for their mismanagement. And even when they get a federal directive telling them to stop the congestion tax, they give the federal government the finger and refuse to actually follow along the federal directive. They've wasted billions of dollars to expand the 2nd Avenue subway to an area that made it bigger than they were even supposed to. And the federal government gives billions of dollars every year to the MTA, and they blow that too. So, to the MTA, enjoy your last hours screwing over hardworking commuters with the congestion tax. It's time to move on. Let's get back to our 100-plus year cooperative relationship with the Port Authority. Let's focus on getting shovels in the ground and building more mass transit, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which I proudly helped write and negotiate and pass. Let's continue investing more in mass transit, fix our roads and bridges and tunnels, and build the Gateway train tunnel. Let's act cooperatively like we have with the Port Authority for more than 100 years. Cut it out. Stop trying to screw with an economy that controls 20% of the GDP in the nation. This is not the way we should work together. Stop the highway robbery, because I know as long as we work together in the greatest country in the world, our best days will always be ahead of us. Thanks so much. Yes?
Let me just reset here for a second and ask this.
Yeah, sure.
Saying that they're ignoring the directive,
Yeah.
What they're saying is they're following the courts. You're saying you're going to ask the Attorney General to pursue every legal option, but you did that before.
Well, on the federal, that was before the federal directive.
You didn't win the case. So shouldn't your issue be with the USDOT? They haven't asked for an emergency injunction. They haven't asked the courts to stop congestion.
Well, no, they wouldn't ask for an injunction until the deadline passes, of course, as you know, and the deadline is coming up, which is the whole reason we're here, to remind everyone the deadline is coming up, and the expectation should be from the federal directive that they comply with it, that New York complies with it. And if so what we're calling on them to comply with it, and we're saying if they don't comply, then the Attorney General should take action. That's what happens after you ignore a federal directive.
Well, why not seek a stay or some kind of injunctive relief before the deadline? Why allow it to lapse? And their contention is that the deadline is essentially arbitrary since the courts have already said the toll is legal.
Well, but that's not right, actually, because that was before this directive was in place, right? And so the directive goes in place, then the expectation is you comply with the directive. Then when someone breaks the directive, you go to court. I mean, you could preemptively do it, or you could do it as soon as they break the directive. The governor, if I'm right on this, has made it clear so far in her public statements that she has no intention to follow the directive, but let's see what they do, and we're hours away from that. And then I would hope, is what I called on today, for the Attorney General in New Jersey and others to take action. As you also know, in New Jersey, refiled their case. They amended their case, right? And that's actually before the courts now, right? They changed their filing based on the feedback they received from the court, which is also completely normal, right? So I think you've got several paths moving at the same time, in addition to other lawsuits, like class action lawsuits, that are also still moving in the courts, which, as you know, in the legal process, sometimes that takes time. It's not always an overnight fix. But what is clear is that there's a deadline here. And the question is, and I'm hoping that Governor Hochul today, in the press conference, I assume if you cover in some press conference, will say that she intends to actually comply with the federal directive. And by the way, it's in line with the issues that many of us have been saying for years now of what our issues are, right? These are not new issues that just came up. These are consistent. And by the way, they're continuing to screw over people. So I think we should fight this thing until the end. And right now, it's clear that New York is facing the end with this federal directive. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Any chance of going after the Port Authority for the big $16 fees they're charging?
For what do you mean going after them?
Well, I mean, you're saying the Port Authority for New York, but the Port Authority keeps raising it also.
Listen, I think, in my view, and when I've been asked this every time, and my view is consistent, which is, like, I think we should do everything we can to get costs down overall. So, like, I think wherever people can get costs down, we should get costs down and get taxes down and make life more affordable for people. This is on top of, on the Port Authority, that is a shared revenue source between New York and New Jersey that's supposed to invest, and it does, in our ports, our airports, fixing our bridges, our tunnels, investing in the path, all good things that we invest in. This is on top of that, and not a penny is going to Jersey, right? So that's my real beef, right? And like, listen, things cost money, and we want to make investments. This is dealing with an MTA that has done nothing except waste money year in and year out, has done nothing to try to fix their problems. We should focus on where the problem is. And certainly, what's amazing and galling is that the MTA, instead of saying, yeah, we should clean up our mess, and by the way, if we don't, we'll hit New York for it, they're turning around and going, and Jersey, you should fix our problem. That's the thing that's incredible.
The media reporting, we already have the data from MTA. How it's working doing after the congestion? How's the traffic since everything started?
So I will tell you, when it was immediately implemented, there was, in our view, a reduction. But the implementation started during the slowest traffic period of the year in Fort Lee, number one. Number two, you have to look at this empirically over 60 days, 90 days, 120 days. Once those bills start hitting the easy passes and folks are paying those invoices, after that occurs, then I think you got to look at what the actual impact of congestion pricing is. But it still doesn't eliminate what was the basis for our lawsuit, which were the environmental issues, which were the contaminants, which were the health and safety issues. So there was a slight difference in traffic. We're not relying on that yet. Not enough time has gone by. But that impact is certainly not outweighed, by the cost to our middle class. We hear it every day. Our commuters are suffering. They just simply can't pay that bill. So we'll see. Time will tell.
And my understanding is, am I right about the mayor, is that on the truck traffic side, we have seen an increase of trucks moving from the Lincoln and Holland tunnel to the GW Bridge.
Trucks for sure. Overall volume was my response, but trucks for sure have been increasing. By the way, those are the #1 perpetrators as far as folks with pre-existing conditions, with asthma, with health issues, and that's exactly what we were trying to avoid. And that's exactly what our class action lawsuit was about.
Thanks, guys.
That was good. Thanks so much, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
So that concludes the press conference there out of New Jersey, as we were hearing from New Jersey Representative Josh Gottheimer, who is supporting the Trump administration. And you can see the bridge right there, bridging literally New Jersey to New York. And we were hearing from New Jersey lawmakers and union workers saying this congestion tax needs to end. The Trump administration giving New York City until tomorrow to do just that. Governor Hochul, though, of New York, saying she will not comply. And we heard that we are expecting to hear remarks from her later on today. The Trump administration, though, now threatening to pull funding from the New York City transportation system if they do not comply with the ending of congestion pricing. Secretary Duffy also wants data on transit crime over the past 2 years. There have been a number of incidents involving crime on the subway system, some individuals even losing their lives. And so we will have to see whether or not New York City and New York will comply with tomorrow's deadline. All right, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 12:11 Eastern, 9:11 Pacific. And I wanted to share this live look with you right here as we are expecting to hear from family members of the Menendez brothers as they are continuing to call for the brothers' release from prison. Eric and Lyle Menendez, they were found guilty back in 1989 of the murders of their father of their father and mother. They are going to be returning to court on April 17 and 18th for resentencing hearings. And earlier this month, we brought you live the Los Angeles district attorney who had said that he does not support currently the resentencing of the brothers, stating that the Menendez brothers have been lying for years, but he would reconsider that if they admit to those lies. So we did want to share that with you as we are expecting this to get underway. In fact, this is outside the courthouse right there. You can see the reflection in the mirrors right there in the windows, and you can see the crowd gathering around this podium, although no one has yet stepped up to the podium. So we did want to bring that to you. We, of course, as soon as it gets underway, we'll transition to that. It was expected to start at around noon Eastern time, so it's running just a little bit behind schedule right here. But we do see some people walking down the steps in that reflection. It's a little unclear as to whether they are participating in this press conference, but just wanted to let you know that this is happening right here. Meanwhile, I also wanted to share this live look with you on this Thursday as it is around the lunch hour. You can see that the Dow Jones started in the red this morning when the markets opened. Now, though, in the green, rebounding and now up by about 138 points. We, of course, will continue to monitor Wall Street and give you the very latest numbers throughout the hours. Our next live event takes us out to the UN daily briefing, and I did want to just pot up the audio so we can listen in as we await some of these other live events.
In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs warns that a surge in violence in Ituri province is harming civilians and hindering relief efforts. On the 18th of March, local humanitarian sources reported that an armed group raided a site hosting displaced people in the territory of Jugu, with 2 people killed and property looted. As we've mentioned before, violence has been mounting in Jugu for weeks, particularly in the areas of Itaki, Drodro, Reti, and Linga areas. At least 4 humanitarian organizations have suspended activities in the area, cutting some 300,000 people off from life-saving aid and protection. OCHA also tells us that clashes continue in parts of North Kivu and South Kivu provinces, leading to new displacements and civilian deaths. In South Kivu, local humanitarian sources report that fighting in the highlands of Fizi territory has prevented nearly 30,000 displaced people from returning to villages in the area. And in North Kivu, local humanitarian sources estimate that more than 10,000 people fled clashes in Walikale territory yesterday, crossing into the neighboring provinces of Maniema and Chopo. Turning to Haiti, our colleagues at the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs are concerned about cholera, with new suspected cases being reported daily. Since the beginning of the year, more than 900 suspected cases and 4 confirmed cases have been recorded nationwide. In Cité Soleil, more than 100 suspected cases have been reported in the past 3 weeks. The deteriorating security situation hinders access for surveillance teams and response efforts, raising concerns about undetected community transmission. The government and the World Health Organization are jointly responding to the outbreak by providing medicine and medical supplies and setting up rehydration and chlorination points. OCHA also warns that years of underfunding for the humanitarian response means that millions of Haitians are missing out on the central support they need. Funding for water, sanitation, and hygiene services is particularly low, with only $3.6 million out of the required $87 million received. Additionally, just less than 30% of health facilities with beds across the country and just over 40% in the Port-au-Prince metropolitan area are fully operational. In a statement issued today, Filippo Grandi, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, warned that the brutal funding cuts in the humanitarian sector are putting millions of lives at risk.
All right, so I did want to dip in at least briefly to this UN daily briefing as they are discussing international conflicts. But I do want to transition now to Los Angeles, where you can see a crowd is gathering right here. We are expecting to hear from family members of the Menendez brothers as they are calling for the brothers to be released from prison. They have been in prison since they were convicted of killing their mother and father back in 1989, and we can see that individuals are gathering there outside the podium. We do believe that this is set to get underway in just a matter of moments, and so what we're going to do is step away for another 2-minute break, bringing this to you without commercial interruption. We're going to head straight out to Los Angeles, where the family of the Menendez brothers are speaking, calling for the release of the brothers from prison.
For their actions, and a family that has forgiven and is ready to heal. The district attorney might not care about that, but he will hear us today. So I want to thank you all again for standing with us. I want to thank the incredible speakers who will be sharing their perspectives. And I want to make one thing very clear. We are not going anywhere. We will not stop fighting. We will not stop fighting for Eric and Lyle, for justice, and for the truth. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our first speaker, David Amaya.
Good morning. My name is David Amaya. I'm the program manager for the Anti-Recidivism's Hope and Redemption team. The HEART program consists of a 10-week workshop inside prison focusing on parole preparation and reentry planning. All facilitators are formerly incarcerated individuals, many of whom are returning to their very prisons that they were paroled from, to reach, inspire, and mentor the men and women still inside. I am here today on behalf of ARC to ask the judges considering the resentencing and habeas and the governor and board of parole to believe in second chances and give a proper recognition to rehabilitation and change. We are honored to stand here alongside our fellow advocates as well as the survivors who have worked so hard to bring this case back to life. At ARC, we work with people who have made bad decisions, people who at one point in their lives saw no way out, people who because of their broken system didn't believe change was possible. But Eric and Lyle are proof that that is. I know the power of that work. They have not just served their time, they have made something meaningful of it. They have worked to improve their lives of those around them. They have mentored young people in prison, and they have graduated from the ARC programs designated to prepare incarcerated individuals for success and reentry. I know firsthand how important those programs are. When I was 22, not much older than Lyle, when he first was arrested, I was sentenced to a 15 to life sentence because I joined a gang at 13 years old. My violent youth behavior followed me even into incarceration. I spent 10 years in Pelican Bay because of that. I didn't believe that change was possible. I believed that was my lot in life at the moment. But then one day my daughter helped me realize I had to turn my life around. That moment saved me. Not everyone gets that moment, and that's why Eric and Lyle's work is so important. They have been that moment for so many people behind bars. Men who needed someone to show them that redemption is possible, that rehabilitation is possible, that life after prison is possible. Eric and Lyle have turned their lives around over the last 35 years. They apologize for what they did that night, and they are so much more than what they did that single night on the days after. They started programs, mentored younger people, and became model inmates despite the fact that they never thought they would see the light of day, our freedom. As someone who has gone before the parole board and has been granted the chance to give back to the community, work for organizations dedicated to meaningful reentry and avoid recidivism, I know without a shadow of a doubt that Eric and Lyle deserve that same chance. Eric and Lyle do not pose a threat to the public safety or society. They have served their time. Now it's time for them to be with their families, to move forward and continue their work to help others turn their lives around. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask a mentor of mine, Michael Mendoza, for Latino Justice.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Mendoza, and I'm the National Criminal Justice Director at Latino Justice. Latino Justice is a national civil rights organization where we focus on using and changing the laws to create more safer communities that are equitable and just. We are here in strong support of Eric and Lyle, of his family, of all the advocates. As you can see, all around us, you have people that represent our community. You have family members, you have survivors, you have people who are formerly incarcerated, men and women, here to join us today in support of ensuring that people like Eric and Lyle get an opportunity, receive hope, and are able to earn their way home. But I'm not just here in a professional capacity. I'm here because at the age of 15, I unfortunately also committed a crime. When I was tried as an adult and I was given a 15 to life sentence and ended up serving 17 years in adult prisons. And it was during that time where I actually met Lyle Menendez in Tehachapi State Prison. I got to see him do his time. I got to see him stay focused and making sure that he took part in everything he needed to do in terms of rehabilitation programs. And I was proud to know him and who he is today. And the one thing that we really want to emphasize is people like myself, young people, men, women who get involved in the justice system at such a young age, don't just do it because we wake up wanting to commit a crime. Unfortunately, I had experienced a lot of sexual, physical, and bullying trauma growing up as a young kid. And although it's not an excuse for the actions that I committed, we believe that people should be held accountable, but in humane ways that provide hope. And we are grateful that here in California, we have what's called the Youth Offender Parole Board, where they take into account the youthfulness of people who are engaged in the criminal justice system and the belief that we should not give up on our children. We should not give up on young people. We should not throw people away. The sad reality is that when you fill these prisons up with such a hopeless sentence, the rest of the population is really hard to grind towards the goals of wanting to come back home, wanting to be a part of the society and our communities. And so we're here today to ensure and to give a message to DA Hochman. Do not ignore the new evidence. Do not ignore what the family is desiring. Do not ignore what advocates are pleading for. We're not just pleading for a second chance for two individuals. We're pleading for a second chance for those who are being extremely punished without an opportunity to come home. If we really truly want a safer society, we need to give people in prison hope and a meaningful chance to come back to their families. And so I'm very, very grateful here today that you all are here to receive this message, and we hope that the DA listens to everybody here, takes into consideration that true public safety will come through redemption and second chances. So thank you all for coming, and I'm going to now introduce my dear friend and colleague, Javier Starring.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Javier Starring. I am executive director of an organization called Healing Dialogue in Action, a restorative justice organization that has allowed me to accompany people responsible for horrible crimes, their families, and also the victims and survivors of these families for over 4 decades. I want to start out by really thanking the family, really thanking you for your strength, for your courage to bring light to a systemic issue that affects all of us. We believe that if crime hurts, justice should help heal. And in many ways, the criminal justice reform efforts have created opportunities for people responsible for the harm to go through a process of healing. I work with some amazing people at Healing Dialogue in Action that similarly were sentenced to life in prison and had to find a way to transform their lives and prove that they are not a risk to society, that on the contrary, that they are coming back to give to society. I've sat with people in prison through this transformation. I've seen that grueling life that they go through of self-reflection and understanding the trauma that they endured and how that plays a role in our actions and how we perceive the world. I've sat in circle with them when they sink in the understanding of all the harm that they cause, that the ripple effect of their actions, and create an incredible amount of empathy and compassion and want to give back to the world. That type of transformation that happens in circles in prison, the type of transformation that Kyle and Eric has gone through, creates uniquely gifted individuals that then are helping others. And my colleagues are here a testament of that. But more than anything, I want folks to reflect on what is it that we want from a justice system? What is it that we want to obtain through our process of justice? And I would hope that we start with thinking first with the victims and survivors, the people that have suffered the harm. Because this family has suffered on both sides the worst that the system has to offer. On one side, they lost an aunt and an uncle, a cousin, a sister, and they have to grieve that. And on the other side, they lost cousins that to the system that they have to grieve that as well. And they're going through their process. And they're creating all of this, just pleading that they help them through this process. The system wants their family to be home. I mean, not the system, the family, the survivors want Lyle and Eric to be home so that they can continue their healing journey. The system should at least respond to that basic need after so many years of suffering. Avery, this young girl, 18 years old, she has chosen to study criminal justice because she was born into this experience of being impacted by the system. And after feeling both sides of it, she has been called to study criminal justice with the hopes of creating a better system for all. Mr. DA, Mr. Hochman, please, it's a simple decision. Allow Eric and Lyle to go before the board. Allow them to prove that they are ready to come home. But more than that, listen to this family. Listen to the family. They have suffered enough. Thank you. And Tamara?
First off, I just want to thank all of you for standing here with us today. This fight is personal for our family, but it's also bigger than us. This is not just a news story. We're a real family of real people. Today it's about fairness, about justice, and about not letting personal bias, politics get in the way of what we need to do and what is right. My grandmother Joan dedicated the last 35 years of her life to advocating for the lives of Eric and Lyle. And we are here to continue that fight for Eric and Lyle and to continue advocating for them. Marcy's Law exists to give us victims' families a voice in the justice process, and yet District Attorney Hochman doesn't seem to want to listen or engage with us. We lost Kitty and Jose, but we also lost Eric and Lyle in this process. We have a unique situation of being multidimensional victims. At every turn, we feel like DA Hochman has dismissed us, ignored us, and quite frankly, treated us like we don't matter. Why? Why does he seem to be making this case so personal? A district attorney is supposed to be fair, impartial, and focused on the law. But Hochman is not acting like a neutral party. He is relegating a case from 35 years ago with the same outdated lens that ignored abuse and trauma and compassion in the first place. And now he's saying that Eric and Lyle are still a danger to society. But to who? Anyone who spends even 5 minutes with Eric and Lyle will tell you that it's just not true. They have dedicated themselves to improving the lives of incarcerated people. They have created programs that support victims of such sexual abuse. They have helped mentor young inmates so they don't reoffend if they have the opportunity to be released. Eric and Lyle have spent 3 decades avoiding the pitfalls created by the justice system that suck people into the toxicity of incarceration. They have done more good from inside of a prison than most people do in their lifetime. And yet Hochman is hyper-focused on one thing, what they said as scared kids. I have kids. Kids lie. Kids lie when they're scared, when they feel intimidated, and when they've been traumatized. They lie when they don't know who to trust, but they grow up, they learn, and they take responsibility. And Eric and Lyle have done exactly that. They have apologized multiple times to all of us standing here. They have owned and accepted every ounce of their actions. We have had elderly family members who have desperately wanted to reunite with them before the chance is too late. Not just because they love them, but because they also carry the weight of regret for not speaking up when they had the chance. Letting them come home isn't about letting them off easy. They've served their time. It would, however, give them a chance to spend time with family members who don't have a lot of time left with us. It would give them a chance to be here with all of us standing here today. A support system that they didn't have as kids because we didn't know what they were going through. We don't understand why Hochman is so set on keeping us apart. It feels cruel and it feels very, very personal. And it feels like he is more interested in punishing Eric and Lyle for childhood lies than actually looking at the facts and following the law. But we stand with Eric and Lyle. We know who they are. We know that they are not a threat, and we are here today because we refuse to be ignored. It is time to stop rewriting history. It is time to acknowledge their rehabilitation, and it is time to bring them home. And now Sarah Malice has a message from her father, Alan Anderson.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Malice. My father is Brian Allen Anderson Jr., who is Kitty Menendez's nephew, but to Eric and Lyle, he's just their cousin Al. My father couldn't fly out today, so I flew here from Chicago to stand with my family and represent him. I also want to thank everyone for their outpouring of support for Eric and Lyle to come home to us. Before I share my own experience, my father wanted me to share the following with all of you. My father loves his cousins so much. He has seen how they turn their pain into a real purpose while in prison. They have made lives better without the expectation to do so. When he was younger, my father saw the terrible home in which they lived, the experiences that they had to go through as children. He tried to speak about all of that he knew to his father, but it fell on deaf ears multiple times. Now, he wants everyone to hear his voice loud and clear. He wants the entire criminal justice system to hear him and do something. If my father were here today, he would say very clearly that he loves Eric and Lyle. He forgives Eric and Lyle, like so many relatives from both sides of our family. And he would feel completely safe welcoming Eric and Lyle into his home. I share the same sentiment as my father. As I wrote in a letter to the board of the parole, this case has influenced nearly my entire life. I was 3 when Eric and Lyle were arrested and 10 when they were sentenced to life in prison. I saw my father grapple with the memories of the very real experiences that he had in Kitty and Jose's home. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't do anything about it. These experiences made him a very protective father, someone who was determined to be there no matter when I needed him as I grew up. But the pain that we feel is still very real. Every documentary, every miniseries, every development is a fresh tear in the wound that my family has tried to heal for 30 years. We want the suffering to end. The only way it does is for Eric and Lyle to come home so they can hug my father, hug me, and hug every person who is standing beside me, and for those who can't make it here today, so that we can move on from this tragedy. I know that Eric and Lyle have taken what most would see as a hopeless life and injected growth, remorse, and love into it. If we, the family, are saying that we want them home, if wardens and correction officers are saying that they would welcome Eric and Lyle as neighbors, if the dozens of people assembled here today are showing up and expressing their support, what else does the system need to hear? So please, listen to us and allow us to bring Eric and Lyle home. Thank you. I'll turn this to Anna Maria.
Thank you to all of our speakers. I hope you'll indulge me. I have some more comments to make. First, I just want to take a moment to thank all of you again for being here today. Seeing so many people show up for Eric and Lyle, for truth, for justice, it means everything to us. I've been standing here as their cousin, but more importantly, I am standing here as someone who loves them. I grew up with Eric and Lyle. We swam together. We spent summers canoeing on the lake. We were just kids, laughing, playing, and making memories like any family does. From the outside, it looked like we had this picture-perfect childhood, but looking back now, it is devastating to know that while we were playing games, they were silently suffering. And yet, they kept going. They kept finding ways to be strong, to push through, to survive. But let me be very clear, Eric and Lyle did not survive that house. They walked out of it. But they carried everything with them. The fear, the trauma, the betrayal. That's the reality of abuse. It doesn't end when you leave the house. It stays with you. It controls you. It convinces you that no one will believe you, that you are trapped. And for them, they were. And for 35 years, they have been trapped again. But this time, they did something different. Instead of being defined by their worst moment, they decided to turn their lives around. So let's talk about what Eric and Lyle have done with the last 35 years. Eric has dedicated himself to helping others. He created a hospice program to care for terminally ill inmates, because even behind bars, he believes in compassion and dignity. He started a support group for survivors of abuse inside the prison walls, giving space to men who, like him, spent a lifetime being silenced. He has pursued higher education, earning multiple degrees, and is on track to graduate from UC Irvine. Lyle has led projects to transform the prison environment, making it a place of growth instead of despair. He spearheaded the Green Space Project, beautifying prison yards to create an environment proven to reduce violence and recidivism. He mentored young inmates, helping them find purpose and hope for a life beyond bars. And like Eric, he has dedicated himself to education, earning degrees, excelling in his studies, proving that he is not the same young man that he was when he entered that courtroom 30 years ago. And yet, the district attorney, Nathan Hochman, refuses to talk about any of that. Instead of looking at the men they have become, he stands at a podium and repeats the same arguments made in 1996. Arguments that ignored who Eric and Lyle really were, arguments that erased their abuse, arguments that failed them then and continue to fail them now. He says they need to take responsibility. Well, they have. He says they need to acknowledge their past mistakes. Well, they have. They've also gone a step further and done the work to understand their bad decisions that harmed my family and the community at large. What he really means is that he needs them to admit to something that fits his narrative, to erase their own truth, to undo the decades of advocacy, healing, and change that they have worked for. But we won't let him rewrite history. We won't let him ignore the rehabilitation. We won't let him silence survivors of abuse. So what do we do now? We keep fighting. We keep pushing. We keep showing up. We don't let them go unseen. We don't let them go unheard. We make sure that the world knows who Eric and Lyle are now, not just who they were 35 years ago. So let me say this loud and clear. We are not asking for sympathy. We are demanding fairness. We are demanding that the law be followed. Because whether Hochman likes it or not, California law demands that judges consider the full picture, their youth at the time, the abuse they endured, and the men they have become. This is personal to me. I have watched them grow into men, and I have seen the work that they have done behind bars. And I am telling you right now, there is no justice in keeping them there. If the district attorney, Hochman, wants to make this a political issue, we are going to make sure the world is watching. Because we are not backing down. We will not let him erase their abuse. We will not let him ignore the transformation, and we will not let him silence this family. So to everybody standing here today, thank you for showing up, for fighting, for demanding justice. Eric and Lyle are not forgotten. Their story is not over, and we are going to see this fight through until the end. Thank you all for joining me.
If anyone has any questions, we'll take a few at this moment. Just raise your hand. Yep.
Thank you. So the question is, what was our reaction to the two Angry Men podcasts that they called into? They're amazing, right? Yeah, they really are. I was so happy they did that because the world really, I can stand up here and tell you about the amazing men that they are, but when you actually hear them and talk, especially when they are talking about the projects that they have done behind bars that they are so incredibly proud of. You know, Eric with the hospice, the question was about his hospice. So he educates other inmates about how empathy and compassion towards the inmates that are disabled, who have issues, so that they can, when they are released, that they can go on to be members of society with empathy, with compassion for the people in their communities. It is stunning. It is stunning. I know I can speak for every member of our family. We were so incredibly proud of them. We are so incredibly proud of them. So the governor, with the risk assessment that is going through that track, that is a different track than the resentencing. So it is definitely, I wouldn't say that it is short-circuiting. Those are two parallel paths that are happening. Yeah. Yes, we were contacted almost immediately before he announced it that he was doing that, with a little bit of the caveat of, okay, don't get us too excited. This is a very rigorous process. But we're starting, yeah.
Given the new DA's opposition to resentencing, do you believe the ruling holds now is clemency for the governor?
No, I don't. So The district attorney did come out publicly and say that he was opposing resentencing. He was going to request to the judge to withdraw the resentencing recommendation. It should be noted that that decision is up to the judge, and that will be made on April 11th. But that is only one track. There are still 3 tracks to their freedom. One is the habeas corpus. The other is the resentencing, which he does play a role in. And then there is the clemency from the governor. And those are 3 completely separate. The question is, would I encourage them to cop to the 10 things I think that the district attorney would like them to do? I hope not. I mean, I hope not. That would be pandering to his narrative, to his idea of what the truth is, instead of the actual truth, which is theirs. So I can't imagine a world where they would do that.
Thank you, everyone, for the questions. We're now going to turn it over to the rally. I hope everyone joins us across the street.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Great job, great job.
And there you have it. This wraps up the live press conference for family members of Eric and Lyle Menendez as they continue to call for the release of the brothers from prison. This after LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman had previously said that he would not consider resentencing only, he said, if the brothers admit to the dozens of lies he say they continue to cling to. So there is now going to be a rally across the street. This is across the LA courthouse right there, as we do see family members now speaking with the media. And just to let you know, the Menendez brothers are going to be returning to court on April 17th and 18th for resentencing hearings. We will be bringing you all of that as it happens. We also wanted to share this live look with you of the White House as President Trump plans to sign an executive order today calling for the shutdown of the U.S. Education Department, advancing a campaign promise to eliminate an agency that has been a longtime target of conservatives. President Trump has called the Department of Education wasteful and polluted by liberal ideology. And so we are expecting that to happen later on this afternoon as President Trump is expected to sign a number of executive orders. Already, the agency's workforce has been cut in half since President Trump has taken office. And there have also been some cuts to the Office for Civil Rights and the Institute of Education Sciences that gathers data on the nation's academic process and progress. So we will be bringing you all of the developments as they get underway on this Thursday afternoon. I also wanted to share a live look of the Dow Jones Index as it is coming up on 1 p.m. Eastern Time, starting off in the red, but making a comeback now in the green, up about 31 points right here. And we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on this as this continues. We're going to round out our live looks right here with this, a live look from New York City, as we have been hearing from lawmakers and union leaders. This as the Trump administration says New York City has until tomorrow to halt its congestion tax. If New York does not comply, the Trump administration says it will slash federal funding for the city's public transportation system. We were bringing you some live remarks from Democratic lawmakers who were supporting the Trump administration's decision. And of course, we're going to follow this story as it continues to unfold. You're watching live now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time now coming up on 12:54 Eastern, 9:54 Pacific. We continue to follow a number of major stories of the day. Mike Page is going to be your host on the other end of this break to do just that. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the latest live top stories. When breaking news happens, you know we have you covered here as well. Live look at the White House. It's going to be a busy day at the White House a little bit later this afternoon. President Trump will be signing executive orders and then also making remarks on the Department of Education there, where many feel that he will start the process of dismantling the Department of Education. So we'll be keeping an eye on those remarks, slated for a little bit later this afternoon around 4 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. Well, just moments ago outside of the White House, we had Caroline Levitt speaking to reporters. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Where was their criticism of our nation's failing test scores for the last several decades? The Department of Education was founded in the 1970s, and since then we have spent more than $3 trillion at this federal bureaucracy. What has been the return on that investment for the American taxpayer? Levels that are less than ideal, less than proficient. Our children's test scores are incredibly concerning when it comes to reading rates, literacy rates, math, and science test scores. The numbers prove that, and this president is finally taking much needed action to return education to where it belongs, and that's to educators closest to students in their classrooms in their respective states. We're going to have a great event here later at 4 o'clock. There will be students here, teachers here, parents here, educators, and of course governors from around the country who are very excited about taking on this responsibility to educate our nation's students.
Who's going to run federal student loans?
So the Department of Education will be much smaller than it is today. As you know, the president's executive order directed Linda McMahon to greatly minimize the agency. So when it comes to student loans and Pell Grants, those will still be run out of the Department of Education. But we don't need to be spending more than $3 trillion over the course of a few decades on a department that's clearly failing in its initial intention to educate our students.
So is the federal government going to be spending less?
Much smaller than it is. Is it not going to be shut down completely? And then I have a second question.
As I said, Pell Grants and student loans will still be run out of the department in Washington, D.C., but the great responsibility of educating our nation's students will return to the states.
And the Department of Education plays a critical role in enforcing civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination. Who's going to do that now?
Any critical functions of the department, such as that, will remain. But again, we're greatly reducing the scale and the size of this department.
What about federal Title I funding and special education funding? Is that still good?
Same answer. Yes.
Thanks, Caroline. On the Federal Reserve, the president criticized the rate decision yesterday. Is he looking to replace members of the Federal Reserve Board like he did on the Federal Trade Commission?
Well, the president has appointed Mickey Bowman, as you know, to be the vice chair of the Federal Reserve. We're incredibly optimistic about her. She's on the ball, as the president says, and knows how to get things done. The president has every right to criticize the decision, and he's made it very clear that he believes in lower interest rates are going to help this country boom, and this administration is working on lowering the rate of inflation caused by the previous administration every day. Inflation is cooling. The numbers indicate that, and the president strongly believes in low interest rates, and I think the American public do too.
Caroline, on the deportation flights, Caroline, you've said that you're confident that you've complied with the judge's order.
We are.
If that's the case, then why not turn over the information about the flights?
We are 100% confident that we've complied, and as I said from the podium and will continue to say, all of the flights that were subject to the written order of the judge took off before the written order was pushed in the courtroom, and the president is well within his Article 2 power and his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to make these decisions, and we think it's egregious that a single district judge is trying to tell the president of the United States who he can and cannot deport from our soil, especially when it comes to designated foreign terrorists.
What about the turning over that information?
Jeff, go ahead.
The administration is getting some attention this week for a memo that was released, I think, a couple weeks ago, taking segregation out of the criteria for federal contracting. Can you explain what that memo was supposed to do? And if you're looking to, I presume you're not looking for segregation to come back, but can you explain what the reason for the memo was?
Did the memo come from the White House, or was it from an agency?
It was from the administration. I think it was OPM.
Okay, I would defer you to whichever agency wrote that memo. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it.
Caroline.
Go ahead, Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. This executive order dismantles the department. To abolish it completely
requires Congress to act. Is the administration asking Congress to codify Trump's executive order to abolish the department?
I'll leave it to the president to speak on that later. 4 o'clock.
What anything is the president doing about Gaza? Is he trying to get the ceasefire back in play? What's his plan?
Well, the president made it very clear to Hamas that if they did not release all of the hostages, there would be all hell to pay. And unfortunately, Hamas chose to play games in the media with lives. This situation, let's not forget, is completely the fault of Hamas when they launched that brutal attack on Israel on October 7th. And the president has made it very clear that he wants all of those hostages to come home, and he fully supports Israel and the IDF and the actions that they've taken in recent days. Michael, go ahead, Michael.
The president would like to see American schools and students reach over the next 4 years after he signs the EO?
Well, again, in the intent of this EO is to return this great responsibility back to the states. And we know, we believe in federalism here at the White House. I know the previous administration didn't, but we think decisions are best made when they're closest to the people. And we trust teachers and educators in their respective schools to make these very important decisions about our children's education and their futures. And the current status quo is failing our students. In fact, I have some facts right here. 13-year-olds' mathematics scores are the lowest they have been in decades. 13-year-olds' reading scores are the lowest since testing began over 30 years ago. Low-performing students are falling further behind. One city, Baltimore, Maryland, in 2023, high schools had 0 students who tested proficient in mathematics. As a mother myself, I know I share the concern of many parents across the country. We want our children to be bright and smart and ahead of the game. This is also, I would say, a national security issue. When you look at how students around the world, particularly in China, are being educated, American students are falling behind. We're not keeping up with our allies or our adversaries, and that's a major problem for our country. And the president is fixing it today.
We're less than 2 weeks away now from the August 2nd big tariff deadline. Has the president spoken with his Canadian counterpart, the Prime Minister?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe he has, but I can check in with the president and get you a firm answer on that. But my understanding is they haven't spoken, and the president has been very clear about his intention for April 2nd. It's going to be a big day for our country. I would encourage all of you to be here to cover the White House that day on April 2nd because there will be big announcements when it comes to reciprocal trade. And the president will be highlighting the unfair trade practices, the ways in which America has been ripped off by every country around the world, quite frankly. And there will be big tariffs that will be going into effect, and the president will be announcing those himself.
The European Union had a decision yesterday against Apple and Google. Are you familiar with that? And is there anything the president, is that a response to the April 2nd tariffs?
I think we've seen a lot of movement actually around the world of countries who are lessening their tariffs. I know the EU also paused their alleged tariff on whiskey. And so I think you're seeing countries are taking the president seriously. They understand that he is going to do what's right for American workers and families. And so the president and his team are in constant communication with our EU counterparts, but also our counterparts around the world.
You listed off some of the failures over the last 30 years from the Department of Education. So for critics, what has been the ROI on $3 trillion going to a failing education system?
It's a great question. Nothing. And that's exactly why the president is signing the order later today.
Yeah, with the executive order today, is it also the goal to eventually be spending less in federal dollars on education?
Of course. It's our goal to reduce the size and scale of this government across every agency, which is why you've seen very strong and quick actions taken to reduce the amount of money that federal taxpayers are paying on a system that is failing them and their families.
But does that mean like eventually downsizing some of the programs that are run out of the education department currently?
It means stopping the wasteful spending, and as I said, critical programs will be protected.
So, given that, we have this noon deadline looming for this D.C. judge, for the DOJ to turn over these documents when it comes to the time logs of these deportation flights. Is the administration going to turn over that information, the exact time logs, the information that the D.C. court is asking for?
I won't get ahead of our lawyers, but you'll hear from them in court.
And a follow-up question. The Commerce Secretary yesterday said that Tesla stock is something that Americans should be buying. Is that the stance of the administration, that people should be investing in? Is that something that the Commerce Secretary should be recommending?
I think the Commerce Secretary was reiterating that the president supports supports an American-made company like Tesla, who produces a very good product for the American people, which was beloved by the American people, particularly Democrats, until Elon Musk decided to vote for Donald Trump. And now we've seen despicable and unacceptable violence taking place across our country at Tesla dealerships against workers, employees, and also innocent Americans who drive these vehicles. It's actually a scary time in our country because of this political violence from the left, and the White House and the president's entire administration condemn it wholeheartedly. We'll see you guys at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline Lovett speaking to reporters ahead of President Trump remarks a little bit later, 4 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will have that for you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take our first break of the hour as we get you other top stories and headlines from all over the country. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time as we bring you the other top stories, live feeds, and, of course, when breaking news happens, we have you covered. All right, let's go out to Florida, where border czar Tom Homan with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talking about immigration. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Across the border, we don't know who they are, where they came from, why they're here. Gotaways by average were 1,800 a day under Joe Biden. 1,800 people a day crossed this border and weren't apprehended because Border Patrol was so overwhelmed. The Gotaway number yesterday, 41. 41. 1,841. That means less people are getting entering this country than that we don't know who they are. When you have the border, and here's where I keep preaching, but the left keeps pushing back. When you have a 96% decline in illegal border crossing, when 96% less people are coming, how many women and children aren't being sexually assaulted by the cartels? How many children aren't dying crossing that border? How many pounds of fentanyl is not getting into this country to kill Americans? How many people on the terrorist watch list aren't escaping this country? How many billions of dollars are the cartels not making? A secure border saves lives, and that's what President Trump has done. We were saving lives by the thousands simply because we have a secure border. We got more to do. Look, we were arrested about 3 times more than Biden did in 1 month. I already talked about that. In 1 month, we compare his month to our month, we're arresting 3 times more than Joe Biden did. That's not enough. We need to do 10 times more because he wasn't doing squat. So the media's been all over me, well, are you happy with the numbers? I'm happy, but I'm not satisfied. We're not going to rest. I'm not going to sleep well at night until every public safety threat, illegal aliens eradicated from this country. That's when we'll relax, and that's when we'll take some action.
I think what we've been reading and hearing from the administration is also striking amazing partnerships with the state and local governments. But if you go from California to Florida across the southern border, Governor, you can start. I mean, you've passed immediately upon, called 2 special sessions to pass broad-ranging immigration reform. But I don't know if any of the other states have done it. Walk us through the reforms that Florida's passed and what needs to be done in the other states.
Well, we've barely been focused on this since I first became governor. My first year as governor, Florida, we finally banned sanctuary cities. And it was something that they had not been willing to do. Part of it was political. They thought, well, you know, you're not going to be able to win Latino votes if you ban sanctuary cities. It was just the opposite. We had a higher approval of that policy amongst Hispanics and Floridians than any other subgroup to ban the sanctuary cities. So we did that. In 2023, we did a series of reforms involving employment verification. We did things to hold illegal aliens accountable. We made sure so we've never done driver's licenses or allowed that, but these counties wanted to issue these ID. We said, you're not allowed to do that. Private organizations aren't allowed to do. I mean, we basically want to remove incentives for people to come illegally. And so we did a lot over a number of years, but with the election of President Trump, that provided a great opportunity for us to be really significant factor in the enforcement of immigration laws in the interior of our country. I mean, we had been doing things like the maritime patrols. Remember, a year ago, they said all the Haitians were going to come in because of the instability. Well, we put all our assets there with the Coast Guard, and just the Florida interdictions have been almost 18,000 illegal aliens captured at sea and repatriated over the last year and a half. And now we're much better shape with President Trump putting more resources in. We did the transport program to places like Martha's Vineyard, which, was a big deal.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. Just some remarks there from this roundtable in Sarasota today with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as the border czar Tom Homan discussing immigration policies. All right, let's continue on here. We do have another live feed that just popped up, so let's go out to that for you. This is out in Las Vegas, as the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department coming together to talk about a new facility being called the Hollywood Area Command. It will be serving the east side of Las Vegas. So let's listen in right now on Live Now.
Chief Samuel, sorry, but he kindly offered us to come over and use their gym and a number of other things. So I think this will be a great partnership up here, Chief. Looking forward to it. Honestly, this is a really exciting day and one that I wasn't sure was going to come about while I was a sheriff. Particularly Commissioner Kirkpatrick for a number of years had been pushing for this. This is BLM land and lots of different changes, lots of different administrations. Commissioner Sigerblum as well and Commissioner Gibson knew that we needed to get a police station up here on the underserved east side. And for me, it was a simple thing to think about when you're the sheriff. You think about your men and women, certainly. This relieves a lot of congestion at my southeast and northeast area commands. We're sort of right in the middle of it. This also gives the opportunity for the cops that work here to actually have a home base that they're proud of, that they don't have to drive a long way to go police. And it also serves the community in a way that is really going to be game-changing for the neighborhoods in and around what is going to be the Hollywood substation. I know on the things up here it says Sheriff Lombardo and some other name, but he's not the sheriff anymore. He's the governor, and we're going to call it Hollywood anyway. So, but all kidding aside, is the most important thing to think about is what is the impact to the communities that we serve. And the reality is cops will be here around this area. They spend their time coming back and forth to this place, watching for crime. And more important than all of that is we get into these communities and we develop relationship. And where we develop relationship, we develop trust. And when we do both of those things, crime plummets. That's what we are best at the Metropolitan Police Department, going through and taking these places that are become safe places, part of the community, part of the fabric. And this is just such a wonderful spot for me. When I walked up at the Hollywood Rec Center, they told me they have pickleball back there now. This place is amazing up here, and I think it's going to draw lots of people. My cops are going to be very proud to work here. I know there's a lot of police here, and I'm sure by the time I get done today, I'll be asked, can I be the captain there by a whole bunch of different people before it's all said and done. But I just wanted to say to the commissioners, thank you very much for your long-standing support and dedication to get this thing built to help serve this community. And Charles, you and your folks, I look forward to you guys doing just a great job. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Real quick, I definitely did not recognize. I want to make sure we recognize all the officers in the Metropolitan Police Department that serve our community. Listen, growing up here in this valley, I know that Metro keeps us safe, protects us, and serves us. And like he said, through relationship. And let's give it up for all the officers here today as well. Let's welcome to the stage our next speaker, Commissioner Dick Segerblom.
Thank you so much. This is my district, but truthfully, Marilyn Kirkpatrick is the reason we're here, and Commissioner Gibson is the other reason we're here. So, and the sheriff, will count the sheriff too. But the reality is, I was thinking coming out here today is life goes in full circles, but one of the irony is all those juvenile delinquents used to come out here and get drunk. Now we're going to work in the police station. I don't think that applies to you, Sheriff. But anyway, I never thought 6 years ago that I would say the police are my best friends, but truthfully, you are my best friends. And getting this built is such a major accomplishment. The East Side is no longer on the menu. We are at the table. So it's very, very important. So thank you so much, everybody, for coming out. And I look forward so much to having this station right here on Hollywood and in District E. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, we have Commissioner Marilyn Kirkpatrick, who's been heading up this project since day one.
Well, good morning, and I won't be long because I think the sheriff said it all, but this really is an important piece for the East Side. 2015, started working on this, and if truth be told, I really just wanted it in my district because I felt District B deserved it. However, working on a master plan that made sense for the community and how policing works, this is the spot that we ended up at. And this is really a great spot because it helps Southeast, it helps Northeast, and it also helps the residents that are here. So for a long time, they felt like they've never been getting anything that Summerlin gets. Well, those days have changed, and for the last 10 years between Commissioner Gibson and Segerblom, we got Hollywood Boulevard, we've gotten some fiber up here, and now we have the police station that's so well deserved. So I can't thank all of the officers who have gone the extra mile trying to make sure that we can police these areas. They're 30 miles from where your substation is today, but this is your home too, and it's only going to make the East Side that much better. So thank you for all that you do, and let's turn some dirt.
Thank you, Commissioner Kirkpatrick. And next up, we have Commissioner Jim Gibson. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, and it's good to be here. It's all been said except for a couple little things. You know, the sheriff has mentioned recently how important technology is, and advances in technology are happening so quickly and around us. To see the things that get deployed in this new facility, because there's no reason not to. As it turns out, we know from our experience that police presence, and particularly the right to a neighborhood and to an area, I'm told, and I know plans change, but I'm told that at some point, Southeast, that is one of the area commands that serves my district, may end up having to spend a little time over here while they remodel and refurbish the Southeast area command center. And so in a way, I feel like I got a little bit of skin in this game beyond the fact that I'm on the Metro Fiscal Affairs Committee. It takes money. The county funds about 2/3 of the Metropolitan Police Department activities, and Commissioner Naft and I are assigned to watch all of that. I got to tell you that since I went on that committee, I've been very impressed with the way that the financial team handles the activities, the financial activities of the department. There's a lot coming at us every minute. That is money. And the fact that we have a relationship, the department has a relationship, and the sheriff has a relationship with donors who are willing to do things to keep us on the cutting edge of technology is an extremely important piece of that. The fact that we get a facility like this that has been designed and engineered in a way that will give us the biggest bang for the buck and bring along the...
All right, everyone, we did lose that feed right there. We'll try to reestablish it for you. We'll take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just moments with much, much more. Welcome back, everyone, here Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time. Take a look here at the Dow, and we're seeing a slide right now, getting close to going in the red. So we'll continue to look at that throughout the trading day as we get closer to the end of the trading day as well. All right, let's go back out to Sarasota here. A little bit more of this roundtable on immigration policies with the Governor Ron DeSantis, as well as the border czar, Tom Homan.
Tom and Chad are talking about TDA, the Venezuelan gangs. Most of the people on that first flight to Martha's Vineyard were Venezuelans. And the media tried to say, oh, and I was running for re-election time. They go down to Miami, they find these, and they're like, oh, it's going to be so bad. The governor made a huge mistake. Venezuelans are going to be mad at him and all this. And I didn't really believe it, but, you don't know, right? And so I remember the next time I was in Doral, like a week later, had like a group of these guys come up to me, Governor. I'm at some like cafe, and they all just start like hugging me and backslapping me, like, we're Venezuelans. Thanks what you did. Because they said that Maduro was sending a lot of bad people. President Trump's made this point. And so they saw what was coming in, and they knew that was not good for the country. So we did that. We did all that. But I knew we had to act quickly. So I called a special session of the legislature to take place a week after the president took office. I knew he was going to issue a series of executive orders, and we wanted to be able to capitalize on that. So ICE does not have enough personnel. Border Patrol does not have enough personnel and resources to do what needs to be done. So if we just say it's their responsibility, we're just not going to get the job done. Like, you have to supplement with state and local. Now, they're going to build up, but under Biden, all this stuff withered because that's not what they believed in. We have programs in federal law where state and local could be deputized to exercise immigration enforcement authority. So under Biden, our highway patrol, you could have an illegal alien driving drunk, putting people at risk, even running people over. They don't have a license, they're not here legally. Our guys, they could call ICE and say, hey, will you pick this guy up? But Biden's people weren't picking him up. So they had to just release him. You know, now they can say, no, you're detained on immigration as well. And that whole process goes. They're detained. We don't want catch and release. We want detain and deport. So under this 287G, we've said all jurisdictions in Florida must assist with immigration enforcement. So we have 67 counties. All 67 sheriffs have signed agreements with ICE. Those are not all conservative sheriffs, by the way, in Republican areas, but we impose a legal duty on them to do it. Same thing at the municipal level. We're now working through getting police departments to do agreements. And if ICE doesn't want to do an agreement with one, we're not, then obviously, but if ICE wants the help, then we're going to do it. You saw this thing where the city council's fighting the mayor and the police chief about whether Fort Myers PD should be involved in it. And it's not a policy question at this point of whether they should be involved in it. Under our law, they must be involved in it, and that will happen one way or another, and we will get that done. So we're the only state that called the special session to combat illegal immigration. We're the only state that's imposed an enforceable duty on all local and see the state. It didn't really matter. I didn't need to impose a duty because I immediately told all the state agencies, sign up and let's be part of the solution. We want to be on the team. But the locals, and like, look, even some conservative, generally conservative folks, some of them are just like, look, it's not our problem. You know, let the feds handle it, whatever. And it's not that they're going to sabotage it. They just don't want, they want to focus on other things, but that's not going to work. And what happens is illegal immigration, yes, you have gangs. They just got a Russia mafia enforcer they picked up. We put out some stuff on that, some stuff with one of the Latin kings. I mean, so you see all that for sure. But just the sheer number of people. We have almost 1 million people in the United States that are under final deportation orders, including tens of thousands in Florida. Why aren't they being removed? Why aren't we enforcing the law? But what happens is you cause a lot of stress on social services, schools, emergency room. Florida spent $600 million last year in emergency room for people here illegally. The law says you have to treat, so it's not like there's discretion. So you do that. That has a huge cost. So this is a big problem that affects all aspects of the community, public safety or whatnot. And the answer of just saying we want to sit on our hands, that doesn't cut it. So we leaned in on it. We got it done. And now if these local governments are not being part of the solution, we've got a lot of tools, including suspension from office, that we can do. Now, we're working with Tom and his team on some additional operations. We've been doing a lot in Florida, but you're going to see a lot more that's going to happen over the weeks and months. And there is no question. I think of all the law enforcement entities in the United States, there's about 285 entities that have agreements with ICE to do this, and the majority of those are in Florida. So it just shows you.
Let me just emphasize that the type of cooperation that Governor DeSantis is talking is absolutely critical, right? So if you look along that southern border, the state of Florida, the state of Texas are leaning forward. The amount of money the state of Texas has spent during the 4 years of the Biden administration trying to secure that border because the federal government was just absent from it is tremendous. But you keep going west and you run into New Mexico, Arizona, and California, and you don't have the same type of cooperation with federal law enforcement or even there at the state level. You have in New Mexico where they're trying to ban private companies from detaining individuals. and deporting them. And so there's just a different mindset, and I think that you see both here in Florida and perhaps maybe even to a lesser extent in Texas, that's what real cooperation looks like. That's when the state and the federal law enforcement are working together to protect those communities, and that is a model. What Governor DeSantis is doing here in California and then Texas, that is the model that we need around the country. Just because you don't live on the border does not mean that you're not impacted about what's going on the border. And so we see a number of states lending National Guard support and others, and I think that's great. There's certainly more that they can do, as the governor's outlined, having their law enforcement engage in this fight to help Tom and the folks that he's directing, I think is absolutely critical. And I think more and more Americans, more and more elected officials are starting to understand why that's important.
And just to be clear, New College Police Governor has done their 287G to cooperate and participate.
Well, that was another thing. So in this special session, I talked about we had worked on removing magnets and incentives to come. But, one of the things that had been done in Florida 10 years ago, 12 years ago, before I was a governor, was doing in-state tuition discounts for illegal aliens. And I'm just thinking to myself, why are you giving a discount, but yet you live in Valdosta, Georgia, and you're a U.S. citizen, you got to pay a lot. It just makes no sense. And so as part of this package, that provision was repealed from Florida law. And so, it's like these folks make, states can make bad policy in the past, but if you correct it, I think that's a really good sign. And I had been working to get that done the entire time I was governor. We almost got it in 23. It always would magically fall out of the bill before the bill passed. And then this time we were like, all right, we got to get it done. So I think that's really, really good. And I think, New College being a part of the solution is great as well.
Yeah, and just to be also clear, I voted against that bill 10 years ago, Governor. And it's where I learned my first good lesson. When someone says to you that you're on the wrong side of history, it means you really are on the right side of history. Having said that, though, the incentives are a real issue. And I think the biggest incentive, and I'll go to you, Czar, what about birthright citizenship? You just get across the border, you get here, and then you're born here, you're a citizen. Is that something that needs to change?
Well, I'll say this is an enticement. It's a magnet for more illegal immigration. For example, under President Obama, a lot of families came across, a lot of single females came across, and Jay Johnson was the secretary at the time. And I respect Jay Johnson. Didn't agree with him all the time, but his door was always open. He heard me out, right? So despite all the hate on Trump, President Obama approved a family operation where these family groups who've been ordered removed because they lost their case. And 90% of people who claim asylum at the border will end up with order removal because they simply don't qualify for asylum. They're coming here for a better life, I get that. But they're not escaping fear and persecution from their home government because of the race, religion, and political affiliation. So make a fraudulent asylum claim. So we had hundreds of family units that were ordered removed by the judge. The Obama administration approved us to go look for these people and deport them. We went looking for them. 44% of these family units, the mother's already had a U.S. citizen child or was pregnant with a U.S. citizen child. Despite all the hate that's out there and people attacking this, that is a driver for illegal immigration because they say illegal aliens don't take social benefits. Well, I argue with that. I've been doing this a long time. They do. But having U.S. citizen increases the use of social services, and it's a driver of illegal immigration. Birthright citizenship. Russia and China, the two biggest countries where they come here on a visa, visitor visa, tourist visa, and they're pregnant. And they have a U.S. citizen child while they're here. They're not here for be a tourist or a visitor. They're here to have a child and become a U.S. citizen. So I think the Supreme Court finally needs to answer that question. I'm not a lawyer, but I can read. I don't think it's clear that illegal alien that has a child in this country is automatically a U.S. citizen. When they keep going back to the Wong case. The Wong was actually here under immigration control. They were here legally. They weren't citizens, but they're here legally. They were here under the control of the government. So We'll see what the Supreme Court says. I hope the Supreme Court will decide the right way. But I have the same fear as you have. But it's the driver of illegal immigration. And here's what I need people to understand. I know I've got some haters out there, and I love that. Because I'm not running a popularity contest. But when people are saying this is just innocent illegal immigration, there is no such thing. Because if you wore my shoes for 34 years, there's a whole ugly underbelly of illegal immigration. 31% of women that make their journey get sexually assaulted. Fact. While I'm talking to you right now, women are being sexually assaulted as part of their fee to cross the border. Luckily, because of President Trump and border down 96%, less of that's happening. But illegal immigration is not a victimless crime. I've done it for a long time. And it's a right way and wrong way to enter the greatest country on earth. We got millions of people standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying the fees. They're sitting in the back seat. While millions of people in the Biden administration cheated the system. They can claim they're asylum seekers all they want. Okay, they're seeking asylum. But here's what you need to understand. Nearly 90% of everybody that claims asylum at our southern border end up with an order removal, which is why we need to do a massive deportation operation. Everybody says, well, what a racist thing to say. No. When you have a massive illegal alien crisis on our southern border by the millions, and we know 90% don't qualify for asylum, people on the left can say they have a right to claim asylum. They have a right to see a judge. They have a right to due process. And we made that happen. But due process doesn't mean squat if the final decision of the courts isn't carried out and executed. That's what due process is. So since 90% of millions of people came across the border to be order removed, those orders have to be executed. If they're not executed, then what the hell are we doing? Just shut down immigration court doesn't mean anything anymore. Take the Border Patrol off the border. We need to send a message to the whole world. There's a right way and wrong way to come to this country. There's a legal way to do it. If you want to be part of the greatest nation on earth, breaking our law shouldn't be the first thing you do.
I mean, I think the biggest enticement to come is employment, and then in places like California, benefits, like taxpayer benefits. But I think birthright citizenship is also an enticement. And that was not what the 14th Amendment was ever intended to do with respect to illegally crossing the border and then giving birth here in the United States. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to overturn the Dred Scott case, which said that basically blacks could not be U.S. citizens. Dred Scott was a freed slave. He sued. The Supreme Court said he can't be considered a citizen. Lincoln rightfully attacked that ruling. Lincoln was not even going to, he said that you shouldn't comply with the ruling. You know, you hear some of these people talk, oh, they're not following court orders. Read what Lincoln said about Dred Scott. Lincoln did not submit to Dred Scott. And so when you had time for the 14th Amendment, that was written in there to nullify the Dred Scott decision. And that was specifically meant to deal with the issue of African Americans, particularly after the abolition of slavery. Now, and Tom makes a good point, because in law school we're even taught, oh, the Supreme Court's already decided anyone born here is a citizen. And I used to think that was the law until I started really looking at it. But this Wong Kim case from the 1880s or 90s, you had two Chinese nationals who legally immigrated to the United States, and then they had and then they said under those circumstances that was birthright. But that's a lot different than people coming in contrary to what the law is, where the American people have never, through their elected representatives, provided that pathway to come just across the border. So it's definitely a live issue. I think the Supreme Court will tackle it. Look, I don't know that I would be heavily optimistic that they'll rule the right way. I think it's possible, but I think it's very much a jump ball. We know how three of them will rule the opposite. They will say, you know, as long as you get across that border illegally, a minute later give birth, or say that's what the Constitution somehow was supposed to be. We know that's not what is there, and it's not honestly what the text says. But it is going to be litigated. I think the president was right to do the executive order. He knew that this was going to end up in the courts, and that's fine. I mean, this is the type of an issue where a Supreme Court would end up having the ability to pass judgment on. But let's just be clear how this has developed over the last many decades. No one at the time the 14th Amendment was ratified would have said that was appropriate. And if you had told them that's what was going to happen, the 14th Amendment as written would not have even been ratified.
Yeah, I agree. I think this idea that, and I think President Trump and his team was very smart. You know, the executive order is very specific about birthright citizenship, and they knew it was going to get into the court, so I certainly agree with that. But they started focusing on those folks that come to the United States illegally and whether they have or their children have a right to citizenship here, and I think that is something that certainly needs to be decided. But Tom brought it up, and the governor's brought it up, this idea that you have a right to asylum, or you have a right to a student visa, right, the Columbia student who is being deported, or that you have a right to a green card. I think the left has misconstrued that for so long. You don't have a right to any of that. That is a benefit. That is a discretionary benefit that the United States government provides you. And embedded in that are restrictions and things that you need to do to adhere to that. And so this idea that you can't deport students, or this idea that you can't deny green cards or even remove people with green cards. Of course you can. That's a discretionary benefit in immigration law that the United States government provides. And when you don't adhere to certain principles and certain requirements, well, guess what? You don't have a right to that. That can be withdrawn and you can be removed. So a lot of this that we've talked about here is just getting the American people to think about what they've been sort of told for so long. People have a right to certain things. Actually, if you look at the law, which Tom and others do quite often, that's actually not the case. And I think what President Trump and the team is doing this time around, we did it what I call Trump 1.0. We did it there as well, is actually looking at the law and actually adhering to the law and administrating an immigration system how it was supposed to be designed, not how it's been conceived over many decades.
I think part of the problem.
All right, everyone, you are worldwide with us here on Live Now from Fox. Again, we appreciate everyone continuing to join us. We're taking a listen there to that immigration roundtable in Sarasota, Florida. We are going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are going out live right outside of the White House to get the latest updates on the Department of Education and what President Trump will be signing later today that will deeply impact the department. We'll be back in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone. To Live Now from Fox, I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on with the biggest top story of the day that we are following for you. Later this afternoon, President Trump will be signing an executive order as getting closer for his administration to dismantle the Department of Education. A live look right now at the White House, and we want to continue on with this story and bring you our next guest, who actually helped break and have the big scoop of the day yesterday, and leading into the coverage today is Joey Garrison with USA Today. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Congratulations on the scoop, and we know that this was a campaign promise for President Trump, but just let us know how this all came about. For today would be the day for this.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I mean, as you indicated, I mean, this is an executive order that Trump has talked openly about for several weeks. We really thought it was coming a couple weeks ago. The White House held off, and I was able to confirm it is coming here in a couple hours at a White House ceremony that's going to include several Republican governors as well as education commissioners. Now, what the order does is it directs President Trump's education secretary to take steps to facilitate the closure of the education department while keeping intact what they call key critical programs that the education department currently oversees. So I think the big question we all have now is what that is going to look like. Now, we talked to White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt here in front of the White House about an hour ago, and she said programs like Title I funding, special needs, funding for special needs students, Pell Grants, as well as student loans is still going to be administered from the Education Department, although a much trimmed down, smaller, downsized department. Yet, you know, they're making the case that they are taking this effort to unwind a lot of the operations over at the Education Department.
And Joey, the administration talking about how they want to use the Department of Education, put it in the hands of the states so they could run it. Are these states right now equipped to handle this load? Do they want to handle this load? What are your thoughts on that, and what have you been hearing about?
I suppose it kind of depends on who you were talking to on the state level. Republican governors have long supported this idea of getting rid of this layer of bureaucracy from the federal level when it comes to education. I mean, already states and local school districts set curriculum, but there are a number of guidances, directions that come from the Education Department, as well as, like I said earlier, you have the flow of federal funds that come from the Education Department, get administered, distributed to states. And so, you know, I think that President Trump has long singled out, you know, some particularly well-performing states. He's often cited Indiana and Iowa when it comes to states that are producing good in education, and he says, you know, those schools should be given more authority, or those states should be given more authority over schools. But yeah, I mean, for states that aren't the highest performing in education, it does kind of beg the question: what, you know, is putting that new authority into certain states, you know, necessarily a good idea? And so I think all these sorts of questions, you know, we're going to get sorted out here once McMahon takes this directive and follows through on it.
And speaking of Secretary McMahon, she knew about this role and how she would handle it. As strange as it is, it seems like that she was going to be getting the role knowing that she was going to be really dismantling layers of it. Have we ever seen something like this before, where a secretary comes in knowing that things are going to go a very much different way than what is the norm?
Right. No, I mean, I can't think of another instance like this. I think in the Oval Office a month or two ago, Trump said, look, I told Linda McMahon that I want you to put yourself out of your job. And that's something that during confirmation hearings to be confirmed as education secretary, that Linda McMahon acknowledged that, like, look, you know, she wants to begin this process of essentially downsizing the education department. Now, again, I point back to that conversation that reporters and myself just had with Carolyn Leavitt. the press secretary, I mean, she acknowledged that there will still be some programs administered from what's left of the education department. She said it's going to be significantly smaller, though. And so I asked Caroline Levitt, well, does that mean we're going to decrease the amount of federal dollars that is going to public education? And she said that is the case. It'll be done so by targeting waste in the department. So it remains to be seen what they're going to flag as waste. We've seen that, of course, through a number of efforts led by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. And so, I think the next thing to watch will be, how this is put into this order is put into effect by the Department of Education and Linda McMahon.
Yeah, so true. And lastly here, Joey, we've seen the past week, even weeks before this, leading up to this very moment where the unions have been doing these rallying cries and these protests of dismantling. Where are the unions at right now, and will we see that continue after today?
Yeah, I mean, the teachers' unions as well as Democrats fiercely oppose this idea. Randy Weingarten, one of the top teachers union president, immediately said, "We'll see you in court." And so I would expect shortly after, if not tomorrow, then maybe next week, once this begins to be implemented, you're going to see litigation coming from the teachers union. They argue, Trump doesn't have the authority to do this. Of course, the education department was created by Congress in 1979. So they're going to argue in court that any action taken by Trump to dismantle this department violates law. Similar arguments, of course, we've seen in court targeting Trump's effort to downsize USAID, as well as the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I think you're going to see that same argument applied to Trump's effort to eliminate, close, downsize the education department. And of course, what we've seen in those other cases, Trump is arguing that he has a broad executive power to decide how the federal bureaucracy operates, and they're going to argue that this falls within that. Like many of these issues, this one could ultimately end up going up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, definitely. Joey, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. The event starting around 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll have it for everyone on Live Now. But Joey Garrison with USA Today, thanks again for being with us on Live Now.
Hey, thanks for having me on.
No problem. All right, everyone. We will take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us as we bring you other top stories and headlines on Live Now. here for you on Live Now from Fox with some breaking news that we are following for you this hour. And this has to do with these Tesla attacks that we have been seeing in recent weeks. We now are learning that Attorney General Pam Bondi has announced charges against 3 people in domestic terrorism attacks on Teslas. 3 people accused of destroying Tesla cars and charging stations are now facing up to 20 years in prison for domestic terrorism. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced just moments ago. She said in a statement as well, the days of committing crimes without consequence have ended. Let this be a warning. If you join this wave of domestic terrorism against Tesla properties, the Department of Justice will put you behind bars. And we've been seeing videos like this for the last couple of weeks. This video coming out of Las Vegas earlier this week as well. The defendants are accused of using high-powered weapons and explosives to destroy property from the Elon Musk-owned car company. One allegedly carried a suppressed AR-15 rifle while lobbying 8 Molotov cocktails at an Oregon Tesla dealership, while another is accused of trying to light Tesla cars on fire with these same explosives in Colorado. And again, this is just some of the aftermath of some other video from Las Vegas as well, showing explosions that were happening earlier in the week here. And you could see those cars that were caught up in the flames. We've also been seeing on social media where there is reports of Tesla cars being keyed and videos of that being put out as well. But again, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, putting this out there against 3 people caught up in these domestic terrorism charges on these latest Tesla attacks. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're coming up on a new hour in just moments. Do want to show you how the Dow Jones is responding right now to afternoon trading, and we are seeing it down about 61 points in the red right now. We'll take a look at it as we get closer to the final hour of trading coming up in just over an hour. But we do want to continue to bring you the latest here, live top stories and breaking news elements when they do come in. Let's go out to Christy Noem and others talking about combating drug trafficking in the United States. Let's listen in.
A chance to ask a question. At the conclusion of the press briefing, our public affairs staff will also be available to assist with any follow-on inquiries or further needs that you may have. For those unable to join us today, we will publish a press release with imagery and information about the Stone's interdiction operations later today. I request that any of the questions that are asked are focused on the Coast Guard's operations in this interdiction. I know that we have several senior leaders up here, and there may be other questions that you have, and we are happy to refer those to the appropriate authority at a different time, but we're focused on Stone's offload today. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce Secretary Noem.
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. In the first 100 days of President Trump's administration, he's already delivered on his campaign promises of making America safe again and helping the American people to be more secure as well. And today we're here to recognize and to witness another milestone in his mission to protect our borders, to protect our communities, and to stop the flow of illicit drugs and trafficking into the United States of America. Today is a historic day. Here at Port Everglades, over 22.5 tons or 45,000 pounds of cocaine and 50 pounds of marijuana are valued at over $500 million are going to be offloaded and taken out of circulation. This is an unprecedented seizure of illicit drugs that is the result of 14 different interdictions of drug smuggling vessels off the coasts of Mexico, Central and South America by the crews of the U.S. Coast Guard Cutter Stone and Coast Guard Cutter Mohawk. They've done incredible work here with their crews to remove these drugs out of the system so they can be destroyed. These efforts were coordinated with the Helicopter Tactical Squadron air crews that you see with us today as well, Tactical Team Pacific law enforcement detachments that were involved, and partner agencies that are operating in the Eastern Pacific Ocean. The brave men and women of the Coast Guard do work every single day, 24/7, and they do it with excellence. Their dedication, their resilience, and their patriotism is something that we all can admire and does not go unnoticed. Their core mission is simple, but it's incredibly crucial. It's to secure our territorial waters and to safeguard our nation from those who seek to do us harm. Their mission directly aligns with President Trump's vision to make America safe and strong again. And thanks to the Coast Guard's relentless maritime security and their interdiction efforts, $517 million worth of illegal drugs will never reach American communities here by what you see today as a result of these weeks of work. That means that fewer families are going to be torn apart by addiction, that fewer lives are going to be lost to overdoses, that communities will be safer, and fewer resources will be at the hands of dangerous, violent cartels that seek to do all of us harm. This action is a testimony to President Trump's commitment to delivering for the American people, and he has unwavering dedication to our military strength, to our border security. Our law enforcement are producing incredible results, and his leadership is making America safe again. I want to thank all of the leadership teams I have behind me, but also those that are here today that have taken part in these interdiction efforts. They've done incredible work, and the Coast Guard has partnered with many other agencies that you see represented here today to do this work, and it's that kind of cooperation which helps our country be successful in going after these dangerous criminals. In just the last month, decisive action was taken to secure the extradition of 29 different Mexican drug cartel bosses to face justice in the United States. Today's massive drug seizure is further proof of that work. We are cleaning up our communities from drugs like fentanyl and cocaine and marijuana, the dangerous substances that fuel addiction, crime, and destroy lives. We're protecting American people, and we're also making sure that their cartels are not profiting from the trafficking of these drugs and preventing violence in our communities. Under President Trump's leadership, we are dedicated to also making sure we're addressing the needs of the Coast Guard, making sure that they have the resources that they need, the equipment, the support, and the training, and the infrastructure to come into the next century protecting and defending our country. They are the premier law enforcement maritime agency in the world, and our support and what we provide for them to do that with is incredibly important. That means that we are going to maintain our vast maritime domain and that we're going to ensure that we continue to lead the way. Thank you to all of those in the Coast Guard, the other agencies partnering with us today for your work in preventing drug smuggling and all that you've done to bring these drugs offline so that they can be taken out of our communities and to stop hostile activities before they get to our shores. May God bless each and every one of you, and may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Good morning. Around us right now is over $500 million worth of cocaine that, had we not stopped it, would have been headed for our communities. In the last 2 months, since the 20th of January, the U.S. Coast Guard, working with others, has seized over 80,000 pounds of drugs. Now, while this cutter and crew are headed home after a long patrol to their families, the rest of the Coast Guard remains deployed, conducting operations and on mission. America's Coast Guard controls, secures, and defends our U.S. border and maritime approaches. We're part of the Department of Homeland Security team that protects our nation, and at the same time, at all times, we're a military service and part of the joint force that defends it. We start at the southern border of the United States, where the president has declared a national emergency, and extend our operations to the entire U.S. border and approaches, including far at sea, to interdict those threats before they reach our shores. On the water and in the air, the Coast Guard serves alongside our teammates from the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, Department of Defense, and our international partners to fight the foreign terrorist organizations, including these cartels, that try to bring fentanyl and cocaine into the U.S. Under the President's orders and our Secretary's direction, we are ensuring 100% operational control of the border. Our message to these cartels is this: we own the sea, not you. We will find you out there, and we will take you down before you reach our border. That's what the Cutter Stone has done and their crew, and we are proud of their accomplishments and proud to serve with them. Thank you, and Semper Paratus.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Secretary, Commandant. I just want to thank everybody for the opportunity to come here and say thanks today. When you work at JIADF South, you have a tremendous opportunity to see how our government comes together to deal with this challenging problem. Each of our military services, all of the law enforcement agencies under the Department of Homeland Security, law enforcement and the attorneys under the Department of Justice, and 22 Central, South American, and European partners come together every day to find and stop these movements of illicit drugs trying to reach the shores of the United States. It's work that is about dismantling the cartels who are polydrug, who do not just traffic in cocaine, but traffic in fentanyl and other harmful substances and activities as well. And it is about saving American lives. Cocaine killed 25,000 American citizens last year. That's roughly equivalent to the small town of Dania, Florida, just down the road here. And it is incredibly, incredibly important work. On this day in particular, we owe a great debt of gratitude to our Coast Guard and to the Coast Guard cutter Stone for taking another 20 metric tons of this harmful substance off the seas. And let me just put that in context for you a little bit. 20 metric tons is roughly equivalent to 17 million lethal doses of cocaine. So thank you, Madam Secretary, thank you, Commandant, and thank you, Skipper. And with that, let me hand it over to the man of the hour, Captain Carter.
I'm clearly not the man of the hour, Admiral. In fact, of everybody up here, I'm the least important person, but I think I have the most important message, which is to share with you stories about this incredible cutter and, more importantly, her incredible crew. Stone's crew, some of whom you will meet later this morning and are standing in the audience, is comprised of Stone's organic sailors, members from the Pacific Area Law Enforcement Team, pilots, air crew, and aviation maintainers from the Coast Guard's Helicopter Tactical Interdiction Squadron, and intelligence professionals and skilled operators of our unmanned aerial system. These detachments effectively bonded to form a highly skilled and motivated unit tasked to secure our nation's borders and curb the flow of illicit narcotics. This remarkable group of individuals was responsible for 12 at-sea interdiction, seizing approximately 45,000 pounds of cocaine valued at $510 million. That's the most amount of cocaine seized by any cutter during a single deployment. They combined with other cutters and international partners to set a new record for narcotics seized in a single month, removing approximately 121,000 pounds of contraband in the month of January. This offload also represents the efforts from Coast Guard cutter Mohawk, who seized approximately 2,200 pounds of cocaine and 330 pounds of marijuana. But it's what you won't see today that makes me incredibly proud to be the commanding officer of this ship and this crew. What we can't show you today are crews saying goodbye to their families on Thanksgiving. I know some crew members had Thanksgiving on Thursday, and Santa Claus came on Friday, and they reported to the cutter on Saturday. That's how long we've been away from our families. We can't show you what it's like to mentally and physically have to manage separation, and they've been separated from their loved ones for 4 months. We can't show you the dangers of flying a nighttime sortie with zero illumination on drug traffickers that are trying to flee prosecution. We can't show you what it's like to conduct high-speed boat operations at night or have to sit on a disabled drug trafficking vessel in uncomfortable sea states for 6 and 8 hour periods. In one exceptional case, the crew interdicted 4 narco trafficking vessels in a span of 15 minutes, seizing nearly 11,000 pounds of cocaine. That cocaine will never be mixed with deadly fentanyl or threaten American lives here at home. These are the men and women of our United States Coast Guard, and I'm proud to say they're sailors on board Coast Guard cutter Stone. They understand that service entails sacrifice, and in the U.S. Coast Guard, that means serving in, on, or over the water to save those in peril and to safeguard our homeland. So I want to get to your questions, but I will leave you with this. There are sailors walking about, and I do want to get to your questions, but if you see them, if you get to talk to them, please thank them for their service, because the sacrifices that they make day in and day out are truly incredible. Thank you for being here. Madam Secretary, Commandant, thank you for being here. Admirals, thank you very much, and welcome aboard Coast Guard Cutter Stone. We'll now take your questions.
Thanks, John. Thank you all. As promised, we have about 10 minutes for questions. Please, if you have a specific recipient of the question, let me know. Please.
We're going to keep this press conference on topic, focusing on the Coast Guard and all of their works to what they've done to bring this drugs offline and to focus on their interdiction efforts today. You know, I do know that there are some lawmakers that are concerned about that, and so we're certainly working with them to address their concerns. We've seen some evidence to it, but we also know that other areas of our border have been threatened as well. We've seen the cartels get much more desperate lately. As the border has become more secure and they're not able to follow their traditional routes of trafficking drugs and humans and conducting their violent activities into the country, they've become more desperate, and we've seen more interactions. And obviously you've heard on the news and in reports and in factual information too that even violent activities against our law enforcement officers and those in the military have been escalated, sometimes up to 200% to 300% in some areas, because of what these and those who perpetuate crimes, how they're feeling today with their focus on securing our nation.
Thank you very much. As a reminder, the focus is on the Stone's interdiction, so please keep your questions to that. And also, please announce your outlet as you ask your question. Please.
Great, thank you for the question. So the Stone is one of the Coast Guard cutters and aircraft that are continually deployed not only along the U.S. border, but in the maritime approaches on the high seas approaching it to interdict threats. I can't be specific about how many cutters are on patrol where, because that's certainly something the cartels would want to know. But we are part of a broad U.S. government effort that joins with the rest of Department of Homeland Security, Department of Justice, and others to present those forces necessary to present 100% operational control of the border. And that happens certainly on the southern border, not just the southwest land border, but the maritime border there and this southeast border that approaches Florida. We are just as on guard here as anywhere else along that southern border. Thank you.
Well, and again, we're going to focus today on Coast Guard Cutter Stone and their work with Mohawk and the rest of the teams on what they've been able to accomplish today at bringing security to our country.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, if you do have those follow-ups, please connect with our public affairs specialist after. We will connect you with the appropriate office to answer your inquiries that are unrelated to Stone's interdictions. Next question. Yes. Respectfully, again, I ask that the questions are kept to the Coast Guard Cutter Stone and the Coast Guard Cutter Mohawk's interdictions. There is definitely an opportunity at a later time, not the focus of this press conference, to have other questions. And we're happy to take those and refer them to the appropriate authority. Any other questions about the interdiction or our nearly $500 million drug offload today? I don't have immediate stats for you, sir. We can connect with NBC6 afterwards, and we're happy to give some background on that. Certainly, we would like to highlight these interdiction cases and the success of our operations downrange.
Thank you for the question. The U.S. southern border is a system, and it's interconnected, which is why a team approach across that system is so critical. So as we see greater control on illegal crossings and attempted smuggling across the U.S. southwest land border, we can expect that those cartels will try and get their drugs or move people a different way. And that's why continued presence, operational presence, and enforcement to ensure we have 100% control of the entire border at all times is so critical. I would just say that the cartels that we are focused on combating and addressing, which many of which have been designated by the president as foreign terrorist organizations, they are dynamic and they adjust to our tactics. And so it's a continual effort as they shift to counter them at every turn.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Sure, yeah. Thank you for that question. It takes a lot to stop people trying to flee prosecution. And some of the tactics that we use are we do employ warning shots and disabling fire from our helicopters when they fail to yield to just being, in the proximity of the Coast Guard. And so many of the cases do require disabling fire. We execute the safe employment of force, and then we dispose of those go-fast vessels at sea as hazards to navigation. And so, yes, sometimes it is a souvenir to take those back and display those just as we're proudly displaying the actual contraband themselves. So, if the Coast Guard has a flaw, we make this mission look easy. It's not easy. And the Commandant was talking about tactics changing. We have to keep up with those changing tactics. In the case where I spoke about 4 go-fast interdicted simultaneously, they were transiting in a diamond formation, all 4 having contraband out and on deck. That is us changing the behavior of these drug trafficking organizations. It's due to persistent presence, and it's due to our successful tactics.
Thank you. We do have time for at least 1 or 2 more if someone has a question pertaining to the offload. If not, then I thank you all for your time. There are still Coast Guard Public Affairs specialists available if you have pull-asides or one-on-ones with members of the Coast Guard Cutter Stone crew who may be available. Please link up with one of the uniformed Coast Guard Public Affairs specialists for those opportunities. Thank you all, and you may continue to film B-roll in the backside. Thank you.
Thanks, Commander.
That event out in Port Everglades, Florida, talking about major busts as well as drug trafficking concerns. We are going to take another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We will be back in just moments. We're also keeping an eye on this massive protest that is happening out in Denver. Teachers protesting ahead of President Trump's executive order on the Department of Education. We'll have more in a little bit. You're watching Live Now. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, bringing you the day's biggest top stories and headlines. So we do want to go out right now, right outside of the White House, where Caroline Leavitt spoke to reporters ahead of President Trump's executive order on the Department of Education. Let's listen in.
Criticism of our nation's failing test scores for the last several decades. The Department of Education was founded in the 1970s, and since then we have spent more than $3 trillion at this federal bureaucracy. What has been the return on that investment for the American taxpayer? Levels that are less than ideal, less than proficient. Our children's test scores are incredibly concerning when it comes to reading rates, literacy rates, math, and science test scores. The numbers prove that, and this president is finally taking much needed action to return education to where it belongs, and that's to educators closest to students in their classrooms in their respective states. We're going to have a great event here later at 4 o'clock. There will be students here, teachers here, parents here, educators, and of course governors from around the country who are very excited about taking on this responsibility to educate our nation's students.
Who's going to run federal student loans?
So the Department of Education will be much smaller than it is today. As you know, the president's executive order directed Linda McMahon to greatly minimize the agency. So when it comes to student loans and Pell Grants, those will still be run out of the Department of Education. But we don't need to be spending more than $3 trillion over the course of a few decades on a department that's clearly failing in its initial intention to educate our students.
So is the federal government going to be
going to
spending
be
less?
much smaller than it is. Is it not going to be shut down completely? And then I have a second question.
As I said, Pell Grants and student loans will still be run out of the department in Washington, D.C., but the great responsibility of educating our nation's students will return to the states.
And the Department of Education plays a critical role in enforcing civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination. Who's going to do that now?
Any critical functions of the department, such as that, will remain. But again, we're greatly reducing the scale and the size of this department.
What about federal Title I funding and special education funding? Is that still good?
Same answer. Yes.
Thanks, Caroline. On the Federal Reserve, the president criticized the rate decision yesterday. Is he looking to replace members of the Federal Reserve Board like he did on the Federal Trade Commission?
Well, the president has appointed Mickey Bowman, as you know, to be the vice chair of the Federal Reserve. We're incredibly optimistic about her. She's on the ball, as the president says, and knows how to get things done. The president has every right to criticize the decision, and he's made it very clear that he believes in lower interest rates are going to help this country boom, and this administration is working on lowering the rate of inflation caused by the previous administration every day. Inflation is cooling. The numbers indicate that, and the president strongly believes in low interest rates, and I think the American public do too.
Caroline, on the deportation flights, Caroline, you've said that you're confident that you've complied with the judge's order. If
We are.
that's the case, then why not turn over the information about the flights?
We are 100% confident that we've complied, and as I said from the podium and will continue to say, all of the flights that were subject to the written order of the judge took off before the written order was pushed in the courtroom, and the president is well within his Article 2 power and his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to make these decisions, and we think it's egregious that a single district judge is trying to tell the president of the United States who he can and cannot deport from our soil, especially when it comes to designated foreign terrorists.
What about the turning over that information?
Jeff, go ahead.
The administration is getting some attention this week for a memo that was released, I think, a couple weeks ago, taking segregation out of the criteria for federal contracting. Can you explain what that memo was supposed to do? And if you're looking to, I presume you're not looking for segregation to come back, but can you explain what the reason for the memo was?
Did the memo come from the White House or was it from an agency?
It was from the administration. I think it was OPM.
Okay, I would defer you to whichever agency wrote that memo. I haven't seen it, so I can't speak to it.
Caroline.
Go ahead, Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. This executive order dismantles the department. To abolish it completely requires Congress to act. Is the administration asking Congress to codify Trump's executive order to abolish the department?
I'll leave it to the president to speak on that later. 4 o'clock.
Sure. Anything is the president doing about Gaza? Is he trying to
get the ceasefire back in play? What's his plan?
Well, the president made it very clear to Hamas that if they did not release all of the hostages, there would be all hell to pay. And unfortunately, Hamas chose to play games in the media with lives. This situation, let's not forget, is completely the fault of Hamas when they launched that brutal attack on Israel on October 7th. And the president has made it very clear that he wants all of those hostages to come home, and he fully supports Israel and the IDF and the actions that they've taken in recent days. Michael, go ahead, Michael.
The president would like to see American schools and students reach over the next 4 years after he signs the CEO?
Well, again, in the intent of this EO is to return this great responsibility back to the states. And we know, we believe in federalism here at the White House. I know the previous administration didn't, but we think decisions are best made when they're closest to the people. And we trust teachers and educators in their respective schools to make these very important decisions about our children's education and their futures. And the current status quo is failing our students. In fact, I have some facts right here. 13-year-olds' mathematics scores are the lowest they have been in decades. 13-year-olds' reading scores are the lowest since testing began over 30 years ago. Low-performing students are falling further behind. One city, Baltimore, Maryland, in 2023, high schools had 0 students who tested proficient in mathematics. As a mother myself, I know I share the concern of many parents across the country. We want our children to be bright and smart and ahead of the game. This is also, I would say, a national security issue. When you look at how students around the world, particularly in China, are being educated, American students are falling behind. We're not keeping up with our allies or our adversaries, and that's a major problem for our country. And the president is fixing it today.
We're less than 2 weeks away now from the August 2nd big tariff deadline. Has the president spoken with his Canadian counterpart, the Prime Minister?
Not to my knowledge, I don't believe he has, but I can check in with the president and get you a firm answer on that. But my understanding is they haven't spoken, and the president has been very clear about his intention for April 2nd. It's going to be a big day for our country. I would encourage all of you to be here to cover the White House that day on April 2nd because there will be big announcements when it comes to reciprocal trade. And the president will be highlighting the unfair trade practices, the ways in which America has been ripped off by every country around the world, quite frankly. And there will be big tariffs that will be going into effect, and the president will be announcing those himself.
The European Union had a decision yesterday against Apple and Google. Are you familiar with that? And is there anything the president, is that a response to the April 2nd tariffs?
I think we've seen a lot of movement actually around the world of countries who are lessening their tariffs. I know the EU also paused their alleged tariff on whiskey. And so I think you're seeing countries are taking the president seriously. They understand that he is going to do what's right for American workers and families. And so the president and his team are in constant communication with our EU counterparts, but also our counterparts around the world.
You listed off some of the failures over the last 30 years from the Department of Education. So for critics, what has been the ROI on $3 trillion going to a failing education system?
It's a great question. Nothing. And that's exactly why the president is signing the order later today.
With the executive order today, is it also the goal to eventually be spending less in federal dollars on education?
Of course. It's our goal to reduce the size and scale of this government across every agency, which is why you've seen very strong and quick actions taken to reduce the amount of money that federal taxpayers are paying on a system that is failing them and their families.
But does that mean like eventually downsizing some of the programs that are run out of the education department currently?
It means stopping the wasteful spending, and as I said, critical programs will be protected.
So, given that, you have this noon deadline looming for this D.C. judge, for the DOJ to turn over these documents when it comes to the time logs of these deportation flights. Is the administration going to turn over that information, the exact time logs, the information that the D.C. court is asking for?
I won't get ahead of our lawyers, but you'll hear from them in court.
And a follow-up question. The Commerce Secretary yesterday said that Tesla stock is something that Americans should be buying. Is that the stance of the administration that people should be investing in? Is that something that the Commerce Secretary should be recommending?
I think the Commerce Secretary was reiterating that the president supports an American-made company like Tesla, who produces a very good product for the American people, which was beloved by the American people, particularly Democrats, until Elon Musk decided to vote for Donald Trump. And now we've seen despicable and unacceptable violence taking place across our country at Tesla dealerships against workers, employees, and also innocent Americans who drive these vehicles. It's actually a scary time in our country because of this political violence from the left, and the White House and the president's entire administration condemn it wholeheartedly. We'll see you guys at 4 o'clock.
Right, everyone. Caroline Levitt there speaking ahead of President Trump coming up at 4 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we will have that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more. Back here for you worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to roll on. I do want to take you out to New York City, where Mayor Eric Adams and other city officials are talking about safer subways in New York City on this Mental Health Week as well for the city. So let's listen in on Live Now.
Highlighting Mental Health Week this entire week to show the work that we're doing. Not only that, how the team is assembled together to accomplish the task. Because when you're dealing with mental health issues, not only severe mental health, but just those who are dealing with areas of depression or any form of mental health, it's a multifaceted approach. From in our schools to our clubhouses, and now one of the areas that's probably more visible to New Yorkers is what takes place here in our subway system. We hear it over and over again. Those who are dealing with severe mental health issues, for the most part, are participating in conditions that brings a level of public safety. The shoving on the subway tracks, the attacks, the assaults, many people showing a level of display that is alarming to New Yorkers. And we knew we had to tackle this firsthand. And keeping New Yorkers safe is a number one commitment. You hear me say it over and over again. Public safety is the prerequisite to prosperity. And we made it clear in this administration from the start. Allowing people to sleep in our subway system, allowing people to sleep on our streets, it's just inhumane. And we were unwilling and was not going to could just walk by our fellow brothers and sisters and see them suffering from mental health issues and act like it does not exist. We were going to respond, and respond is exactly what we do. And that's why our administration has taken bold actions and bold steps to make sure we approach individuals, give them the care and support that they deserve. And we receive a lot of opposition. Despite this opposition, we are willing to say no to letting our brothers and sisters sleep on the streets or in our subway station. I remember when the governor and I first rolled out the subway safety plan, we had a woman that was sleeping under the stairs for months, and people were just walking by and ignoring the fact that she was in need of care. We responded immediately. But PATH is our innovative way to ensure that we use all of our resources to tackle this problem. It's the perfect example what we're doing and how we're thinking differently, and we're seeing results. No one can argue with that. Our PATH team uses a co-response model and combines law enforcement with trained outreach and mental health professionals. This means NYPD officers, DHS outreach workers, and nurses working together as one unit. The dynamic group can respond to any issue, whether it's dealing with the public safety, homelessness, or mental health. It allows us to move in a rapid fashion and ensure the safety of our civilian personnel with our law enforcement personnel. Whichever way you look at this program, PATH, it has delivered for New Yorkers. And what is more, this program is working. It's clearly seeing results. Every night, the PATH teams are in our subways doing this work. And I'm proud to announce that since launching at the end of August, PATH teams have had over 11,000 engagements and delivered services to over 3,000 times to New Yorkers in need. These services include shelter placement, medical care, food, clothes, and yes, sometimes transfers to the hospital, but both voluntarily and involuntarily removals. Our work with PATH will help address one of the city's most serious concerns. We hear it over and over again, and we wanted to meet it head on. This is making sure people can ride the train safely, day or night. And so we want to be clear on this. We're not saying those who are unhoused and need of support are the primary source of crime on our subways. We don't want that to be the interpretation. It adds to the feeling of unsafety. We've driven down crime, but we hear New Yorkers say over and over again, they feel unsafe. And if it's untreated, severe mental health illness is a known risk factor for violence and crime. And helping those suffering get treatment must be part of our plan to keep our city safe, both in its actual crime stats, and also how people feel. Even for the majority of these people who are unlikely to ever present a danger to others, we have a moral responsibility to protect them from suffering and from the very high risk of being victimized by others. And that's what this administration is doing. We'll continue to make progress on our goal of bringing down crime and have achieved record achievements on subway safety in recent months. In partnership with the governor, the NYPD began deploying 2 police officers on every train during overnight hours, 7 days per week since January. And thanks in part to those efforts, year-to-date subway crime is down 28%. We are talking about record lows in subway crime that follow 2 straight years of index crime declines in the system, 2 straight years. We have been focused on both making the subways safer and making sure New Yorkers get the help they need. And since the start of our subway safety plan 3 years ago, we have connected 8,400 New Yorkers to shelter, with over 860 people placed in permanent affordable housing. Those numbers speak for themselves. And when you think about it, 800 people used to live in our system are now living in permanent housing. So this week during Mental Health Week, we are also highlighting many of our other efforts for New Yorkers struggling with mental health, including investing in mental health clinics and providing free therapy to our kids in schools, getting families the support they need where and when they need it, fighting to pass the Supportive Intervention Act in Albany so we can provide care for those who show signs of mental illness but cannot meet their basic needs. This is such an important piece of legislation, and we're hoping our colleagues in Albany ensures that it gets through this legislative cycle. And so New Yorkers should know that they can call 988 in an effort to anytime they need to connect with trained professionals who can provide short-term counseling, suicide prevention, and other crisis intervention. 988 can also refer you to a variety of low or no-cost mental health and substance use services. And so that number must become as well known as we look at 911 Many people are dealing with mental health issues in the city, and 988 is the starting point to identify those services that are available. So we were clear when we came to office: make the city more affordable, make it safe, and be there for everyday New Yorkers who need services of any kind. So again, I want to thank the partners who are here and turn it back over to the Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I now want to bring up NYPD Chief of Transit, Joseph Galata, to say a few words.
Good morning. There's a couple of points that help us keep people in the subway safe, and I want to point a few of them out as we get started here. It's intelligence-based policing that allows us to rapidly deploy resources where we need it. The mayor and the police commissioner have given a lot of resources to transit to keep people safe. We made sure we moved them to where they were needed, the platforms and on the trains. The second piece for us is precision policing. That's going after recidivists that continually prey upon the subway system, and we made great inroads working on that aspect of it. And the last piece is something the mayor brought in when he came into office. It was this multi-agency response. And that's been key here as part of our subway safety plan in bringing that forward with the PATH program. They're looking for people that cannot take care of themselves. But it's more than that. These officers go out with their partners, clinicians, Department of Homeless Services, and they meet people on the street. And sometimes it's someone who can't care for themselves, but other times, like the mayor said, it's someone who may need shoes, socks, a warm place to stay for a while, and often it's finding shelter for people. What that does as we go forward with this is it builds trust. It's very important that it builds trust. These officers learn who the people are out here. They learn who they are. I've been out there with them, with the mayor, and we've seen it in firsthand, and it works. And it's these three elements, really, that have brought us to great reductions. 5% last year, and then this year already 28%. That's the hard work of the men and women in the transit system. And then the multi-agency response team is really taking the mental health aspect of this, which is so important. And I want to thank the mayor for that. Thank you.
You are worldwide here for you on Live Now from Fox. We'll take another 2-minute break. We'll come back to this in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Back here for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide with you. Let's go back out to New York City, learning more from officials on keeping subways safe.
Thank you.
In New York City, more than 97% of people experiencing homelessness are sheltered, but that 3% of people represents a true concern for the agency, for the administration, and for New Yorkers in general, and we really focus on how we can best serve our fellow New Yorkers who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. And at the Department of Homeless Services, we take a three-pronged approach to that. And it starts with outreach. We have outreach workers out 24/7, 365 days a year on the subway and above ground on the streets as well. I'm particularly grateful to welcome William Williams here today, one of our outreach workers. I think this is the hardest job in New York City, and really grateful for the men and women, both DHS employees and our contracted providers who do this every day. We're out, we are, I'm echoing a phrase that was used before, building trust, engaging with people. We are really pleased with the results of the PATH program, bringing together outreach workers, clinicians. At DHS, we've been able to triple the number of nurses that we have on staff so that we can engage people, build the trust, and help people convince people to come inside. And coming inside is part two of the continuum. It is really critical that we have appropriate options to be able to offer people. Outreach is great, but the next step is coming indoors. It doesn't do any good if we don't have options to offer people. In this administration, we've been focused on creating the options that are right for people experiencing unsheltered homelessness. We have about 4,000 low barrier beds now, and the mayor in the State of the City address earlier this year announced we're bringing that to 4,900. We will have the first of those new additional beds coming online this summer. We know these work. Clients who are placed in low barrier beds and in our safe havens and stabilization beds stay indoors longer and are more likely to connect to permanent housing. And that permanent housing connection is the third part of the prong. It's not enough to just get somebody into shelter. At the end of the day, everybody deserves a place to call home. And in this administration, more than 3,000 people who were living on our streets, living on our subways, are now living in safe, permanent, affordable housing. And to me, that is the true metric of our success. Those are people who had fallen through every crack that exists in society and who now are permanently housed. That's what gets us out of bed in the morning. We're so grateful for the partnership that we have with NYPD and with the rest of the administration so that we are able to continue to do that work and to bring our neighbors indoors. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as you see, today's announcement shows the strength in reaching out to the most vulnerable New Yorkers with empathy and care to help people and to help us meet people where they are. And importantly, to make sure the city is offering the support that meets everyone's unique needs, whether that's in shelter, housing, mental health support, or medical care. So the work of helping people move from living unsheltered, as the commissioner said, on the subway to a shelter and eventually permanent housing is the work. It's very complex. But as mentioned, here to explain to us the complexities is one of our outreach workers, William Williams. I'd like to bring you up to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is William Williams. I've been with JCC, which is the Department of DHS, for 2.5 years. Formerly, I was a certified care coordinator for individuals with serious persistent mental illness, governed by DOH MH for a nonprofit pertaining to Kendra's Law. I've had a unique experience to witness, not only within the subways, but within our communities, how adverse the issues that our client population faces, and not only obtaining housing or shelter, but also a myriad of intermediate needs and immediate needs that they may have upon emergency that prevent them from going into housing. One thing I love about the PATH program and our partner providers is that between the DHS nurses and NYPD, it allows us to collectively as a team bring a skill set of knowledge and unique experience and abilities to be able to encounter most problems that we encounter while engaging our client population within the subway. There on 34th Street, Penn Station, it came into play where I noticed an individual, a young man, sitting on the platform with his legs dangling toward the tracks. And as I was able to notice it, NYPD was able to traverse quickly across the platform as I engaged the individual, but they were skillfully, laid back to let me engage him, to calm him down, not to seem as if it's a threat, but more so that we're providing service. And thankfully, I was able to engage him before the train was to arrive, which is about 6 minutes. In doing so, as I'm engaging him, NYPD is closely moving in to where as though if any adverse action that he decided to take at the time, he would be protected. I think this is just but one of many examples that we've engaged and we've experienced through this program. I look forward to the continuance of the program. And I thank you guys for your time and attention today.
Thank you. You are watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us all in real time right here. We will take our final break of the hour. Much more to come on Live Now. Watching live now from Fox, everyone. Coming up here in just moments, we will be going out live to Philadelphia, where we are awaiting an update to a police-involved shooting. We are learning that a police officer was struck by a bullet, so we'll be keeping an eye on that and trying to learn the latest on the condition of the officer. Once that does happen, we'll bring it to you on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go back out to New York City for more on New York City officials speaking on keeping subways safe.
Moving in to where as though if any adverse action that he decided to take at the time, he would be protected. I think this is just but one of many examples that we've engaged and we've experienced through this program. I look forward to the continuance of the program. And I thank you guys for your time and attention today.
Thank you so much, William. But we commend the work of the DHS outreach workers, nurses, and our partners in law enforcement who take part in these operations and who have brought us to this milestone accomplishment today, just in time to mark Mental Health Week. So and I'll turn things over back to the mayor to take on-topic questions.
Thank you. Now, I think both Williams, your story is a powerful story, shows the coordination and why you need that mental health worker there, because sometimes the presence of a uniform officer can escalate, and it just shows that perfect combination of path. And I think the numbers should not be lost on what Commissioner Park stated. 97% of New Yorkers who need housing are housed, but that 3% was historically ignored. And that 3% was not only an endangerment, many oftentimes to themselves, but to others. And going after that 3% is challenging. You have to build trust. It's repeated communications. It's finding the right combination to talk someone off the streets and find the care that they deserve. That is why PATH and Scout are the programs that were needed to get in the subway station and get on the streets to address the chronic homelessness problem that this city was facing when we came into office. So why don't we answer a few questions? Juliet, how are you?
I'm all right. How are
Good.
you? Where are you as far as involuntary commitment? You know, what else? What's your next step for that, and what else do you need to do?
It's in the hands of Albany now. You know, we have strongly believed that when you encounter someone that is in danger to themselves and to others, if you're out in the streets at 13-degree weather, you don't have any shoes on, your clothing are soiled, you're talking to yourselves, they're real indicators that someone needs help and they may not know they need help. And so giving us the authority and codify in law that we're able to remove them and give them the care they deserve is something we're fighting for, and we're hoping Albany understands that and give us the empower to do it.
What's the reception that you're getting when you go up there and talk to them about it?
Our team, Deputy Mayor Tiffany Raspberry and Diane Savino, former state senator, they are there, as we always do during this time of the year. Everyone knows this dance. They're there constantly educating our lawmakers. And people identified, when I say people, those lawmakers identified that this is an issue. How do we now come together to get a bill that the governor introduced? She's part of this conversation. And how do we get that bill through? This is part of the Albany dance, and we're going to dance until the music stops playing.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
How are you?
WMIC, 9 days.
Yes.
Good to be here. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the scout teams, whether or not they work with the PATH teams, are the scout teams doing enough in your view? What exactly is the status of the scout, that's the governor's program for involuntary?
Now you're saying which one? Are they both doing enough?
Is scout doing enough? We're talking about PATH here, but is scout doing enough?
Yeah,
and
great
are
question.
They working, hand in hand with PATH, or are they two really separate?
Great question. The complexities that are associated with removing people that have been homeless for many years, you need an all hands on deck. And what we were willing to do, we were willing to partner with the Scout team as well as the PATH team. And we're going to continue to look at other ways, as Chief Scalata stated, until we find the right combination. We have been successful with PATH. We've seen some success with Scout. Both are playing a role because, and not until you walk these stations and see how hard it is making those encounters, people can just tell you they don't want service. And so it's imperative to have all of these different initiatives operating together, and where it's not in competition, it's in alignment. And we thank the governor for the Scout team, and we think that PATH, the Scout, and even some of the volunteerism that we see that people are in the subway that's not officially attached to any governmental entity, they are playing a role. It's an all hands on deck. All New Yorkers must be engaged and getting our unhoused housed in a safe environment.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
What's up, Kelly?
I'm good. I wanted to ask you, Governor Hochul now is pushing state lawmakers to put a mask ban on the subway. Would you be supportive of that for this year? I mean, we're talking about safety. And then I wanted to ask the commissioner, he mentioned options for getting homeless people off the streets and into housing. A recent report showed that the city is reaching them, but they're not going into housing. I wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So I think you're referring to the Local Law 34 data. The City Council bill required very specific data metrics that don't actually align particularly well with operations and how they work. So we when we engage people during an encampment cleanup, and DHS is always out there, we notice before the cleanup happens. We are there in advance. We are there when the cleanup happens as well. The goal is to get people to come inside and into shelter, into a safe haven bed. And we know we have very successful results in getting people to come into those. We've over the last several years, we've had tens of thousands of instances where people have come inside. What we aren't doing in the moment of an encampment cleanup is making permanent housing connections. Not because we don't believe permanent housing is important, we absolutely do, but because in that particular moment, it's very difficult to make a decision for a client or for an outreach worker about what is the best permanent solution for you in that moment. Instead, come indoors, get a meal, get a shower, sleep, and then we can have a conversation about what is the next best option from there.
Georgia? Is it Georgia? Christina. Christina, go ahead. Sorry.
Mayor, do you think that the state should be doing more with psych beds to help with the homeless crisis?
I think we all can do more. I think we all can do more. This is a huge problem. Going back to what Commissioner Park stated, those 3%ers are visibly alarming to many people. Those 3%ers have a long time on being in a homeless environment. And so I think all of us can do more. We're going to continue to do more on our city end. As we learn more, we would do more. And we're going to continue to solicit support from the state as well and the federal government.
Mayor, two questions. The stats speak for themselves. I'm curious if you're going to put them in a nice envelope and send them to the US DOT based on what Secretary Duffy said yesterday. And also, what do you say to New Yorkers, and we've talked about this a lot, the perception versus the stats. What do you say to New Yorkers? And I want them to be frank. I see a mentally ill homeless person almost every day on my commute in and out of the office or to get to your events. What do you say to those New Yorkers who say they just don't think this is working?
Yeah, no, and listen, perception is reality. We get that, and this is a very complicated issue that we're facing. And I walk these stations a lot. Chief Galata alluded to that, we spent some time down here, and the amount of time as our outreach workers shared takes a long time to build that trust. And then we have frequent homeless individuals. The person, if you would take a moment to just see the person that you're seeing constantly, oftentimes it's the same person. And it gives the presence of that is everywhere, when in fact, it's that 3%. If you see that 3% every day when you enter the subway station, you swipe your Metro card, you see them, you see that same person at 34th Street Station when you get off the train, there's a feeling that, okay, wait a minute, this is pervasive. No, this is a small number of people that they have been historically ignored. And so I understand New Yorkers are feeling that way. That's why we decided not to ignore it. And we have put in place something that's really money-consuming, time-consuming, and it takes a lot of patience. This outreach worker here, as he gave you, I think was a picture-perfect a story, seeing someone's legs dangling over the platform. That could have easily been a person that would have been struck by a train. He used his training to go approach them. The police used their training to stay at a safe distance to not aggravate the situation. That is what it takes to get this done. And so I understand New York is feeling that way, but trust me, when you look at the numbers, it shows that what we are doing is actually working.
Has your team begun engaging with Washington, sending them down these numbers yet?
Yes, and we're going to invite folks to come down and walk the system with us to see what we're doing. It is so important to see on the ground what we are doing. And it really is a model of what we've done in this city around homelessness is a model that could be duplicated across the entire country. You look at other cities and you see encampments along highways. You see people living on the streets. You see people cooking on the street, using the streets as restroom facilities. You see a difference here than what you see there. The numbers that this team put together are dealing with the encampment crisis we inherited, dealing with the homeless issue, the mental health issues. This is really a model, and I'm going to bring and invite our federal lawmakers to come in and see what we are doing.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
When are you doing that, Mr. Mayor? When do you want them to come?
Everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. That was the New York City update on subway safety. And as you can see, we're keeping an eye out in Philadelphia, waiting an update from the police on a police officer that was shot earlier today. We'll be bringing you the latest once that does get going right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much more on Live Now. Back for you on Live Now from Fox Worldwide. As always, do want to take you out to this Save the USPS rally. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
It is entirely self-funded. The U.S. Postal Service was created in the United States Constitution as a public good. That means that it is our right. It is not a privilege. The U.S. Postal Service is our right as Americans. And Postal Service workers are essential workers. They are the backbone of our communities. You are the backbone of our communities. And you deserve our support, and you will get our support. When you attack the USPS, you're attacking the thousands of dedicated public workers who make the system work every day, and you're attacking the American people. So what do we demand? We demand full funding for the USPS. No more cuts, no more delays, no more attacks. We demand accountability. Every official responsible for USPS sabotage must be exposed and held accountable for these attacks against the American people. We demand an end to the privatization of the USPS. The people own the Post Office Service. We are not selling the USPS. We will not be silent. All American people, every American needs to call the representatives in blue states, blue districts, red districts. Call your representatives, hit the streets, make it clear, The Postal Service is not for sale. We've saved the USPS before, and we'll do it again. We're stronger than their greed. We're stronger than their lies. We will fight for our mail carriers. We will fight for our democracy. We will fight for a postal service that works for all of us. Now let's go make some noise so that I hear our voices in Washington, D.C.
Whose post office? The People's Post Office. 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 The U.S. mail. It's not for sale. 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 Whose post office? The People's Post Office. Whose post office? The People's Post Office. Whose post office? The People's Post Office. Whose post office? The People's Post Office.
Whose post office? That's right. So my next speaker comes from the retiree chapter. These are people that worked and committed themselves to better their lives as well as serving those customers and have taken that oath. We are following in the footsteps of them. So I want to introduce now to speak on behalf of the retirees, Dennis, or is it you? It's both of them.
I'm Vice President and Political Legislative Director of the Retirees Chapter of New York Metro. First, I want to present our President, Ernest Collington. Say a few words.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm in my 23rd year since I retired from the Postal Service, but I haven't left it. Almost every time they said I need a retiree, my hand is up, just like when I did it 53 years ago and walk out the door. I'm still here. We need this post office. Remember all these retiree people over here, right here in New York City. Don't forget the retirees, because we had at everything, every rally. Now I'm going to let my Vice President tell y'all all about it.
I ain't going to take up a whole mess of time here. I just want to say one thing. First of all, can we get the hands not just of our retiree section, the active group who are all over here, but all the retirees, retired postal workers in here. Good. I see some people I don't know up there, and you better come talk to us so we can get you active in the retiree group. All right. We do, as Ernest said, we go out and fight, but we got some direct experience. Unfortunately, I'm sure somebody in there is wearing one. I wanted to have somebody out here with a T-shirt from the Stop Staples campaign that we had from 2014 to about 2017. That was a campaign because our then postmaster, guy named Donahoe, cut a dirty deal with the Staples Company to privatize the post office by having little fakey post offices inside every Staples. We fought that for 3 years, and there was a crew from the retirees who went out to 2 different Staples every day of the week for like 3 years, and we beat them. They went down. Okay, we now got a new dirty deal. The Postmaster General has invited, I don't know if you'd call them doji bags or doggy bags, because I don't know how you pronounce it, but has invited a bunch of muskrats in to straighten out the Postal Service. Well, we fought privatization then, And we're going to fight it now. And all of us, if we have to, look for us out in front of your local post offices. We'll be there. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
For those of you that are in the back, we're working. Can you guys hear me in the back? Okay, so whoever's going to speak, hit this middle one right here, okay? So now, thank you so much. So now, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our National Association of Postal Supervisors of the NAPS, which stands for the National Association of Postal Supervisors. Don't think that they're not involved, and this does not affect them too. And this is the one time that we have to be all unified. Come on.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody.
Say your name. I forgot your name.
I know you did. I got you. I'm Chuck Mullidor. I'm the Executive Vice President of the National Association of Postal Supervisors. I'm here to offer our support to keep our post office together and strong. Now, we may have some differences on workroom floors, right? We might have a few here and there in post offices and plants. But right now, I'm reminded of the words of Ben Franklin, our first Postmaster General. At the signing of the Declaration of Independence, he said, "We must all hang together, or we most certainly will hang separately." We have to hang together now at this crucial time in the history of the post office, a critical time where we're all under attack and we all have a stake in it. Now, we represent all the supervisors, managers, postmasters, support personnel, all 47-some thousand of those who have the title of EAS. And in these kind of times, we can't be separate. We have to be together. Put our differences aside. Because if we don't, and the post office fails, we won't have a place to have any differences. We've got to put our differences aside for the benefit of the post office and the benefit of the American people. And I'm struck by this amazing, famous post office, right? If you read those words up there, what's it say? Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night. And let's add one other thing, nor doge. Stay these couriers to their swift completion of their appointed rounds. We can't let that fail. We've been around for 250 years, and only by standing together and working together can we survive for another 250 years. We owe it to the future of our country, our children, our grandchildren, and generations to come. So in this situation, in this case, we're all united. We work together. We'll fight together. We're standing with you. Our organization is with you. Whatever we can do to offer our support, you have it. Our national president spoke at the letter carriers rally in D.C. a few weeks ago. I'm here. We're going to be out wherever we can be across the country supporting types of rallies because we have to hang together. And I'm not worried about anybody right now, at least not right now, hanging separately. Not yet.
That's right.
Not yet. But it's time to hang together and do the right thing for the American people. So thank you all so much for inviting me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
God bless you. Wonderful job. And once again, well, guess what? I'm back. Who I be? My name is Diane Erlanger. I am the Director of Organization and a proud member and postal worker. I love my job, and I love to serve people inside the halls of the post office and for those people that need our help and our fighting power for them. And no disrespect, Mr. Milligard. That means against you too. So now I want to present the next speaker, who is the president of the Vincent R. Sombrado Branch 36 NALC, National Association of Letters Carrier, Charlie Heeg. Give it up.
Hey, everyone. Who's post office? What's a Doge? You can answer that any way you want. But I just want to let everyone know the letter carriers are here. We are together, all unions of the Postal Service and associations of postal supervisors. We are together to fight Doge and that musky guy, whatever he is. So we are here to do it. So we're all, our day of action, the letter carriers, is Sunday. We're going to be outside FDR Station on 3rd Avenue, 55th Street. Hopefully all of you can make that too. And there's we have like 300 rallies gonna happen on Sunday around the country. So ours is going to be outside FDR Station. So letter carriers are with all APWU members and mail handlers and supervisors, nurses. Are nurses here? So thank you for inviting us, and we are together to fight this. We're gonna win too. Who's post office? All right. Thank you.
Are you guys enjoying this rally? Okay, so now I want to present the next speaker. This woman, oh my goodness, I'm falling. All right. This woman is the National Postal Mail Handlers Union Local 300 president. She was the vice president for Local 300 and is a member of the new National Mail Handlers Postal.
All right, everyone. So that was the event out in New York City, but I do want to go out live right now. We have the mayor of Philadelphia and other city officials coming together to give an update on an officer that was shot earlier today.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sergeant Eric Grip. I'm the Public Information Officer for the Philadelphia Police Department. We're here to provide information on a fatal officer-involved shooting that happened today at approximately 12:50 p.m. on the 4600 block of Roosevelt Boulevard on the grounds of Friends Hospital. First, we're going to be hearing from our mayor, the Honorable Sherelle L. Parker. She's going to be followed by our police commissioner, Kevin Bethel. I just want to caution you in advance, we're obviously still very early in this investigation, so while we will take some brief questions at the end, we're going to be limited in the response that we can give. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Grip. Let me just start by affirming that again at around 12:50 p.m. on today, a Philadelphia police officer was shot while he was on the job performing his duties outside of a hospital in Northeast Philadelphia. Now you're going to hear from Police Commissioner Bethel, and he'll provide you with all of the relevant details. However, I am pleased to report that our police officer is going to be okay, and his partner is going to be okay too. While the commissioner will talk more about the specifics, I do want to note for the record that the officer was wearing his ballistic vest when he was shot. Now, all of our officers are required to wear their vests, and in this instance, the shot that hit the officer's vest was close to the bottom of his vest. But for an inch, we could be here right now with a very different set of circumstances and facts. You all have heard me say this during difficult moments that I strongly support our Philadelphia police officers who are on the front lines protecting and serving the people of our great city. They deserve our gratitude and respect, and they definitely have that from this mayor. Now I want you to hear from our Commissioner Bethel.
So, good afternoon, everyone.
So I'll go through the facts, and as indicated by Sergeant Grip, I mean, this is still a significantly active investigation. At around 12:24 p.m. today, officers saw an individual running through the traffic. At some point during that process, they engaged the male. During that engagement, the individual was willing to be a voluntary commitment, a 201, which we described because he apparently was having some kind of mental health issue. The officers, part of a 201 commitment is the individual, as indicated, is voluntarily going to a mental health for services. The officers called for a wagon, 1501 wagon. They put that male in the back of the wagon. That person is not handcuffed, as indicated he's being voluntarily going. When he arrived at Friends Hospital on the boulevard, the male exited the back of the vehicle. The officers are engaging him and direct him where he can go in to start that voluntary process. At some point during that, the individual turned and attacked the officer. A significant battle is underway and fighting amongst the officers. At some point, the officers are down on the ground. They're trying to retain the individual's now trying to take one of the officers' weapons. They are fighting. At some point during that, the officers tased this individual and were not successful. At some point during this altercation, the individual was able to get the officer's weapon. Shortly thereafter, there's an exchange of gunfire between the individual who now has the police officer's weapon and his partner. That individual, my officer, was then struck in his bulletproof vest, as the mayor indicated. We're very fortunate, about an inch below at the base of his vest, where he was struck and the bullet was repelled. The other officer was not struck. His partner was not struck. There was exchange of gunfire, as I indicated. The individual was shot multiple times. He was transported to Einstein Hospital, where he was pronounced. Both officers were brought here to Temple. Both officers have been treated and will be released. And we're fortunate today, as the mayor indicated. As I've shared with you multiple times, that I've been here multiple times with all of you. You know, this is a challenging job. So I continue to be proud of the men and women who continue to serve and give their life for this work. This is an innocent situation where the officers are just moving an individual who wants to get treatment. Unfortunately, it turns into a very tragic situation. But we are very fortunate, extremely fortunate, that the officers were able to survive this encounter. We will probably have more as we continue to investigate this matter. So I will stop there and see if you have any questions.
Commissioner, who shot his own gun? When you say the other officer, 2 officers were here treated, what other injuries did the other officer sustain?
We just brought him here just to be, I won't get into what their level of treatment is, but they both are here and be reviewed. He was not shot. We had one officer who was shot in his bulletproof vest. The partner was not shot.
Could you provide ages of your
The one officer is 37 years old with 10 years of service. The other officer is 30 years of age with 6 years of service.
And which one was shot?
The officer with, I believe, 30. The 30 years was the one who was shot.
Was the officer who was shot the one who fired back at the man?
No. The partner, once the individual was able to take the officer's weapon, his partner then engaged with the individual and shot him.
And can you describe when a bullet hits a bulletproof vest like that, what is it like for the officer? What are his injuries like?
Well, it depends. In this case, he's done extremely well. Depends on where the bullet strikes. It can be very traumatic to the body, even though, the vest is built to expand that trauma to the body outward, away from the body. So there is at times some significant penetration as a result, depending where the strike is. In this case, he's doing extremely well.
So the officer he ended up being shot with his own weapon, is that right?
He was shot, yes. The individual was able to, we don't know. We're going through that process now. We do know that it was an exchange of gunfire between the 2 individuals. The officer suffered a wound a strike to his bulletproof vest.
So it's not clear if he was shot by his gun or his partner?
We're going through that. That's why I said we're in the preliminary stages of the investigation. What we do know is the individual was firing his weapon at police.
Where was the man Where was the man initially running through traffic? Where was
I believe it's a 5,000 block of Torresdale.
Torresdale?
Yes, ma'am.
And that the man who shot, it definitely was a police weapon. He wasn't armed in any way before he took the weapon off.
That is correct.
Okay.
Do you have any idea how many shots were fired in total?
I won't be able to share that with you at this time. We do know that multiple rounds were fired, but we'll not be able to tell you the specific number.
All right, apologies. What district, if you didn't say?
The 15th district.
15th, thank you.
And the man who died, where were his injuries?
I won't be able to share that with you at this time.
And do you have an age for him at all, or you said that?
I don't have his age at this moment.
Okay.
Thank you all so very
Okay,
much.
thank you, everybody.
Thank
All right,
you.
all right.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, so wild scene out in Philadelphia earlier today. The police officer is going to be okay. And again, just to reiterate what we learned there, that two police officers were taking a, quote, 302 case to Friends and were at the intake area when this happened. Friends Hospital treats people with mental illness. A 302 is a code for a person being taken for an involuntary commitment, and then that is when things went sideways. Police allege that the suspect took the gun from the officer and shot the officer, and then the officer's patrol person was able to shoot the suspect a couple of times, and that is the latest that we know from this situation. But the police giving this update right outside of the trauma center. Again, the police officer is expected to be just okay. Suspect is dead in this really wild scene that happened out in Philadelphia. So we'll take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Always more to come on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you top stories of the day. Let's go out to New York City for the UN Security Council meeting, talking about the war in Ukraine, as also the Middle East crisis as it does continue.
Rinde homenaje a su entrega y reafirma su firme apoyo al trabajo invaluable que realizan en condiciones extremas.
Continue to perform in extreme conditions to save lives and mitigate human suffering. Madam President, Panama believes that the Palestinian people in Gaza deserve a leadership that is committed to peace, security, and respect for human rights. Any political solution which allows the construction of a sustainable future for Gaza must remain free of the influence of those promoting violence and extremism. This spiral of violence has only been fueled by years of mistrust and decisions which have cast aside the genuine quest for peace. Every time that extremism prevails over understanding, a knot is formed, a knot which brutally represses the suffering of those least to blame, that is, the civilian population. This knot, hardened by years of mistrust and entrenched immovable positions, has become so difficult to untangle that now it sinks any possibility of agreement and further worsens the suffering of innocent people. When this rock of suffering explodes, it doesn't do so silently. The rock erupts with the heart-rending pain of mothers, fathers, brothers and children that desperately grieve an irreparable loss. This grief reverberates throughout entire families, both Israeli and Palestinian families. They watch as their lives are torn apart time and time again by the violence and the hatred which refuses to let up. Madam President, this conflict cannot continue to follow the same path. It is vital that we see constructive political will which calms this tension and paves the way for peace. Along that path to peace, Panama will staunchly support diplomacy as the only option to restore the ceasefire which guarantees robust protection for civilians and humanitarian personnel. The ceasefire will also allow the immediate and unconditional release of hostages and unfettered humanitarian access. Achieving those goals requires the respect for and compliance with this Council's resolutions, as well as for international norms, which demand both the release of Israeli hostages and humanitarian access to Gaza. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of China.
President, I thank ASG Chiari for the briefing. I also thank Mr. Sharabi for his statement. We express our sympathy for
persons, a return to the ceasefire and a resumption of comprehensive humanitarian access. This could allow for a sustainable normalization in the Gaza Strip and for the kickstarting of a full-scale reconstruction of the enclave. We stand convinced that this is precisely what peaceful Palestinians, as well as the relatives and loved ones of hostages that remain in Gaza, wish for, including Mr. Maxim Herkin, who was born in the Donbass. It's important for all regional players and the international community as a whole to work towards this end. The process of Israeli-Palestinian settlement should return to the political track so as to satisfy all of Israel's lawful security concerns, as well as Palestinians' aspirations to their own state within 1967 borders. We stand ready to pursue this objective here in the Security Council, together with all those who share in this approach. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for the statement, and I give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Madam Chair, Madam President, thank you for convening today's meeting. I thank Assistant Secretary General Chiari for his briefing, and I take this opportunity to extend to him and the UN family our deepest condolences on the killing of the 6 UNOPS and UNRWA workers over these last few days. I also commend Mr. Sharabi for his courage in sharing his experience with us today and commiserate with him on the loss of his loved ones in such tragic circumstances. Madam President, at the outset, Guyana stresses that the taking of hostages is a grave breach of international law, particularly Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. In this context, we condemn once again the taking of hostages by Hamas during the 7th October attacks on Israel and emphasize the provisions of Security Council's resolutions 2712, 2720, 2728, and 2735, which call for the release of all hostages. We further stress the imperative of ensuring humanitarian access to these individuals to attend to their medical and other needs. Guyana also emphasizes the obligation of parties to ensure that the remains of anyone who died while being held hostage or detained are handled with dignity and respect. Madam Chair, in the context of the foregoing, allow me to underscore the following 3 points. First, there must be an immediate end to the ongoing hostilities in Gaza to create the conditions for peace, recovery, and for a lasting, just, and comprehensive end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. As Guyana has consistently emphasized, recurring cycles of violence between the two sides only hurt the prospects for a lasting peace and place both Palestinian and Israeli civilians at continued risk of harm, including death. It is therefore important to address the factors driving occurrences, such as those witnessed on 7th October. In this context, Guyana recalls member states' commitment, as elaborated in the UN's Global Counterterrorism Strategy, to, and I quote, address the conditions conducive to the spread of terrorism, including but not limited to prolonged, unresolved conflicts, dehumanization of victims of terrorism in all its forms and manifestations, lack of the rule of law, and violations of human rights, ethnic, national, and religious discrimination, political exclusion, socioeconomic marginalization, and lack of good governance, while recognizing that none of these conditions can excuse or justify acts of terrorism, end of quote. Efforts to combat terrorism must continue to take these important factors into account. Second, the Security Council must be at the forefront of efforts to address breaches of international law, which have implications for the maintenance of international peace and security. Given its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, the Council should be the first to demand accountability for such breaches. It must also be first to institute measures in keeping with the scope provided by the UN Charter to address violations of international law, including in circumstances where those violations feature as the taking of hostages or the administrative detention of innocent civilians. Accountability is an important deterrent. Third and final, the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict calls for principled consistency. By this, I mean that there must be principled and consistent application of international law and principled and consistent responses to wrongdoing. The approach to this conflict should not be determined by convenience based on present circumstances, because this presents the risk of acting from expediency rather than principle. Guyana therefore appeals to this Council and to all member states to consistently adopt a principled approach to the Palestinian question as we collectively seek to advance a lasting solution. Madam President, allow me to conclude by reiterating the need to bring a definitive end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which keeps manifesting in cycles of violence that produce volumes of hurt to both sides. Let us work to achieve a ceasefire in Gaza, to bring home the remaining men, women, and children, which Hamas took hostage from Israel, and the Palestinians detained in Israeli jails without charge, and to end the aid blockade on Gaza, which is once again.
All right, everyone, you are watching live now from Fox. That was the latest UN Security Council meeting from earlier today. We are going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to be getting updates on the Brian Kohberger case and why prosecutors want a selfie of the Idaho college murderer's suspect shown at the trial. We'll have that for you coming up next on Live Now from Fox. welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. And we now want to go to new information on a major story that we have followed since it happened. The Bryan Kohberger murder trial in the Idaho 4 murderers. In newly filed court documents, prosecutors say that they will use evidence of an apparent knife purchase and a selfie that they believe link Kohberger to the murders. So for more details on this and so much more revolving around the case, let's go out now to Fox News' Dan Springer with the latest. You've been following this story since the beginning as well. Well, what's new here with this selfie and the knife?
Yeah, Mike, this is very bad news for Bryan Kohberger. You know, it's been frustrating covering this because of the sweeping gag order. We haven't seen a lot of evidence against Kohberger, but what came out yesterday in a court document from the prosecution is devastating to Kohberger and the defense. The state has proof that Bryan Kohberger bought a K-bar knife and sheath just like these on Amazon in March of 2022. Now, that's 8 months before the murders. Remember, a knife sheath with the U.S. Marine Corps logo was found next to one of the 4 bodies. And according to prosecutors, it had Bryan Kohberger's DNA on the snap. Kohberger is trying to keep his Amazon click history out of the trial. But in a rebuttal, prosecutors say, in a document revealed yesterday, applying the test of relevancy, first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more probable that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Bryan Kohberger's.
I can't think of anything more compelling as a prosecutor than having actually the purchase and a record of purchase of the claimed murder weapon where there was DNA found of the accused.
Prosecutors also plan to show jurors this selfie of Kohberger taken about 6 hours after the murders on his phone. They want to highlight his eyebrows, which one surviving roommate described multiple times to the police as being, quote, bushy. And Kohberger's defense is trying to get the judge to allow expert testimony on his autism spectrum disorder and OCD, or obsessive compulsive disorder. They argue the conditions make him look sinister and without emotion in court, and the jury needs to know why. All of these motions on what can and can't be mentioned at the August trial will be argued in a hearing next month. Mike?
Yeah, I feel like there's just so much demand for updates around this story. And like you said there with the gag order, it's hard to get the information out. But these 2 big ones seem like it is just going to get amped up even more ahead of this in-demand trial when it does get going.
Yeah, and these are trickling out because the 2 sides have to file motions and rebuttals to those motions leading up to the trial. This is all, they call it in limine hearing that's going to be held on the 9th of April. And that's really a hearing to decide what can and can't be admitted as evidence in court. And so the defense is trying to get all kinds of stuff kept out of the trial, including the term bushy eyebrows. So, you're seeing these bits of information, really important bits of information, coming out in the court documents ahead of that hearing.
Yeah, so Mike. True. Dan Springer bringing us always the very latest here with this Bryan Kohberger case. We appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us, everyone. More to come on Live Now. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to bring you some live feeds, top stories, and breaking news when it does happen all right here. We do want to go out right now to our next event. It is live. This is the American Airlines flagship Valor Tour. This is a stop, gathering, and ceremony with 7 Medal of Honor recipients, military leaders, and community dignitaries at Joint Base Andrews in advance of the grand opening of the National Medal of Honor Museum. Let's listen in.
The vastness of space speaks volumes about his character and his dedication to pushing the boundaries of human potential. Captain Cassidy's unique background makes him the perfect individual to lead the National Medal of Honor Museum Foundation. Please join me in welcoming a man of extraordinary courage, service, and vision, Captain Chris Cassidy.
Well, Colonel, thank you very much. Distinguished guests, this is amazing. What an incredible welcome here to Joint Base Andrews. We can't thank you enough. You know, Fort Cavazos brought their A game down in Texas this morning when we visited them, but I think you got a leg up in closing these doors. You guys nailed it, you know. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is unbelievable. It's a very, very exciting time, exciting week for us in the Medal of Honor community as we're about to unveil to the nation the National Medal of Honor Museum in Arlington that you're probably not quite so familiar with, Arlington, Texas. And it's a really, really special place. There's wonderful museums out there in the country where you can learn about military conflicts or services themselves. But this will be a place where you can come and learn about the stories of these gentlemen. 3,528 awards of the Medal of Honor have been given. There's 61 of those living today. We'll have 33 living Medal of Honor recipients with us at our grand opening celebration that is in 2 days from now on Saturday evening down there in Texas, and we're so excited to bring this project to the nation. And it's with the support of folks just like you, because you'll hear from a recipient here very shortly, but they themselves were in chairs just like each and every one of you, assigned to a unit just like each and every one of you, doing their duty to the nation, supporting and defending the Constitution of the United States like these young airmen that we'll soon bring into our military, just like you. And it's been an incredible privilege and treat for me to be part of this project and get to know on a personal level the living Medal of Honor recipients that we have in our nation, because they'll tell you, and you'll hear it in their own words, they're wearing the medal for all of us. So it's with great humility that we are here today to represent the Medal of Honor Museum, and it's with great humility that I stand before you and say, come on down to Texas, visit the Medal of Honor Museum when you get a chance, and we're so excited that it's a project, happens to be in Texas, but it's for the nation. In the next step after that, in the next year or so, we'll bring to D.C. a monument for Medal of Honor recipients that will be located within the verbiage in the bill that's going through the Congress right now as we speak, within 1,000 feet of the Lincoln Memorial. And if you draw that circle, there's about 5 or 6 identified monument locations that it could be, and we'll work with Park Services in the coming year or so to identify that plot of land and then come forth with the design. And in a couple years, we'll have a Medal of Honor monument right here next to Joint Base Andrews. So leadership, thank you for assembling this group. Thank you for giving this incredible welcome. And I think you're in for a real treat when you hear from our Medal of Honor recipients following me. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Reserve Warfare Director, Rear Admiral Luke Frost, who will have the distinct honor of introducing our next esteemed Medal of Honor recipient.
Thank you and good afternoon. It is with great honor that I introduce to you a true American hero, Command Master Chief Britt Slabinski, United States Navy. His name is synonymous with courage, selflessness, and unwavering dedication to his fellow service members. Command Master Chief Slabinski's story is one of extraordinary bravery under fire, unwavering leadership in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, and a profound commitment to our Navy's core values of honor, courage, and commitment. Please join me in welcoming Command Master Chief Slabinsky to the stage.
Hey, I know what you're all thinking right now. I know it. 2 Navy SEALs, Navy Admiral, and you got me. I swear there's not a plan for global domination for the SEALs to take everything over. I know that's exactly what you're thinking. It's not the case. Hey, I got a confession to make. This is a little uncomfortable place for me, and I know I speak on behalf of the other recipients. I say uncomfortable, but yet comfortable place to be, and I need to explain that a little bit. It's uncomfortable the medal that we wear, and although our name is on the back of the medal, it doesn't belong to the one individual. It is not a singular distinction. What the medal really is, it is a reflection of the many. 40 million Americans have worn this uniform, 3,528 recipients of the medal, but the DNA of so many others is embedded in the medal. And if you think back to all of the training that you went through, let's just think back of all of your coaches, your teachers, your parents, everyone that had a hand in making you be the person that you are today. Some of their DNA is also in this medal. And I think back to my instructors, my trainers, our teammates, just like you heard. If you look to the left and to your right of you, we were in those same seats. That day, we just were doing our job, just like you were doing your job. That DNA of our teammates is also embedded in here. And you think of those that served with us. Soon today, we're going to have some join our ranks. They are going to take the same oath, the same promise that all of us did, and they will fulfill it, and they will do amazing things on behalf of the country and on behalf of each other. As you all know, we live in challenging times. The winds of adversity blow from the west. They blow from the east. One thing that I know for sure is that whatever comes our way, we can handle it. We are here, recipients are here not for us, we are here for you, and that's the comfortable piece of this. The comfortable piece is being here with our teammates. You, the ones that we do it all for, fulfilling our promise every day, again, to our nation and to our teammates. We are here for you to say thank you. Thank you, to your families. You have made the promise. You are our fellow warfighters. You made a promise to protect the homeland and to ultimately make it right wherever right needs to happen on the globe. This is why we are here, to share some time with you, to shake your hands, to look you in the eye and say thank you. As I said, there's a lot of adversity going on. The things I want to echo in your head when you leave here today, a few things I want you to think about. One, no matter what happens in the future, just like what we'd experienced, we keep the faith. Keep the faith in yourself. Keep the faith in your teammates. Keep the faith in your leadership and in your mission and the promises of others. Keep that faith. What goes hand in hand with that is stay in the fight. You all have faced adversity in your past. There will be more in the future. Just keep moving. Stay in the fight. Keep getting up. Perhaps most importantly, the thing I want to leave you all with is this. This is the thing that I would tell my teammates after 15 combat deployments. When we were on those deployments, as the command master chief, I always looked at myself as I'm the head coach. I'm getting the team ready to go out and win that game on the field. The game may be dangerous. We may take casualties. We may take injuries. It's going to be a crazy night. The last thing I wanted people remembering about is just the confidence I have in them and the confidence you have in each other. These words were the last thing I wanted them to remember, and it is simply this: be feared. Be feared. Be feared in your training. Be feared in your thought processes. If you train hard enough, if you are feared, think of this: maybe, just maybe because of that, we don't need to actually use you. Wouldn't that be a thing? Training so hard to really not be used. Isn't that ideal? Ideally, it would be nice if we could make a Medal of Honor recipient an endangered species. We all know that might not happen, but until then, we have you out there on the front lines, training to make it right, to be feared in the face of adversity. I thank you all for wearing that uniform. I thank you and your families. And one more time, be feared. Thank you.
Thank you, Command Master Chief Zelenskyy. We would now like to invite Command Sergeant Major Daniel Hobson to come introduce our presiding officer for our enlistment today.
What a great day it is today to be wearing this uniform. To stand before all of you and to honor a true American hero. I have the privilege to introduce a soldier